I'll go down.
आप रुकिए, अनाउंस करा। अंबिका,
Is Mr. Ahmed Nizam, Deputy Minister from Maldives, present in the hall? I request everyone to be please seated. We will be starting the program shortly. I request everyone to please settle down. We will be beginning the program shortly. I request everyone to please be seated. We will be beginning the program shortly. I request everyone to please keep their phones on silent mode for the duration of the event. I request everyone to please settle down. We will be beginning the program shortly.
आप कितने रुका दो आपको जरूरत
I request everyone to please keep their phones on silent mode for the duration of the event. इतने सारे सीनियर मंत्री लोग हैं हमारे में, मतलब स्टेट लेवल तक तो किया हुआ है हमने।
उनको भूल जाओ तो अपना बस काम करना।
जी जी जी।
बाकी ये अपॉर्चुनिटी रहता है जो लेवल ऊपर करने का, दैट्स गुड। बाकी तो तुमने मिनट बनाया ही होगा उससे करके एक्सटेम्पोर कम जितना रहे देख तो उतना।
हाँ नहीं वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा। बाकी किसी को
हेलो हेलो
प्रिंट लाने के लिए किसी को कार्ड,
हाँ बोला
आप किसी को कह सकते हैं अभी प्रोग्राम शुरू हो जाएगा।
अर्जुन अर्जुन
अर्जुन I request Ms. Uranuj Lor Pensiri, Deputy Permanent Secretary from Thailand, to please identify yourself here. Is the Deputy Permanent Secretary from Thailand in the hall? I don't know whether they'll be able to hear. Are there any representatives from Thailand in the hall, please? Huh? Thailand? Is Ms. Rizawati Binti Abdul Qadir, Under Secretary, Urban Sustainability Division, Ministry of Housing and Local Government from Malaysia in the hall, please? Yes, yes. Is Ms. Rizawati Binti Abdul Qadir, Under Secretary, Urban Sustainability Division, Ministry of Housing and Local Government, Malaysia in the hall? Is there any representation from Malaysia in the hall? Huh. Ma'am, there. Huh? Is Mr. Mohammad Rizal Karim, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Bangladesh in the hall? Is Ms. Maksura Noor, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Government of Bangladesh, in the hall, please. Is there any representation from Bangladesh?
तो कहाँ मनीष को बोलना पड़ेगा या कैसे?
हाँ सर, वीडियो दो लोगों तीन जन का
अच्छा,
होएगा।
वो 3 लोगों का है ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में।
हाँ हाँ सर,
ये इनका वीडियो चलेगा,
इनका वीडियो और इनका वीडियो, 3 वीडियो चलेगा सर। वो
प्रोग्राम दिखा देना आप वाला एक बार,
हाँ,
मिनट वाला।
मिनट टू मिनट तो नहीं है सर मेरे पास,
किस
सर का
आधार पे
नहीं।
करोगे आप?
कैसे?
किसके आधार पे मतलब?
मिनट टू मिनट प्रोग्राम नहीं है
वो सीएम सर का नहीं है मेरे पास अपना है।
तो इसको बंद करना।
हाँ, इसको कैसे बंद करते हैं? हाँ,
इसके हिसाब से दिखा दो ना।
ये बुकलेट के हिसाब से दिखा दूँ?
नहीं, जैसे आप अनाउंस करोगे तो किस आधार पे करोगे?
वो जो मिनट टू मिनट बना है उसके आधार पे।
वो कहाँ है?
मेरे पास नहीं है ना,
फिर वो कब आएगा?
वो प्रिंट निकालने गए हैं।
एक बार बताना।
ठीक,
सीएम साहब से पहले कौन कौन स्पीच देगा और ये क्या है वो?
ये है, वो मेरे को पता है सीक्वेंस, इस बुक में भी है। सो सबसे पहले हम जो वापस जब इधर आ जाएंगे ना स्टेज पे, तो सेक्रेटरी साहब वेलकम करेंगे। उसके बाद ये 1 2 3 जो है इनका वीडियो आएगा।
वीडियो आएगा इनका?
हाँ, इनका ये इधर नहीं है।
ठीक है।
ठीक है, फिर उसके बाद सीएम साहब बोलेंगे और फिर बड़े मंत्री हमारे बोलेंगे।
पीएम सर का मैसेज भी तो है।
वो यही करेंगे।
यही करेंगे?
हाँ, यही कर और कोई नहीं करेगा, वो अपनी स्पीच को बोलेंगे और पीछे स्क्रीन पे दिखेगा।
वेलकम यही करेंगे बस ये।
हाँ हाँ हाँ
इनका वीडियो आएगा।
हाँ, इन तीनों का 1 2 3 वीडियो होगा। फिर सीएम साहब बोलेंगे, फिर उसके बड़े मंत्री हमारे। हाँ, तो बड़े,
क्लियर है ना?
हाँ हाँ, ये
पीएम सर का।
हाँ, वही उनके उधर आएगा। वो कुछ पंक्तियाँ बोलेंगे पीएम साहब की जो स्पीच का है, और वो टीवी पे दिखाया जाएगा। पूरा जो उन्होंने लेटर दी है ना, वो दिया जाएगा।
चलाना नहीं सुना।
I request everyone to please settle down. We will be beginning the program shortly. The honorable ministers are on their way. In the meantime, may I begin with some housekeeping rules? I request everyone to keep their phones on silent mode for the duration of the event. कृपया अपने फ़ोन्स को साइलेंट मोड में कर लीजिए। Till the honorable ministers arrive, I will be taking you to today's different sessions which we have planned. As per today's agenda, we will be beginning with the inaugural session, including the inauguration of the 3R exhibition, which will be done here in the main auditorium. This session will be followed by a keynote address. At 11 a.m. in this very hall. After the keynote address, plenary session 1 will start wherein ministerial statements of participating countries will be presented. This will also take place in this very hall. We will be breaking for lunch at 12:30 p.m. All delegates will have an opportunity to visit the 3-hour exhibition and enjoy lunch in the dining area. I also request you to please go and have a look at the India Pavilion as well, and also look at the different exhibits presented by the Japanese and Indian businesses and startups, as well as women SHGs from across India. Post-lunch, we will be beginning the plenary session 2 on 3R and circular economy towards resilient, low carbon and sustainable cities and communities session at 2 p.m. in this very hall, the main auditorium. Simultaneously, we will also be having a parallel session at the India Pavilion called Cities 2.0 Rollout Event.
उसको मुंह के पास रख के करो, जैसे कि थोड़ा सा आवाज।
May I request Ms. Pepitua Election Latasi, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, Climate Change and Environment from Tuvalu, to please identify yourself in this hall? Thank you. I request everyone to please settle down. We will be beginning the program shortly. Post-lunch, we will be beginning the session at 2 p.m., which is the plenary session 2 on 3R and circular economy towards resilient, low-carbon and sustainable cities and communities in this very hall, the main auditorium. Parallelly, at the India Pavilion, we will be having the Cities 2.0 rollout and MOU signing event. These two events will be from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Plenary Session 3 on Circular Economy Policies, Translating Global Vision into Local Actions will be starting at 3:30 p.m. in the main auditorium. Parallelly, we will be having a mayor's dialogue in the Indian Pavilion, followed by the case clinics for secretaries and commissioner in the main auditorium, first floor. We will also be having a knowledge session by Japan in the Japan Knowledge Room at the lower ground floor. Plenary session 4 will start at 5:15 in this very hall, where we will be doing an introduction on the new declaration on 3R and circular economy. Simultaneously, there will be an Indo-Japan bilateral dialogue in the boardroom on the first floor. The cultural program will start at 6:15 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the cultural area outside. This will be followed by a welcome reception co-hosted by the Government of Rajasthan and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, from 7 p.m. onwards. The shuttles will leave for the hotels at 9:30 p.m. today. I request Mr. Mohammad Rizaul Karim, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Bangladesh, to please identify yourself in this hall. Is there any representation from Bangladesh? While we wait for the honorable ministers to arrive, I will tell you what special things which we have planned for you. Today, we will be welcoming nearly 1,000 delegates in person, out of which nearly 200 delegates are from 24 Asia-Pacific member countries. Nearly 800 delegates are from 33 states and union territories from India, from 15 line ministries of Government of India, technical institutions, industry, startups, experts who have joined us today. To enable inclusive participation across India and internationally, we have created a virtual forum to enable those who could not join us in person to be part of the deliberations. Over 120 speakers across 3 days will engage in discussions on 3R and circular economy. This year's forum will also include a dedicated India Pavilion, showcasing India's remarkable initiatives and achievements in the 3R and circular economy space. I request all delegates to please go and enjoy the different exhibits at the India Pavilion during lunch hour. The forum's discussions will further be enriched by Mayor's Dialogue, Case Clinic, Business Dialogue, as well as the Cities 2.0 MOU signing. An international 3R trade and technology exhibition with over 40 industries and startups from India and Japan will be showcasing tech solutions. I request all delegates to please have a look at this exhibition as well. For day 2, technical field visits to the solid and liquid waste management facilities and key heritage sites in Jaipur have been planned for the delegates. In the delegate kit provided to you, a QR code is available. Those delegates who are interested to go for these field visits may indicate their preference for the same using that QR code, since the seats are limited. Today, lunch will be served from 12:30 p.m. till 2 p.m. I request you all to please utilize that time and have a look at the different exhibitions at the India Pavilion and the 3R Tech exhibition, as well as interact with SHGs from different parts of India who have come showcasing their products. The cultural event in the evening will begin at 6:15 p.m., followed by a dinner reception hosted by the Government of Rajasthan and Government of India at 7 p.m. Shuttles will leave for the hotel at 9:30 p.m. today.
था ना आपको कि प्लानिंग का क्यों
Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal, and Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan have inaugurated the 3R exhibition and the India Pavilion. The honorable dignitaries are proceeding to the 3R exhibition and the India Pavilion, which is showcasing exhibitions from different line ministries of Government of India and state governments. Honorable Minister is placing his vision for cities on the city's vision board. This interactive activity shows the various visions the Honorable Minister has for cities and urban India. I request the Minister from Maldives to please come to the first row. Is Minister from Maldives present in the hall? The Honorable Minister is placing his vision on the wish tree. Honorable Minister is writing his vision, which will be put on the wish tree in the India Pavilion. The Honorable Ministers are visiting the different self-help groups who have displayed their products using waste to wealth and showcasing their other initiatives. The Honorable Ministers are visiting the 3R Tech Exhibition and hearing different businesses and startups from India and Japan who have showcase the different initiatives on waste to wealth. I request all delegates to kindly visit these exhibitions during the lunch break and see for yourself the different initiatives of India as well as Japan in the waste management sector.
When the opening session will start, we will invite these people to come to the stage, right? No, but name invitation करने से कैसे आएंगे वो? मैं बोल दिया है। मैंने दोनों को बोल दिया, सोलोमन टुवेल आइलैंड में उसको बोल दिया, वो आ जाएंगे। आप यहाँ भी नहीं करेंगे? नहीं, वो इधर बैठेंगे। वो इंस्ट्रक्शन था। वो स्टेज में जो आ जाएंगे ना, आप ये दोनों को अनाउंस करके बुला दीजिए। नहीं, अभी नहीं, मिनिस्टर आने के बाद।
I request everyone to please settle down. The honorable ministers will be joining us shortly. Please settle down. I request everyone to please be seated. The Honorable Ministers will be joining us shortly. I request everyone to please be seated. I request those who are standing at the back, please be seated. The Honorable Ministers will be joining us shortly. The Honorable Ministers are visiting the private sector exhibition and they will be joining this hall shortly. I request everyone who is standing, please be seated. I request those who are standing at the front, please be seated. Till the Honorable Ministers arrive, there are some housekeeping rules which I will go through again. I request everyone to please keep their mobile phones on silent mode for the duration of the event. We have tried our best to ensure a comfortable stay as well as venue facilities. In case of any help required, you may contact the help desks located at various places at the venue as well as your hotel. On day 2, technical field visits to the solid and liquid waste management facilities and key heritage sites in Jaipur have been organized for the delegates. In case if any delegate is interested, please fill the form in a QR code which is available in your delegate kit. Seats are limited, requesting you to please register quickly if you are interested in the technical field visit. After today's inaugural session, there will be a keynote address in the main auditorium, which is this hall, followed by plenary session 1, which will be having ministerial statements of participating countries. This will be followed by the lunch and a visit to the 3-hour technical exhibition from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. I request everyone to please be seated. Honorable ministers will be joining us in 1 minute. Those who are standing, please, I request you to please be seated. The ministers will be joining us in 1 minute. I request everyone at the back to please settle down. The ministers will be joining us in 1 minute. Request everyone to please be seated. The honorable ministers will be joining us in 1 minute. We welcome Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. We welcome Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma Ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan. We welcome Shri Kailash Vijay Varghya, Honorable Minister of Urban Development and Housing, Government of Madhya Pradesh. We welcome Shri Prem Chand Agarwal, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of Uttarakhand. We welcome Shri Vipul Goyal, Honorable Minister of Urban Local Bodies, Haryana. We welcome Shri Jabbar Singh Khara, Honorable Minister for Urban Development and Housing, Government of Rajasthan. We welcome Mr. Trevor Headley Mani Mahaga, Honorable Minister of Solomon Islands, on the dais. We welcome Mr. Mainav Wakafua Talia, Honorable Minister of Tuvalu, on the dais. We welcome Mr. Ahmed Nizam, Honorable Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Maldives, on the dais, please. Namaskar. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Manshi Singh and I warmly welcome you to the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific in Jaipur today from 3rd to 5th March 2025. The Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific was launched by the United Nations Center for Regional Development, UNCRD, UNDESA, and the Government of Japan in November 2009. The objective of the forum is to provide strategic policy inputs to government authorities in the Asia-Pacific region for mainstreaming 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, and circularity, and also to create collaborations between member nations. The theme of today's 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia Pacific is realizing circular societies towards achieving SDGs and carbon neutrality in Asia Pacific. I now welcome Shri Srinivas Katikithala, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to please give the welcome remarks.
Good morning. A warm welcome to the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and Pacific. Honorable Shri Manohar Lalji, Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Honorable Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan. His Excellency Mr. Trevor Headley Mane Mahaha, Honorable Minister of Solomon Islands. Honorable Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji, Honorable Minister for Urban Development and Housing, Government of Madhya Pradesh. His Excellency Maina Wakafua Talia, Honorable Minister of Tuvalu. Honorable Premchand Agarwal ji, Minister for Urban Development, Government of Uttarakhand. His Excellency Ahmed Nizam, Deputy Minister for Climate Change, Maldives. Honorable Shri Jabbar Singh Kharra, Honorable Minister for Urban Development Housing, Rajasthan. Distinguished ministers, representatives of Asia Pacific member countries, UN officials, Honorable Ministers, Mayors, senior officials of the Government of India, senior officials of the state governments, city governments, development partners, academia, business and technology partners, members of the press, and all those of you who are joining us virtually today, respected ladies and gentlemen and guests. It is my privilege to welcome you today on behalf of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and on behalf of the Government of Rajasthan, to the inauguration of the 12th Regional 3R and the Circular Economy Forum in Asia and Pacific. India is proud to host this forum with the theme, Realizing Circular Societies Towards Achieving SDGs and Carbon Neutrality in Asia Pacific. I warmly welcome you to the Pink City of Jaipur, which is famous worldwide for its rich cultural heritage and tradition. I express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of Japan, UNESCAP, and the United Nations Center for Regional Development, UNCRD, for jointly organizing the 12th Regional 3R and Economic Forum in Asia Pacific with the Government of India for the second time here. India had the honor to host the 8th edition of the forum in 2018. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, the Government of Rajasthan, and the officials of the Rajasthan government for supporting us in hosting this significant forum in the vibrant city of Jaipur. I also thank Excellencies for joining us from overseas with their messages. Today, we are welcoming all the 38 Asia Pacific member countries and nearly 1,000 registered delegates in person in Jaipur. And to enable inclusive participation from across India and internationally, we have created a virtual forum to enable those who could not join us in person to be a part of the deliberations. Over 120 speakers across 3 days will engage in discussions on 3R: reduce, reuse, and recycle, and the circular economy. This year's forum will include a dedicated India pavilion showcasing India's remarkable initiatives and achievements in the 3R and the circular economy space. The forum's discussions will be further enriched by 3 special sessions: the Mayor's Dialogue, the Case Clinic, and the Business Dialogue. These sessions will foster deeper engagement and collaboration among key stakeholders. An international 3R trade and technology exhibition with over 40 industries and startups from India and Japan are also showcasing tech solutions. Technical visits to solid and liquid waste management facilities and key heritage sites in Jaipur are also being organized tomorrow, that is day 2. Additionally, the forum is committed to being a zero waste event, ensuring sustainable practices through waste reduction, recycling, and eco-friendly alternatives at every stage. I am therefore confident that this forum will drive stronger interventions for waste management and circularity. As urbanization accelerates, we must collaborate to minimize dependence on virgin raw materials through effective reduction, reuse, and recycling strategies, fostering a truly sustainable environment. This forum marks a pivotal step in advancing circular economies across Asia-Pacific region, shaping policies, catalyzing action, and accelerating process towards achieving the sustainable development goals. We also look forward to a meaningful and impactful dialogue that drives real change and action. I once again take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to today's inaugural function and to the very engaging 3-day forum that will ensue thereafter. Welcome to Jaipur, welcome to India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. His Excellency, Mr. Asao Kyuchiro, Minister of Environment, Government of Japan, has shared a video message with us as opening remarks. I request that video message to be please played.
Your Excellency, Shri Manohar Lal, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. His Excellency, Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma, Chief Minister of Rajasthan State of India. Mr. Lee Junha, Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Ms. Armida Sarsia Arisujabana, Executive Secretary, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and senior government representatives from Asia and from Pacific countries, participants from international organizations, business and academic sectors, and NGOs. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to you all participating in this 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economic Forum in Asia and the Pacific. I am Keiichiro Asao, the Minister of the Environment, Japan, and delighted to make opening remarks as a co-host of this forum. First of all, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs of India for hosting the forum at such a commemorative occasion. I also extend my warmest thanks to the state government of Rajasthan for providing valuable support in organizing the forum. I would like to thank all participants who will actively participate and share knowledge for the next 3 days. At the outset, I would like to recognize Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's emphasis on circular economy as a key pillar for India's sustainable growth and environmental conservation. I am glad to learn that by integrating circular economy and resource efficiency principles across the industries, agriculture, and urban development, India aims to pursue both economic growth with environmental responsibility, which is evident from India's several praiseworthy initiatives such as Clean India Mission and Smart Cities. In Asia and the Pacific region, rapid economic growth has entailed an increasing amount of waste generation, causing public health issues and environmental pollution, including plastic pollution. As to e-waste in particular, Asia is the major generator that accounted for nearly half of the total generation across the world in 2022 and is anticipated to increase in its amount in the future. Moreover, the majority of the e-waste has been managed improperly by the informal sector, leading to undermining environmental pollution of soil and water and public health issues. Japan enhances international cooperation through resource circulation partnerships on e-waste and critical minerals, or RCPEC, that will help prevent environmental pollution and minimize environmental impact by supporting the establishment of the legal framework and capacity building in ASEAN countries, where much more generation of e-waste is anticipated. In the context of G7, Japan continues to lead international discussions related to 3R and circular economy. Under the Japanese G7 presidency in 2023, circular economy and resource efficiency principles, or CIREP, were endorsed at the G7 Hiroshima summit. The principles serve as guidance for business sector to promote circular and resource efficient business across the value chains. CIREP encourages, among other things, companies to disclose corporate-wide circularity information while monitoring the performance of circularity and resource efficiency of their value chains, to communicate with the financial sector and other stakeholders. In this regard, Japan supports the World Business Council for Sustainable Development to develop methodologies for evaluating performance and voluntary disclosure framework on circularity at the corporate level, which are expected to increase not only circularity but also the investments in circular businesses. Against this international background, the Japanese government approved the 5th Fundamental Plan for establishing a sound material cycle society in August 2024, clearly positioning the transition to a circular economy as a national strategy, which is a key component in forming a sound material cycle society. In addition, a new Ministerial Council on Circular Economy was established to promote the transition to circular economy as a whole government in cooperation with the relevant ministries and agencies. Based on these initiatives, we will take concrete actions to strengthen cooperation between manufacturers and waste recycling industries to materialize regional resource circulation networks and regional revitalization, and to establish appropriate international resource circulation networks so that we can contribute to economic growth in addition to addressing environmental concerns such as climate change and biodiversity loss. As we are in a greater need of transformational changes to address urgent environmental challenges, we will adopt Jaipur Declaration at this forum. This 10-year declaration from 2025 until 2035 is a successor of the Hanoi Declaration adopted at the fourth forum held in Vietnam in 2013. The Chapir Declaration is a pioneering declaration in the world which promotes sustainable development in the Asia and Pacific region. It provides us with a framework to advance transition to circular economies and improve resource efficiency for the next critical decade. It also aims to catalyze multi-layer cooperation and partnerships in advancing collaborative actions towards achieving the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and other international environmental agreements. I hope that this declaration will be welcomed and endorsed by all participants under the esteemed leadership of India. Japan will spare no effort in cooperation with countries interested in 3R or circular economy through various types of public-private partnership. Finally, I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing that this forum will further advance 3Rs and circular economy transition in Asia and the Pacific region with our enhanced cooperation. Thank you very much.
Arigato, Mr. Asao-san. We will now go to the special address of Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. Sir has sent us a video message. I request that the message be please displayed on the screen.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this high-level forum on circular economy, a topic of significant importance for protecting and sustaining our ecosystems. I wish to thank the governments of India and Japan, UN entities, and other partners for co-organizing this event together with UNDESA. Thanks also go to the state government of Rajasthan for hosting the forum in the heritage city of Jaipur. Excellencies, we convened at a pivotal moment in history. Humanity is facing a global sustainable development crisis that includes the triple planetary crisis of the climate change, biodiversity loss, and worsening pollution. These crises are exacerbated by the compounding effects of development challenges, including setbacks in poverty eradication and combating inequality. It is in this context that last September, world leaders adopted the Pact for the Future and committed to transformative actions to accelerate the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At this crucial moment, your deliberations will help galvanize international cooperation to address the multiple global crises we face today. I applaud your thematic focus on growing levels of waste and pollution and on strategies for promoting circular economy. In 2022, UN member states adopted a resolution to reach a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution and proclaimed 30th of March as the International Day of Zero Waste to raise the global awareness and spur the action. Our strategy is clear. Transitioning to a circular society will create a sustainable model that aligns economic growth with environmental stewardship. This transformation will accelerate the transition towards carbon neutrality, ensuring that the economic growth does not come at the cost of the environmental destruction. However, achieving this vision demands political commitment, technological breakthroughs, and collaborations. Working together, governments, businesses, and communities can build a future where resources are valued, waste is eliminated, and the economy and environment can both thrive. Furthermore, harnessing the digital innovation, artificial intelligence, and smart infrastructure can drive the efficiency in waste management, resource recovery, and low-carbon manufacturing. The Asia-Pacific region is uniquely positioned to spearhead this transformation and set an example for the world. As the world's most populous and economically vibrant region, rapid growth has contributed to improved living standards. However, this growth has also impacted the region's resource efficiency and the natural capitals, resulting in shrinking forests, biodiversity loss, and depleted water resources. I'm therefore encouraged to note that this forum will establish a new policy framework to facilitate the integration of sustainable consumption and production practices, as well as circular economy principles, into the development of national policies, with a particular focus on infrastructure development. Moreover, our host country, India, has taken bold steps towards developing a circular economy roadmap as a key pillar for its sustainable growth and environmental conservation agenda. Finally, I sincerely thank the government of Japan for its continued generous support to the Asian 3R and the Circular Economy Initiative, led by the United Nations Center for Regional Development. I wish you the fruitful discussions and look forward to the outcomes of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Armida Salsaya Alice Jabana, Executive Secretary, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, has also sent us a video message as her special address. I request that the video message be played on the screen.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to the high-level 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific. I would like to express my appreciation to the governments of India and Japan, as well as the state government of Rajasthan, for supporting the organization of this forum. Our region has experienced rapid economic growth, urbanization, and industrialization over the last few decades. This growth, which is based on a linear economic growth model of take, make, and dispose, is no longer sustainable. The use of resources and primary materials will push the limits of the planet. Distinguished delegates, allow me to highlight 3 key areas you may wish to consider during your deliberations. First, we need to develop national, sub-regional, as well as regional circular economy roadmaps. These roadmaps are important for promoting comprehensive change and engaging all sections of society. Second, we must reinforce our efforts to build more circular material cycles into all business operations. Governments can also ensure their policies are supportive of activities that repurpose these used materials through backward and forward linkages. And finally, we need to work with existing platforms such as the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, or ESBN, through its Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business. Recently, the ESBN Circular Economy Task Force launched a study titled The Secrets to Unlocking the Next Frontier for a Circular Economy in the Asia-Pacific region, which provides policymakers with options to better work with the private sector in advancing circularity. I'm delighted to note that innovative and solution-focused initiatives will be presented at this forum. Distinguished delegates, I trust your deliberations will aim to realize the Jaipur 3R and Circular Economy Declaration for 2025-2035 in Asia and the Pacific. During the forum, I'm confident that your focus will be on developing a policy framework to catalyze transformational changes in resource efficiency, promote new financing models, and enable zero-waste societies in the region. ESCAP stands ready to work with governments, the private sector, and stakeholders to strengthen cooperation in advancing circular economy approaches. I look forward to the outcomes of the forum and wish you all every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my great privilege to invite Honorable Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma ji, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, to kindly deliver the special address. The English version of Honorable Minister's speech has been circulated to all the international delegates.
सभी को नमस्कार। आज ये 12वां क्षेत्रीय 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम के समारोह में माननीय आवास एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्री भारत सरकार मनोहर लाल जी खट्टर साहब, माननीय मंत्री सोलोमन द्वीप समूह श्री ट्रेवल हेडली मने भागा जी, आदरणीय मंत्री तुवालू श्री मायना बकाफुआ तालिया, माननीय उपमंत्री जलवायु परिवर्तन मालदीव श्री अहमद निजाम जी, माननीय मंत्री शहरी विकास आवास मध्य प्रदेश सरकार माननीय कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, माननीय मंत्री शहरी विकास उत्तराखंड सरकार प्रेमचंद अग्रवाल जी, माननीय शहरी स्थानीय निकाय मंत्री हरियाणा सरकार विपुल गोयल जी, माननीय मंत्री शहरी विकास राजस्थान सरकार श्री जावर सिंह जी खर्रा साहब, सचिव एचयू आवास एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री निवास कटी की थाला जी, सम्मानित सभी अतिथिगण, विशेषज्ञगण, इस एशिया प्रांत क्षेत्र के लिए 12वें क्षेत्रीय 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम के इस विशिष्ट मंच पर आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करता हूं, आप सभी का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। विशेष रूप से माननीय आदरणीय मनोहर लाल जी खट्टर जी का मैं राजस्थान की धरती पर स्वागत करता हूं और इस आयोजन के लिए उन्होंने जयपुर को चुना, इसके लिए उनका आभार व्यक्त भी करता हूं। क्यों इस तरह के कार्यक्रम आयोजित होते हैं, आयोजन होने से उस प्रदेश के अंदर उत्साह और ऊर्जा का संचार होता है। यह मंच पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए सर्कुलर सोसाइटी की दिशा में ठोस कदम उठा रहा है। वे न केवल राजस्थान या भारत के लिए बल्कि पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। वर्तमान समय में हमारी पृथ्वी के सामने सबसे बड़ी चुनौती जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्रदूषण और संसाधनों की कमी है। इन समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए हमें एक नवीन दृष्टिकोण अपनाने की आवश्यकता है। इस दृष्टिकोण को ध्यान में रखते हुए 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम की स्थापना की गई है। 3R का अर्थ रिड्यूस, रीयूज और रिसाइकिल, ये तीनों शब्द हमारे दैनिक जीवन में संसाधनों का संरक्षण और पुनर्चक्रण के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम के उद्देश्य भी यही हैं, संसाधनों का संरक्षण एवं पुनर्चक्रण करना, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण को कम करना, संसाधनों की कमी को रोकना और आर्थिक विकास को बढ़ावा देना। संसाधनों के कुशल पुनः उपयोग हेतु सतत विकास के जिन लक्ष्यों के साथ आप काम कर रहे हैं वे मौजूदा समय की महती ज़रूरतें भी हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कि पिछले 50 वर्षों में प्राकृतिक संसाधनों को दोहन अभूतपूर्व रूप से बढ़ा है। उनका दोहन बहुत बड़ा है। 1970 के बाद संसाधनों का उपयोग लगभग 400% बढ़ गया है और अनुमान है कि अब तक ये 106 बिलियन टन के आंकड़े को भी पार कर चुका होगा। इसमें भी बढ़कर चिंता की बात यह है कि इनमें से 90% से अधिक संसाधन बर्बाद हो जाते हैं और केवल 8.6% ही वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में वापस आ पाते हैं। यह स्थिति धरती को संकट में डाल रही है और जलवायु परिवर्तन, जैव विविधता की हानि एवं प्रदूषण जैसी समस्याएं गहराती जा रही हैं। एशिया प्रशांत क्षेत्र दुनिया का सबसे अधिक आबादी वाला क्षेत्र है। पूरी दुनिया में जितना विकास हो रहा है उसका 2/3 यहीं हो रहा है। लेकिन इस तेज आर्थिक प्रगति ने हमारे जंगलों को कम कर दिया, जल संसाधनों को कम कर दिया, जैव विविधता को खतरे में डाल दिया। इन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की अत्यंत प्रभावी तरीका है, क्योंकि आज के समय में आप देख रहे हैं औद्योगिकरण के कारण या हमारी आवश्यकता के कारण हमारे घटते हुए जंगल, घटते हुए हमारे पहाड़, सिकुड़ती हुई हमारी नदियां, ये हमारे वायुमंडल पर बहुत प्रभाव डाल रही हैं। हमने इसके संरक्षण के लिए निश्चित रूप से काम करना है। हमारी संस्कृति में हम पहाड़ों को भी पूजते हैं, हम नदियों को भी पूजते हैं, हम वृक्षों को भी पूजते हैं और इसीलिए हमने इन सभी में देवता का वास भी मानते हैं और उसके आधार पर हमारी संस्कृति में इन सबका संरक्षण करना बहुत आवश्यक होता है। अगर हम उनका संरक्षण करते रहेंगे तो हमारा वायुमंडल शुद्ध होगा, अच्छा होगा और हमें इसकी चिंता भी करनी चाहिए। मैं इसीलिए कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर हम देखेंगे हमारे पुराणों में, हमारे वेदों में, तो इनको हमने जो संज्ञा दी है एक देवता के रूप में संज्ञा दी है, क्योंकि नदियां हमें पानी देती हैं, जंगल हमें फल भी देते हैं, हमारे वायु को शुद्ध होती है हमारा। और हम ये देखें कि पहाड़ों से, नदियों से और वृक्षों से हमें बहुत कुछ मिलता है। हमारा वायुमंडल शुद्ध रहता है और उस वायुमंडल के शुद्ध रहने से व्यक्ति भी स्वस्थ रहता है। इन सारी बातों को देखते हुए हमें उनके जो आधार है उन आधार स्तंभों को मानते हुए एक ऐसी व्यवस्था जहां अपशिष्ट की रिसाइकिल और रीयूज किया जाता है, जिससे ऊर्जा की खपत घटती है और नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को बढ़ावा भी मिलता है। हमें उनको कम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन उनका उपाय जरूर आवश्यक है। अगर हम उनका उपाय करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा वायुमंडल शुद्ध भी होगा। भारत सरकार ने इस दिशा में कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के तहत भारत ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन और स्वच्छता अभियान चलाया है। इसके साथ ही नगर पालिका ठोस अपशिष्ट, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कचरा, सौर पैनल, कृषि अपशिष्ट जैसे 11 प्रमुख क्षेत्रों में केंद्रित सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की रोड मैप तैयार किया गया है। राजस्थान सरकार ने भी इस क्षेत्र में काम किया है। राजस्थान सरकार इस मिशन में अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रही है। यहाँ पर्यावरण प्रबंधन केंद्र की स्थापना की गई है ताकि कचरा प्रबंधन और रिसाइकलिंग को ज़्यादा प्रभावी तरीके से किया जा सके। राज्य में ट्रीटेड वाटर के उपयोग के लिए नई नीति तैयार की जा रही है। मुख्यमंत्री सद्भावना केंद्रों के जरिए नागरिकों को अनुपयोगी वस्तुओं के दान और पुनः उपयोग की सुविधा दी जा रही है। हमने राजस्थान में कचरा प्रसंस्करण की क्षमता को 21 लाख मैट्रिक टन से बढ़ाकर इसके दुगने से भी ज़्यादा यानी करीब 45 लाख मैट्रिक टन करने का लक्ष्य रखा है। वेस्ट टू एनर्जी योजनाओं के तहत कंपोस्ट, आरडीएफ और जैविक उर्वरक उत्पादन पर जोर दिया जा रहा है। शहरी क्षेत्रों में एमआरएफ प्लांट्स के जरिए प्लास्टिक और रिसाइकिल योग्य सामग्री को अलग किया जा रहा है और एक समेकित व्यवस्था के तहत ई वेस्ट, बैटरी वेस्ट और खतरनाक कचरे का निस्तारण किया जा रहा है। पुरानी लैंडफिल साइट से 88 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर कचरे का निष्पादन कर 326 एकड़ भूमि को पुनः उपयोग के लिए मुक्त किया गया है। राजस्थान ने ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी और सतत विकास में भी पहल की है। आपको ये जानकर खुशी होगी कि राजस्थान पहला राज्य है जिसने ग्रीन बजट पेश किया है और उसमें 27,854 करोड़ रुपए ग्रीन परियोजना के लिए निर्धारित किए गए हैं। 250 करोड़ रुपए के निवेश के साथ सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पार्क और स्वच्छ एवं हरित तकनीकी विकास केंद्र स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं। हम सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी इंसेंटिव स्कीम लेकर आएंगे जो हमारी एमएसएमई और स्टार्टअप को 2 करोड़ रुपए तक की सहायता देगी। इसके साथ ही राजस्थान व्हीकल स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी पुराने वाहनों के निष्पादन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथ ही हम अन्य शून्य अपशिष्ट समाज का सपना साकार करने के लिए सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की अलायंस नेटवर्क की स्थापना के जरिए सरकार, निजी क्षेत्र और शिक्षण संस्थाओं के बीच सहयोग को बढ़ावा देगी। मुझे खुशी है कि यहाँ संसाधन दक्षता, सतत शहर, जलवायु परिवर्तन से निपटने में सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की भूमिका, प्लास्टिक प्रदूषण को कम करने जैसे मुद्दों पर बात की जा रही है। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी हमारे वर्तमान और भविष्य की जरूरतें हैं। पर्यावरण को बचाने के साथ साथ आर्थिक स्थिरता और सामाजिक विकास का आधार भी बनेगी। मैं इस फोरम के सह आयोजक भारत सरकार, जापान सरकार, UN, ESCAP, UNCRD का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरा सभी प्रतिभागियों से आग्रह है कि इस मंच पर जो चर्चाएं हुई हैं उन पर ठोस कार्य योजना तैयार करने के लिए काम करें। हमारा ये राजस्थान, हम पानी की समस्या को अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं। पानी का किस तरह से हम उपयोग करना चाहिए, पानी का संग्रहण किस तरह से होना चाहिए, वनों को किस तरह से रखना चाहिए, नदियों को स्वच्छ किस तरह से रख सकते हैं, इन सारे विषयों पर भी चर्चा होगी तो निश्चित रूप से सार्थक कार्य के लिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम सबका लक्ष्य स्पष्ट है, संसाधनों का कुशलतम उपयोग हो और कचरा कम हो ताकि राजस्थान और एशिया प्रांत क्षेत्र सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में अग्रणी बन सके। और आप सभी जिस मन और भाव से ये कार्यक्रम हमारा हो रहा है और ये राजस्थान के जयपुर में हो रहा है, तो निश्चित रूप से आप सभी का स्वागत करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। पुनः मनोहर लाल जी खट्टर साहब को मैं पुनः धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने राजस्थान और जयपुर चुना, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी इसमें उपस्थित हुए, आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। निश्चित रूप से ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा और इस क्षेत्र में हम सब आगे बढ़ेंगे, इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ पुनः आप सभी को धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय राजस्थान।
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan. It is my great privilege to invite Honorable Shri Manohar Lal Ji, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to please deliver the special address.
Respected Shri Bhajanlal Sharma ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Trevor Headley Mane Mahaga, Honorable Minister of Solomon Islands, Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji, Honorable Minister of Urban Development of Housing, Government Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Maina Wakafua Talia, Honorable Minister of Tuvalu, Shri Premchand Agrawal, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of Uttarakhand, Shri Vipul Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Urban Local Bodies, Government of Haryana, Mr. Ahmad Nizam, Honorable Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Maldives, Shri Jabbar Singh Khara, Honorable Minister of Urban Development and Housing, Government of Rajasthan, Mr. Srinivas Kartiki Thala, Secretary Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, distinguished ministers and representatives of Asia Pacific member countries and UN officials, honorable ministers and mayors, senior officers of Government of India, senior officials of state governments and city governments, development partners, academia, businesses and tech partners, members of the press, all of you who have joined us virtually today, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. Konnichiwa, Salamat, Talutha, Halo Olaka Keta, Zin Chao, Abu Bawan, Chom Rip Sir, good morning, Namaste. आप सभी का इस प्रतिष्ठित सभा में स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत ही हर्ष और प्रसन्नता का अनुभव हो रहा है। ये देखकर भी और प्रसन्नता है कि यहाँ देश भर के सभी राज्य, सभी प्रमुख शहर, केंद्र शासित प्रदेश इस अवसर के सब भागीदार बने हैं और एक सशक्त और एकीकृत भारत की भावना ये दर्शाती है। मित्रों, भारत के लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है कि 12th रीजनल 3R एंड सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम इन एशिया एंड द पैसिफिक यहाँ जयपुर में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। 7 वर्ष पहले इंदौर में 8th फोरम की सफल मेजबानी के बाद एक बार फिर भारत वैश्विक नेताओं को एक साथ लाकर 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के एजेंडे को आगे बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका ये निभा रहा है। सब देशों में भारतवर्ष को ही ये अवसर मिला है कि हम दूसरी बार इस बैठक का आयोजन कर रहे हैं। मित्रों, ये महत्वपूर्ण बैठक के लिए जयपुर राजस्थान इससे बेहतर स्थान और कोई हो नहीं सकता था, क्योंकि ये राज्य अपनी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत और सस्टेनेबिलिटी और रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी की परंपराओं के लिए ये जाना जाता है। हमें जो 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के सिद्धांतों को पूरी तरह लागू करने के लिए यहाँ प्रेरणा मिलती है। यहाँ स्टेप वेल्स यानी जिनको हम बावड़ियाँ कहते हैं, और यहाँ जोहड़ यानी स्मॉल पॉन्ड्स, रिसाइकल सामग्री से बनी हस्तकला, जयपुर की रिड्यूस, रीयूज एंड रिसाइकल, इसकी ऐतिहासिक परंपरा हमको ये पाठ बताती है, सिखाती है कि आज के फोरम की कितनी बड़ी सार्थकता है। मैं राजस्थान के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री को इस आयोजन के लिए, सहयोग के लिए बहुत हार्दिक धन्यवाद करता हूं। जब से आपने 1-1.25 साल पहले प्रदेश के नाते बागडोर संभाली है, तब से एक दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व क्षमता ने राजस्थान को एक हाई ग्रोथ डेवलपमेंट पाथ पर अग्रसर किया है, जिसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी एक प्रमुख भाग है। मित्रों, 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी आज केवल एक एनवायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं, बल्कि अब तो ये सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक जरूरत भी ये हो गई है। एक प्रकार से 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का कंसेप्ट हमारे लिए कोई नया विषय नहीं है। हम जानते हैं कि हमारी पारंपरिक जीवन शैली वो इस प्रकार से थी, उसको जानकर पता लगता है कि स्वभाव से ही 3R प्रिंसिपल को हम पूर्व में अपनाते थे, जहां मिनिमल वेस्ट, रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी और सस्टेनेबल लिविंग को प्राथमिकता दी जाती थी। जैसा हम देखते हैं कि आज भी जो प्रदर्शनी लगी है, नए नए प्रयोग जो हुए हैं, उसके अंदर वेस्ट मटेरियल में से कैसे कपड़ा बनाया जा सकता है, और कपड़ा जब पुराना हो जाए तो हमारे यहाँ घरों में प्रचलन था कि उस कपड़े से ही हमारे घर में दरी बना ली जाती थी, और दरी हमारे सोने के काम में ये आती थी। रद्दी जो है यानी कागज, वेस्ट मटेरियल में से हम कागज बनाते हैं, लेकिन कुछ समय था ये कागज जब रद्दी हो जाता था तो उसको भी मिट्टी में मिला करके और एक मटेरियल बनाकर उससे बर्तन बना लिए जाते थे, उससे खिलौने बना लिए जाते थे। ये हमारी परंपराएं रही हैं। हमारे यहाँ यानी पुरानी गाड़ियाँ, उनके जो इंजन होते हैं, उस इंजन का भी जब पुरानी गाड़ी चलने लायक नहीं रहती तो उसको छोटा मोटा एक साधन लगा करके, जिसको जुगाड़ कहते हैं, जुगाड़ की एक बैलगाड़ी की जगह जुगाड़ से ही हमारा काम चलता था, सवारियां भी ढोते थे। तो ऐसे ये सारे काम हमारी परंपराओं में पहले से बने हुए हैं। रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, बरसात में जब पानी की कमी होती थी तो उस पानी को इकट्ठा करके उसमें फिटकरी डाल देना, अन्य मटेरियल डालकर उसको साफ किया जाता था, पीने के पानी के भी उपयोग में आ जाता था। उस समय प्रोसेसिंग के बड़े प्लांट ऐसे नहीं होते थे। इसी प्रकार से कंपोस्टिंग, ये भी हमारा ग्रामीण अंचल का बहुत बड़ा एक काम, जिसमें वेस्ट है अथवा ऐसी चीज़ें जिनको यानी जिनको खड्डे में दबा करके और हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए खाद ये तैयार करना, गोबर आदि मिला करके, तो एक अच्छा खाद बनाना एक किसान की एक परंपरागत एक विधि थी, इसको हम करते थे। मेटल रीप्रपोजिंग, जो पुराना लोहा इसको गला करके ढाल करके नई चीज़ें बनाने का हमारे यहाँ लोहार जो है ये सामान्यतः काम पहले करता था। तो आज भी उन चीज़ों को सबको जब हम देखते हैं, जो टूरिस्ट चंडीगढ़ जाते होंगे उन्होंने वहाँ देखा होगा एक रॉक गार्डन, यानी टूरिस्ट का कितना मनपसंद स्थान है कि पुराने छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को लेकर के किस प्रकार नई नई चीज़ें बनाई और वो एक टूरिस्ट का एक गंतव्य ये बना है। इस जैसी सभी जो पारंपरिक प्रथाएं ये सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के बहुत ही खूबसूरत उदाहरण हैं। मित्रों, औद्योगिकरण और उपभोक्तावाद के प्रभाव में आज समाज में, क्योंकि हमारी आबादी जितनी बढ़ रही है उस हिसाब से मास प्रोडक्शन ये भी हमारी आवश्यकता है, और उस मास प्रोडक्शन के कारण से, और दूसरा उसमें जैसे डिस्पोजेबल कल्चर ये बन गया है, यूज एंड थ्रो, चाहे वो प्लास्टिक का मटेरियल है अथवा थर्मोकोल आदि की चीज़ें, इसके कारण से बहुत वेस्ट इकट्ठा होता है। और कई जगह जिसको कहते हैं कि प्लैंड ऑब्सोलिसेंस, यानी टेक्नोलॉजी के बदलते हुए कारण से, बड़े बड़े कंप्यूटर पहले होते थे, टेक्नोलॉजी बदली, वो सब कंप्यूटर अब लोग बेकार समझते हैं। फैशन बदल गया, कपड़े ये बहुत वेस्ट हो जाते हैं। इसी प्रकार वाहनों का एक पुराने होने के बाद वो भी सब खराब हो जाते हैं। तो ये जो वेस्ट है, इस वेस्ट का जो भंडार बढ़ता जा रहा है, हमारे लिए इसकी रिसाइकलिंग करना, इसको रीयूज करना, ये समय की आवश्यकता हो गई है। अब समय आ गया है कि अपनी जो पारंपरिक प्रथाएं हैं उन प्रथाओं में मॉडर्न इनोवेशन, आज नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, इसके माध्यम से हम इनोवेशन करके और पुनर्जीवित करें, और कॉन्शियस कंजम्पशन, एफिशिएंट रिसाइकलिंग सिस्टम एंड एनवायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इसको बढ़ावा दें ताकि हमारा रहन सहन ये सुखी हो जाए। इससे पर्यावरण भी सुधरेगा। हमारे पर्यावरण की जो दुर्दशा हम देखते हैं कोविड के दिनों में हमने महसूस की कि उसके कारण से ऑक्सीजन की कमी पाई गई, और उस ऑक्सीजन की कमी को पूरा करने के लिए कितने ही हमने प्रयत्न किए। हमने अपनी इंडस्ट्री में लगने वाली ऑक्सीजन, उसको भी हेल्थ के लिए, मनुष्य कंजम्पशन के लिए उसको हमने उपयोग किया, और नई नई विधियां ऑक्सीजन की हमने निकाली। तब जाकर के ये एक मानवता के प्रति जो संकट खड़ा हुआ था उसको ठीक किया। मैं हरियाणा सरकार में उस समय मुख्यमंत्री था, तो ऑक्सीजन के प्रति कितनी चेतना थी। ऐसे पौधे, ऐसे पेड़ जो ऑक्सीजन को ज़्यादा छोड़ते हैं, उसके प्रति एक सम्मान दिखाते हुए वहाँ एक योजना चलाई। कहते हैं पीपल, पेड़, और जो बड़े ऐसे लंबी आयु तक चलने वाले जो वृक्ष हैं, प्लांट्स हैं, वो ऑक्सीजन ज़्यादा छोड़ते हैं। उनके प्रति सम्मान दिखाने के लिए हमारे यहाँ वृद्धावस्था पेंशन बुजुर्गों को मिलती है, लेकिन वहाँ तय किया कि जो पेड़ 75 साल का हो जाए और अभी जीवित है उसकी भी पेंशन बांध दो। तो हमने पेंशन बांधी उनकी, यानी जो हमारा जो ऑक्सीजन के ऐसे प्राणवायु देवता, इस नाते से हमने उनको माना कि प्राणवायु देवता, इसको जीवित रखना है। तो ऐसे हर काम को एक सतर्कता से अगर हम आगे करेंगे तब जाकर के ये सब सिस्टम हमारे खड़े होंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं इसमें बहुत चिंतित हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा इस बात का समर्थन किया है कि सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को अपनाकर ही भारत को या किसी भी देश को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर अग्रसर किया जा सकता है। जब COP26 2021 में ग्लासगो यानी स्कॉटलैंड में आयोजित हुआ था, उस समय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पंचामृत गोल ये प्रस्तुत किए, और जिसमें 2070 तक नेट जीरो एमिशन, यानी एक बहुत बड़ा एक टारगेट जो है ये हमने पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में भी एक हमने स्वीकार किया था, और उस ओर बढ़ने के लिए लगातार हम अपने प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं। साथ ही मिशन लाइफ, जिसका उद्देश्य सस्टेनेबल कंजम्पशन को बढ़ावा देना, वेस्ट को कम करना और इंडिविजुअल एवं कम्युनिटी लेवल पर एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली प्रैक्टिसेस, इसके माध्यम से एक इको कॉन्शियस लाइफस्टाइल को प्रोत्साहित करना था। इसको एक ग्लोबल मूवमेंट बनाने की घोषणा की प्रधानमंत्री जी ने। भारत सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को राष्ट्रीय नीतियों में एकीकृत करने में अग्रणी भूमिका अपनी निभा रहा है। केंद्र सरकार ने 11 की सेक्टर्स की पहचान की है, जैसा हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बताया, जिसमें म्यूनिसिपल सॉलिड और लिक्विड वेस्ट, स्क्रैप मेटल, ई वेस्ट और लिथियम आयन बैटरीज आदि इस प्रकार के उसमें सेक्टर्स को शामिल किया है, ताकि संसाधनों का अधिकतम उपयोग किया जा सके और उद्योगों में वेस्ट प्रोडक्शन को न्यूनतम किया जा सके। मित्रों, इसी कड़ी में भारत ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन को 2 अक्टूबर 2014 प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू किया था और उस समय जब पहला प्रोग्राम उन्होंने रखा ODF का, देश के 15 अगस्त के लाल किला के भाषण में प्रधानमंत्री ने जब इसकी घोषणा की, उस समय लोग बहुत हैरान थे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कौन सा विषय पकड़ लिया, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के लेवल का थोड़ा ही है। लेकिन वही विषय आज देश और दुनिया के लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण बना है। आज 10 करोड़ नए शौचालय गांव-गांव को सबको ODF करना, ये बहुत बड़ा एक ऐसा अचीवमेंट आज हमारा है जिसको हम गर्व से लोगों के सामने रख सकते हैं। तो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के 10वीं इस एनिवर्सरी पर एक नए दशक की हम लोगों ने शुरुआत की है, जो बायो CNG, प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, RDF और लीगेसी वेस्ट रिमेडिएशन इस पर केंद्रित है। तो मित्रों, इसके अलावा अमृत 2.0, अटल मिशन फॉर रिजुवेनेशन एंड अर्बन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, वाटर सर्कुलरिटी, इसको बढ़ावा दे रहा है, जिसमें वेस्ट वाटर रिसाइकलिंग, वाटर बॉडी रिजुवेनेशन और कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट्स ये शामिल हैं। क्योंकि पानी भी अपने आप में जीवन, यानी एक प्रकार का कल, यानी हमारे जीवन का जल है, वही कल है। जल आगे चल करके इतना एक महत्वपूर्ण एक ध्यान में आने वाली चीज है। कुछ लोग तो यहाँ तक भी शंका कर रहे हैं कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जल की कमी के कारण से कभी तीसरा विश्व युद्ध होगा तो जल के ऊपर होगा, यानी इतनी बड़ी चेतावनी ये दी जा रही है। तो जल का, इसकी शुद्धता, इसको बनाए रखना, इसकी प्रोसेसिंग और फिर रीयूज, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा अपने लिए अब ये बना है। ये बताते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक मुख्य आउटकम, आखिर हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं तो इसका कोई ना कोई एक पायदान ये बनना चाहिए जिसको हम देश और दुनिया को उसके नाम से जानेंगे। तो एक प्रमुख आउटकम इसका जयपुर डिक्लेरेशन 2025-2034, एक डिक्लेरेशन करके हम यहाँ से सब जाएं, ताकि रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी, लो कार्बन इकोनॉमी और सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर, इसके लिए एक नॉन पॉलिटिकल और नॉन बाइंडिंग कमिटमेंट होगा। कमिटमेंट हम स्वीकार करेंगे, बाइंडिंग नहीं है, लेकिन दुनिया के लिए, हमारे देश के लिए, मानवता के लिए इन चीज़ों का पूरा करना, जो जो चीज़ें आवश्यक हैं उसको समाहित करके और एक डिक्लेरेशन यहाँ हमको करनी चाहिए। ये घोषणा अभी तक की जो मॉडल है, जिसको यूज एंड थ्रो मॉडल कह सकते हैं या टेक मेक डिस्पोज ये मॉडल कह सकते हैं, इससे सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की ओर ट्रांजिशन में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम इस डिक्लेरेशन के माध्यम से साबित होना चाहिए, ताकि हम उनकी जो समस्याएं आज हैं उनकी ओर अपना ध्यान कर सकें। मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों को इंडिया पैवेलियन में भी आमंत्रित करता हूं, जहां भारत की 3R सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की उपलब्धियों को प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। तो इस प्रकार से आप सबको बताते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि इस फोरम में 120 से भी ज़्यादा ये स्पीकर्स अपने विचार साझा करेंगे। 3 दिन हम यहाँ रहेंगे, तो 3 दिन में देश और दुनिया के अलग अलग पहलुओं पर चर्चा होगी, जो सिटी टू सिटी और यूनिवर्सिटी कोलैबोरेशंस इसको बढ़ावा देगा। आखिर तो सब एक दूसरे का सहयोग करके बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस उन पर हम एक दूसरे देश को बता करके लागू करेंगे, तो परिणाम बहुत सुखद होंगे, जल्दी निकलेंगे। ये भी हमारे लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। आज इस भव्य मंच से भारत एक ग्लोबल अलायंस का प्रस्ताव करता है, जो सिटीज, एकेडमिया और टेक इनोवेटर्स को जोड़कर सर्कुलरिटी एक्सेलरेशन को गति देगा। मैं सभी को इस पहल पर चर्चा और सहयोग के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं, जिससे पार्टनरशिप्स मजबूत होंगी और इम्पैक्टफुल सॉल्यूशन ये सामने आएंगे। हाल ही में भारत ने G20 समिट की मेजबानी की, जिसका विषय था वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, अर्थात वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। इस विचारधारा से प्रेरित होकर हमें शेयर्ड विजन और कमिटमेंट के साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा, ताकि हम क्लीनर, ग्रीनर और मोर एक्सेसिबल फ्यूचर इसका निर्माण कर सकें। मित्रों, कार्य करने का अब समय आ चुका है। इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया और पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इनके सहयोग से यह मंच एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन में रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी और लो कार्बन इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए और कैटलिस्ट बन करके उभरेगा। अपने संबोधन के अंत में मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी इस सम्मेलन के सफल आयोजन के लिए एक संदेश साझा किया है। वो संदेश की प्रति आपको अपने अपने स्थानों पर ये मिलेगी, जरूर उस पर ध्यान करना चाहिए। ये संदेश 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की अवधारणा के प्रति उनकी प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता है। साथ ही इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा के लिए हमारे देश द्वारा इस प्लेटफॉर्म को दी जाने वाली महत्ता को भी रेखांकित करता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, उनके विजन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं एक नए प्लेटफॉर्म का प्रस्ताव रखता हूं, और वह है सिटीज कोलिशन फॉर सर्कुलरिटी, अर्थात C3। अभी हम 3R पर काम कर रहे हैं, अब हम C3 पर काम करेंगे, जिसका नाम सिटीज कोलिशन फॉर सर्कुलरिटी अर्थात 3C होगा, जो नॉलेज, टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टाइज और बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को साझा करने के लिए एक मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर, मल्टी नेशनल अलायंस है। आपसे अपील करता हूं कि इसे अवश्य प्रचलित करें। यह जयपुर डिक्लेरेशन की भावना के अनुरूप होगा। मैं सदस्य राष्ट्रों से आग्रह करता हूं कि वे इन 3 दिनों के दौरान चर्चा करें कि हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म को किस प्रकार बेहतर तरीके से डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, ताकि हमारे सिटीज और अन्य स्टेक होल्डर्स को इसका लाभ मिल सके। भारत सिटीज कोलिशन फॉर सर्कुलरिटी अर्थात C3 को एक प्रमुख डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में प्रस्तुत करेगा, जो सिटी टू सिटी कोलैबोरेशन, टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, साझेदारियों, निजी क्षेत्र के संयुक्त उपक्रमों और इस तरह की पहलों को बढ़ावा देगा। ये प्रस्तावित किया जाता है कि इच्छुक स्वैच्छिक सदस्य राष्ट्रों को एक वर्किंग ग्रुप गठित किया जाए, जो गठबंधन की एक सदस्य राष्ट्र का वर्किंग ग्रुप गठित किया जाए, जो गठबंधन की आर्किटेक्चर और वर्किंग प्रिंसिपल को अंतिम रूप और ये देगा। आइए हम 3R प्रिंसिपल्स की शक्ति का उपयोग करें और एक दिन विश्व बनाए, एक ऐसा विश्व बनाए जहां सस्टेनेबिलिटी सिर्फ एक लक्ष्य ना हो, बल्कि जीवन जीने का तरीका बन जाए। आरिगातो तेरिमा कशी फकत फतेही तागिया तुमास कामवान इतुलसी और कुन। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Shri Manohar Lal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan will now proceed for a joint press brief. The program will continue and the other ministers may continue on stage. As the honorable ministers have gone for the joint press briefing, we will continue with the program. I now invite Mr. CRC Mohanty, Environment Program Coordinator, UNCRD and UNDESA on the stage.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, I am privileged to moderate this 1 hour session, the very first plenary session 1 of the forum, which is in fact chaired by Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Sri Manohar Lal, who just left the dais for the press briefing. We listened to very valuable remarks during the inauguration session. One key message that emerged is that we need to sustain our economy and also we need to sustain our ecosystem. We need to minimize waste, minimize pollution while we face the triple planetary crisis: climate change, pollution, loss of nature and biodiversity, and what pivotal role the circular economy can play. Our Honorable Minister, Mr. Manohar Lal, he was speaking about how circularity was an integral part of the Indian life, how the old clothes were used, how the old metals, the papers were being used, and how the circular economy was ingrained in the Indian society. So with this one, I think in the best interest of the time, Honorable Minister will join and we can actually start this very plenary session 1 with a keynote address by Professor Shinichi Sakai, who is actually the Emeritus Professor of Kyoto University and also now the head of the Advanced Science, Technology and Management Research Institute of Kyoto, Japan, ASTEM. So he will be speaking about advancing circular society in Asia Pacific, key to achieve SDGs and carbon neutrality. Professor Shinichi Sakai, we are very privileged to have you. The floor is yours. Yes, please. Can I request the Secretariat to open his presentation on the screen? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mohanty. I'm Shinichi Sakai from the Kyoto University and the Advanced Institute of Kyoto. Today, and it is my great pleasure and great honor to be here for the purpose of the 3R and the Circular Economy Forum as a keynote speech. And as Mr. Mohanty mentioned, my title today is Advancing Circular Society, Asia and Pacific. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, today, my target of this plenary lecture is first one is a message for the sustainable material circulation and the good balance of waste management. And both target and should be done in the near future. And also I'd like to scope on the one concept of the as already mentioned, the 3R concept is essential, and the 3R plus and 3R plus renewable and recovery is also very good, very important as a target for the purpose of mainly some plastic materials or some decarbonization strategies. And first, I'd like to start on the example of the some waste management with reverse hierarchy that opposite to the 3R concept in that. Okay, the food loss issue and the plastic material pollution issue, and also some global climate change issue. Okay, is the first slide, and this is some photo from the our food loss survey cooperated with the Kyoto City government. And, you can see the food loss in the 5 years ago. Former Professor Takatsuki and the Kyoto City government started such a waste composition survey from 1980, approximately 40 years ago. And they try to separate of the original municipal solid waste, and they categorize of the approximately 300 of categories. And you can see of this photo is some mainly food loss in there. And food waste is at the moment in the still is 40% of the municipal solid waste in there. And also some food loss that could be avoided amount to be some 39% in there. Untouched edible food is 70%, and also some leftover food in there, 22% in there. Still, this is a food loss issue, and one of the some main target of the some circular economies. Okay, this is some slides on the, if we will try to the food waste management for the direct landfill, or the some anaerobic digestion and methane recovery, and if life cycle, greenhouse gas emissions, and as a scenario analysis of life cycle assessment method technique in there. As you can see, of the some big amount of greenhouse gas from a landfill scenario, mainly some methane emissions of and also some this if we will apply to the anaerobic digestion with the methane formation, and after that some recovery of the some electricity in the almost just a balance of greenhouse and effect gas and like this in the. Therefore, the some food waste management is essential. Okay, next target is some plastic pollution. As you can see, of the all over the world, and the plastic pollution has been discussed. And almost 5 years ago, and Japan government set up over the some several milestones of the targets and reduction of the some accumulated volume of the plastics and by 25% of a reduction, and also reuse, recycle target, and also some biomass plastics and target, and we have 2 million tons of the biomass plastic by 2030. Okay, the next target is some GHG emissions, and resource circulation can contribute to have a reduction that account to some 36% of the total GHG emissions. Big potential of the if material cycles and circular economies will have a greenhouse gas reduction and potential. Okay, and therefore we have several strategies and several priority area actions of, for example, the waste plastics or the waste oil, and also some organic waste management with some methane fermentation, and also some incineration gas of energy recovery, and with some CCUS, carbon capture and utilization. Okay, and if we have such a scenario, we can reduce of the some GHG emissions in the waste management sector like this on the until on the 2050, and this has been opened in the our society's journal of material cycle and waste management, like this in the. Okay, next in the, I would like to mention some and the concept on the some circular society and circular economies. First of all, is a little bit in the wide concept of the planetary boundaries. Almost 10 years ago, in the science of the academic paper has been opened, and some 9 environmental limits were the safe operating space in this of Earth systems. And especially the dimensions of some climate change and land use change and new chemicals are now in the high risk zones. Therefore, they are calling the planetary boundaries are so important. And recently, in the, with the same concept of the some safe and just Earth system boundaries, in 2000, last year, in the Nature of the journal, and so many of the some academic people on the globally, they try to the some same type of some modeling of and simulation of in 8 domains in the climate and the biosphere and the water cycles, nutrient cycles, and the aerosol. And they mentioned some such a boundary, and also they mentioned just transition is very, very important. They mentioned ensuring for fair transition for all. Yeah, these two concepts is anyway some globally of the global concept in the. Therefore, I would like to mention some 3R on the circular economy. As you know, the 3R concept and hierarchy priorities are given to reduce, reuse, and recycling. And this is some regarded as a basis for the regulation and policy discussions and voluntary, and this and the 3R and the Circular Economy Forum. Okay, one more important point is some renewable concept and should be integrated in the 3R and of the concept and that. Because some renewable resources as a basic principle is we should take care, and therefore the some 3R and renewable and recovery is a little bit wide concept and should be in the near future. Okay, in this of 3R plus concept in the Prime Minister Asao mentions of last year, we set up the new fundamental plan of establishing sound material cycle society, 5th fundamental plan. In this plan of the summer, we try to the summer compare the nation-based of material flow like this over. You can see of the some left one is the some just 2,000 of the nationwide material flow, and this is some 20 years ago. Yeah, just 2021 of the material cycles. Okay, if you compare of these two materials of the total on the macro input has been reduced like this on the approximately 60 or 70% in that. And also some final disposal amount is also some dramatically decreased like this. you can see over the some as an indicator. We adapted over the some resource productivity, GDP, divided by the direct material input. One of the key indicators. You can see over the this productivity has been increased like this in that. And also some final disposal amount has been decreased in like this in 2000, and approximately 60 million tons of the, as a total landfill amount. But 2020 is some 30 million tons. Therefore, the some approximately 80% of a reduction of the final disposal amount, final landfill amount. We have in more 1990, we have more than 10 million, 100 million tons of total final landfill amount. And therefore, if compare with these 30 years of change of the approximately more than 90% of a reduction of a landfill amount has been achieved. Okay, and last year we set up another indicator of some in this of material cycles and the circular economy. So, for example, the GHG emission from the sector related to the some transition of circular economy. And such a new index has been introduced as a governmental basis. And we will follow up of such an indicator. Okay, finally, one more important message that I would like to mention: the essential role of the some waste management system. Several examples of disaster waste management, and also the chemical control and waste management, and also some infectious waste of management, especially during the COVID of some infectious phases. Therefore, such a, okay, this photo is some stranded ship in the after the big earthquake in the 2011. This is approximately some 200 or 300 from the sea line. And this sea has been moved and put on the roof of the houses like this. The such a big damage of some after the some big earthquake and the tsunami, and we have so much of disaster waste. Okay, and this is a summary of some great East Japan earthquake and the tsunami, and approximately 13 years ago, and more than over 18,000 of people has been died, and also some more than 100,000 of houses has been destroyed. Okay. After that, we will have so much amount of disaster waste like this. This is a great East Japan earthquake case. It's 25 million tons. Okay, and if we have an estimate of in the near future, and more bigger of earthquake and tsunami will happen. In that case, is some more than 10 times of some earthquake waste will be attacked us. And also, one more important is some this after the big typhoon was some big flood damage that we will have almost every year. And in these cases, is some 2 million tons or some 1.6 million tons of has been occurred. Therefore, some internationally of the such a flood disaster will happen everywhere. And we will have some big amount of some disaster waste, and we will have. Therefore, some waste management for some disaster waste is still essential for our society. Okay, next one is some chemical issue. This is some POPs, the persistent organic pollutants, and decided by some UN conventions. For example, you can see over some PCB and legacy of some POPs, and also some another one is brominated flame detergent, polybrominated darkening ethers, or the other BFRs, and we should tackle. And also recently, we have some PFAS, perfluoroalkyl, or the polyfluoroalkyl substances. And this is an example of the some P4 of these chemicals should be tackled for the purpose of the some to keep of the some human health and also some our environment. Okay. And one example of this is the PCB contamination issue, and in the European crisis and Belgian crisis cases. In this case, it is a bird and chicken with a neurotoxicity symptom, and the sick eggshell has happened 25 years ago. And this is the original reason. Original reason is some contamination, PCB contamination of some cooking oil. Okay, in this case, is some material cycles and PCB contamination that should be controlled. Okay. Therefore, some concept of the same type of 3R concept and the 3Cs concept like this. Okay. Okay. The reason of the some material cycle society should be tackled because of climate change and the waste issue and the resource issues, and also chemical. Okay, this is the final one. Okay, next one, another target is a chemical substance control with PCB, asbestos, and mercury. Preservation of Earth system and living system should be tackled. We will be able to save us and living if we learn after two years. Okay, okay, and this is the history this year, and I hope to some new declaration of some Jaipur declaration, and just revise of the Hanoi 3R declaration, and also some. This is the first state of a 3R report, and this year is the second status report, and will be. Okay, a little bit long over some lecture, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sakai, for your very valuable remarks. Including the initiatives what Japan is taking with regard to achieving the net zero in waste and the material sector. We recognize the presence of His Excellency Sri Manohar Lal, Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. He has joined us as the chair of this plenary session. Before I give floor to Honorable Minister, I would like to just explain that we will have a number of addresses, the ministerial statement physically on the stage, and also at the same time we have a number of statements that will be delivered as a pre-recorded video statements, and also some of the statements I was told that it will be delivered online. So let us see how we will manage our time. We are still running short of time, so without making any delay, I would like to request our Honorable Minister, Mr. Sri Manohar Lal, to kindly deliver his statement.
Welcome to the session. Honorable Prime Minister envisions India as a world leader in adopting a circular economy, deeply rooted in our cultural tradition of preservation, recycling, and minimal waste generation. Our ancestors embraced a sustainable lifestyle by reusing and repurposing resources in agriculture, textiles, and daily life. Today, this inherent sustainability is being revived on a larger scale through initiatives like the Swachh Bharat Mission, emphasizing Swabhav Swachhata and Sanskar Swachhata, integrating cleanliness into our way of life. A truly unique example of this is the recently organized Swachh Mahakumbh 2025, where 1.5 lakh toilets, zero discharge sanitation planning, and 15,000 sanitation workers ensured an unprecedented and sustainable sanitation experience for millions of devotees. In this largest gathering in the world, large-scale waste management and recycling efforts set a new benchmark of cleanliness. Additionally, I would like to highlight some of India's other significant efforts. India aims to achieve 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy capacity by 2030, of which 220 gigawatt has already been achieved. This will ensure that 50% of India's energy capacity is non-fossil by 2030. The International Solar Alliance is a key initiative helping to reduce global carbon emissions. Second, LED adoption and Ujjwala scheme. The widespread adoption of LED lights in India has reduced carbon dioxide emissions by 38 million tons annually. Ujjwala scheme, one of the world's largest clean energy initiatives, has provided smoke-free kitchens to over 80 million families, promoting a cleaner and healthier lifestyle. Number 3, Swachh Bharat Mission. The mission has brought a revolution in sanitation and waste management, achieving ODF milestones and transforming waste management into a people's movement. It promotes waste segregation, recycling and resource recovery, waste to compost, waste to energy and material recovery facilities. Number 4, Gobardhan initiatives. A flagship initiative by the Government of India focusing on converting organic waste into biogas, compressed biogas, that is CBG, and bio-CNG. This will significantly promote the circular economy and sustainable development. Strengthening global collaboration. Friends, recognizing the need for best practices, exchange in policy and implementation, as well as technical and technological knowledge sharing, a multi-stakeholder platform can play a crucial role. It can empower cities and stakeholders to take concrete action towards circularity. India proposes a global initiative focused on sharing best practices among cities worldwide, encourage partnership between educational institutions and think tanks, and promoting technology collaboration in the private sector, opening new investment opportunities. Friends, the discussion at this forum will shape our commitment to the Jaipur Decadal Declaration. I urge all nations, UN organizations, regional bodies, and intergovernmental agencies to collaborate in implementing this vision. As the Secretariat of Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum, UNCRD will coordinate these efforts to integrate these objectives into national and local policies and projects. aligning with each country's priorities. I extend my gratitude to UNCRD, UNDESA, the Government of Japan, and all member countries for their continued commitment to this agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your valuable remarks. Also enlightening us with various initiatives the Government of India has undertaken, in particular the Swachh Bharat Mission, International Solar Alliance, and other initiatives. We are really enlightened with your remarks. And we'd also like to, please to reciprocate what you said with regard to the role of UNCRD, that we should understand. We take a note of it, and we will try to address it in every possible way. Thank you, sir. So before I call upon our next dignitary, I would like to request our delegate from Cambodia, Mr. Ms. Sofal, the Secretary of State of Cambodia, to kindly come to the stage, please. Yeah. So with this, kindly allow me to get into the next remarks. Sir, please take a seat here. I will call you. Yes, please take a seat on the stage here. I would like to now request His Excellency Trevor Headley, Honorable Minister of Solomon Islands, to deliver his brief statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Solomon Islands would like to express our deep appreciation to the government and people of India for their exceptional hospitality in hosting the 12th Regional Triara and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and Pacific in this beautiful city of Jaipur. I would also like to express our appreciation to the Secretariat and the organizers for the excellent arrangements. As a small island development state, Solomon Island, we are blessed with a significant portion of our world's ecosystem. Our people, our culture, and way of our life depends very much on the environment. However, we are at the front line of the biodiversity loss, climate change, and waste and pollution. This global triple crisis poses threats to our economy, livelihoods, and deprives our future generations of the right to a pristine environment. Hence, Solomon Islands welcomes the ability to participate in this Triara Circular Economy Forum and the discussion that we will have. Solomon Islands recognizes the agency to transition towards a circular economy, to safeguard our natural resources, enhance resilience, and ensure sustainable livelihoods for our people and the wider Pacific Island countries. We are committed to promoting the 3 R principles: reduce, reuse, and recycle, to be aligned with our national efforts to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Of further importance, Solomon Islands would like to emphasize that some of our major waste issues, such as the plastic pollution, marine debris, and mismanagement of waste, demands urgent global action and collective efforts to shift away from unsustainable extraction and consumption patterns towards a zero waste, resource efficient, and low carbon economy. Solomon Islands strongly believes that the new Triara and Circular Economy Declaration 2025 to 2034 presents the opportunity for regional and national cooperation, knowledge sharing, and investment in innovative waste management solutions. We are committed to strengthen policies, fostering public-private partnerships, and integrating circular economy strategies into our national development agenda. However, we call for enhanced international support, including financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building to implement these measures effectively. Honorable Chair, allow me to share 2 of the significant national efforts aimed to promote the circular economy and promoting the 3 R principles. The Solomon Islands have recently gazetted a legislation to ban 5 types of single-use plastics and is now working towards having in place a product stewardship legislation and container deposit scheme by the end of this year. These efforts were made possible through support from national government, regional institutions, development partners, and other stakeholders. As we move forward, let us work together to redefine progress, not by how much we extract, but how efficiently we use and regenerate our resources. Solomon Islands look forward to achieving the objectives of this 12th Regional Tri-Area and Circular Economy Forum in Asia Pacific, and remains dedicated to this transformative journey, ensuring a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future for our region and beyond. Thank you too much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, for outlining various issues the Solomon Island is facing, in particular the plastics issues, I would like to now invite His Excellency Mr. Kailash Vijay Varghya, Honorable Minister of Urban Development and Housing, Government of Madhya Pradesh.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे मुख्य अतिथि जो बहुत अनुभवी है, 10 साल तक हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री रहे और हरियाणा को चमकाया, और अब हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश के अर्बन बॉडीज़ को चमकाने की जवाबदारी दी है। ऐसे खट्टर जी का जरा तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करें। मंत्री सोलोमन आइलैंड, मेनावाकुला तालिया मंत्री टू ऑल, मेरे मित्र उत्तराखंड के मंत्री प्रेमचंद अग्रवाल जी, मेरे छोटे भाई विपुल गोयल जी हरियाणा से जो मंत्री है, मिस्टर अहमद निज़ाम, राजस्थान के जैसा नाम है जबर सिंह वैसे ही जबरदस्त मंत्री श्री जबर सिंह जी, कंबोडिया से हमारे साथ ज्वाइन हुए वहाँ के मिनिस्टर, सबके लिए ज़रा मंच के लिए एक बार तालियां बजा दीजिए। मैं माननीय खट्टर जी की बात को आगे बढ़ाना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान इस बात के लिए 3R उसके लिए सबसे बड़ा उपयुक्त है। यहाँ ये बताएंगे कि राजस्थान के कितने लोग हैं, जरा हाथ खड़ा करेंगे। सिर्फ राजस्थान के राजस्थानी काफ़ी लोग हैं, तो अब ये मैं घटना सुनाना बहुत ज़रूरी है मुझे। मैं 2000 में गंगानगर गया था। गंगानगर में उस वक्त बारिश होती थी 8 इंच 9 इंच। कोई गंगानगर का है यहाँ? मैं वहाँ गया, 2 दिन रहा। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा था खट्टर जी कि राजस्थान से सीखने लायक। वहाँ 8-9 इंच बारिश होती है, हर घर के तलघर में बरसात का पानी। किसी घर में गिलास नहीं है, वहाँ पीने के लिए पानी का लोटा देते हैं। छोटी थाली है ही नहीं, बड़ी थाली है, सब एक साथ एक थाली में खाते हैं। बर्तन पानी से नहीं धोते हैं, कंडे की राख से, और उसके बाद कपड़े से साफ करते हैं। नहाते हैं तो खटिया पे, और पानी जो इकट्ठा होता है उस पानी को रीयूज़ करते हैं। मकान है, उसमें बागवानी भी है। मतलब पानी का रीयूज़ कैसे करना, संरक्षण कैसे करना, और कम पानी में कैसे जीवन जीना। विश्व के अंदर कोई शहर है तो भारत में, और भारत के अंदर कोई प्रदेश है तो राजस्थान, और राजस्थान में कोई शहर है तो गंगानगर, जहाँ पर आकर आप देख सकते हैं कि कम पानी में भी जीवन कैसे जिया जाता है। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि दुनिया में ने तो बाद में सोचना प्रारंभ किया, पर भारत इसमें बहुत पहले से सोच रहा है। और भारत ने हमेशा प्रकृति को सम्मान दिया है, प्रकृति की रक्षा की है, प्रकृति को अपना परिवार माना है। और इसलिए मुझे कहने में गर्व है कि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री 2014 में जब से देश की बागडोर संभाली है उन्होंने, उसके पहले का भारत मैं 2003 में पहली बार विदेश यात्रा की मैंने, और वहाँ की साफ़ सफाई देखकर मेरे मन में ऐसा ख्याल होगा कि हमारा देश कभी ऐसा बन सकता है क्या। मैं सोचता था, वहाँ के एयरपोर्ट देखता था कि हमारे देश में ऐसा एयरपोर्ट बन सकता है क्या। पर मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है कि भारत में दुनिया के अच्छे एयरपोर्ट है और भारत में दुनिया के लेवल की साफ़ सफाई देखने को मिलती है। और भारत की ट्रेन में भी जब हम यात्रा करते हैं तो महसूस होता है कि 2010 के पहले की ट्रेन अलग थी, आज की ट्रेन अलग है। और अभी अभी जो महाकुंभ हुआ जिसमें 60-65 करोड़ लोगों ने स्नान किया, स्नान करने के बाद जो वहाँ की साफ़ सफाई देखी है, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और इस देश की स्व अनुशासित जनता को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने स्वयं में अनुशासन आया। 65 लाख लोग आकर निकल गए और शहर फिर से साफ। ये इस देश की विशेषता है, ये भारत के संस्कार है। 65 करोड़, लाख नहीं, लाख निकल गया मेरे मुंह से, 65 करोड़। मैं संस्कार की बात इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि हम बहुत सारे एकेडमिक सेशन चलाते हैं और बहुत अच्छी अच्छी रिसर्च करते हैं, पर यह बात जब तक संस्कार में नहीं आती तब तक सफल नहीं होता ये अभियान, क्योंकि ये जनता के द्वारा, जनता के लिए कार्यक्रम है। अगर यहाँ पे इंदौर के मेयर साहब बैठे हुए हैं, इंदौर लगातार फर्स्ट क्यों आता है? क्योंकि इंदौर की जनता में सफाई का संस्कार है। वहाँ अगर किसी बच्चे को आप चॉकलेट देंगे तो वो चॉकलेट खाएगा और रैपर के लिए पूछेगा वेयर इज़ डस्टबिन। किसी भी बच्चे को आप देख लीजिए इंदौर के, वो जयपुर आया हो, जयपुर में उसे चॉकलेट दीजिए, वो चॉकलेट जयपुर में भी खाएगा पर यहाँ पर भी पूछेगा वेयर इज़ डस्टबिन। ये संस्कार हैं। जब तक हम कोई भी काम जनता से संबंधित हो संस्कारों में नहीं डालेंगे तब तक उसे सफलता नहीं मिलती। और मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है कि मेरे शहर के अंदर वो संस्कार आ रहे हैं और मेरे देश के अंदर भी वो संस्कार आ रहे हैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के बाद। इसके लिए हम सब लोग गौरवान्वित हैं। 3R निश्चित रूप से बहुत ज़रूरी है। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री का मंत्र है, कचरे से कंचन। इसका उदाहरण इंदौर है। फिर से मैं इंदौर की तारीफ करूंगा, इसलिए नहीं कि मैं इंदौर का हूं, इसलिए कि इंदौर में कचरे से कंचन बन रहा है। इंदौर में गीला कचरा, सूखा कचरा घर के अंदर ही अलग हो जाता है। घर से ही लोग इकट्ठा करते हैं और इकट्ठा करके उस गीले कचरे से गैस बनती है और उस निकलने वाली गैस से हमारे शहर की बसें चलती है। ये मेरा ख्याल है भारत के अंदर पहला शहर है जहाँ पर गीले कचरे से गैस चल रही है। इसको गोवर्धन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नाम दिया, एक सक्सेसफुल मॉडल। यहाँ जितने जनप्रतिनिधि मैं उनको इंदौर आमंत्रित करता हूँ और मैं तो माननीय मंत्री जी आपसे भी निवेदन करता हूँ कि भारत सरकार को एक देश भर की लोकल बॉडीज़ को इंदौर भेजना चाहिए और उसका खर्चा भारत शासन दे, क्योंकि इंदौर के नगर निगम परेशान हो गई। बहुत लोग विजिट करते हैं उनको ठहरा के वैसे हम मेहमान नवाजी के लिए बिल्कुल खुश होते हैं, पर उसकी भी एक सीमा होती है। भारत सरकार सब लोकल बॉडीज़ को इंदौर भेजे और दिखाए कि किस प्रकार इंदौर लगातार स्वच्छ आ रहा है। ग्रीनरी के क्षेत्र में भी हमने काम किया। अभी मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है कि हमने एक सीजन के अंदर 51 लाख पेड़ लगाए और एक दिन के अंदर 12,40,000 पेड़ लगाए। उन पेड़ों में पानी देने का काम भी हम एसटीपी के पानी से करने वाले हैं। जो एसटीपी लगी हुई है उसमें नाइट्रोजन ज़्यादा होता है, वो पानी जब पेड़ों में जाएगा तो पेड़ जल्दी बढ़ेंगे। और इसलिए ये भी अपने आप में एक उदाहरण है कि हम वेस्ट पानी का किस प्रकार उपयोग कर रहे हैं, सदुपयोग कर रहे हैं। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि जहाँ हम गीले कचरे से गैस बना रहे हैं, जहाँ हम एसटीपी से ग्रीनरी बना रहे हैं, वहीं पर सूखे कचरे से हम रिफ्यूज डिराइव फ्यूल बना रहे हैं। ये सब हम सप्लाई करते हैं पावर हाउस में और इसमें। आज के समय में ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम कचरा होने ही नहीं दें, इसके लिए विचार करना चाहिए। और इसका प्रयोग भी इंदौर में हुआ। जब NRI सम्मेलन हुआ हम लोगों ने प्लास्टिक बंद कर दिया, प्लास्टिक का उपयोग नहीं किया। लगने वाले होर्डिंग, वो होर्डिंग पे जो हमने कपड़ा लिया वो रीयूज़ होने वाला कपड़ा था। वहाँ हमने ज़ीरो वेस्ट, हजारों लोग आए, देख कर निकल गए, कोई कचरा ही नहीं निकला। और जो कचरा था पेपर का थोड़ा सा वेस्ट, वो हम लोगों ने उसको रीयूज़ किया। हमें अब इसके ऊपर काम करना चाहिए कि क्या हम ज़ीरो वेस्ट के बारे में सोच सकते हैं क्या। दुनिया चर्चा तो करती है, दुनिया के बड़े देश, मुझे याद आ रहा है, मैं एक बार न्यूयॉर्क से वाशिंगटन ट्रेन में जा रहा था। ट्रेन के दोनों ओर बड़े बड़े कचरे के ढेर, कारों के ढेर, स्कूटर्स के ढेर, और इतने बड़े बड़े कि हजारों की संख्या में पड़े हुए। एक समस्या है दुनिया के सामने। चिंता सब करते हैं, चिंतन सब करते हैं, पर उस चिंतन का परिणाम सुखद आए, ये मैं समझता हूँ कि जब तक नहीं आ सकता, जब तक संस्कारों में ये बात नहीं आए। और ये संस्कार लाने का काम जनप्रतिनिधि करेंगे। इस प्रकार के एकेडमिक बौद्धिक से, भाषण से नहीं होगा। जनप्रतिनिधियों को जनता के बीच में जाना पड़ेगा और जनता को समझाना पड़ेगा कि आपके हित में, समाज के हित में, देश के हित में इस कचरे का डिस्पोजल बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। जब इस प्रकार के प्रयोग होंगे तब जाकर इसमें सफलता प्राप्त होती है। और मैं फिर एक बार कह रहा हूँ कि इंदौर इसका उदाहरण है। मैं ज़्यादा लंबा समय नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि मैंने देख रहा था कि बोलने वाले वक्ताओं की संख्या बहुत है। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि मैदान का काम मैदान में होना चाहिए, हॉल का काम हॉल में होना चाहिए। हाल से हम सीखें, नई तकनीकी जानें और उसको किस प्रकार मैदान में जाकर समझाकर उसका क्रियान्वयन करें और जनता की जन भागीदारी हो। जनता की जन भागीदारी से ही इस कार्यक्रमों में 100% सफलता मिलती है। ये मेरा लंबा अनुभव है। मैं 83 में पार्षद था, 2 बार इस विभाग का मिनिस्टर रहा, मेयर रहा, मैं ऑल इंडिया मेयर कॉन्फ्रेंस का चेयरपर्सन रहा, दुनिया के देशों में मैं घूमा हूँ, पर इसमें सफलता उसी देश, उसी लोकल बॉडीज़ को मिली है जिसने जन भागीदारी से काम किया है, जनता के साथ काम किया है। मुझे उम्मीद है कि हम सब नई तकनीकी के साथ जन भागीदारी लाकर जनता में अवेयरनेस लाएंगे और इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So before I go to the next statement, can I make a humble submission to all our dignitaries to kindly please limit your statement to maximum 3 minutes so that we can accommodate all the speakers. So we need your kind cooperation. It will also affect the subsequent plenary sessions planned in this forum. So with this, I would like to invite now Honorable Minister of Tuvalu, Minister Maina Bakafu Thalia. Sir, 3 minutes, please.
With your indulgence, I will at least take 20 minutes because I have traveled more than 24 hours to be here, only to find out that our suitcase is still on their way. So you can see me with your traditional outfit. Your Excellency, Sari Manohar Lal, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs of the Government of India, and the Chair of this forum. Honorable Ministers from participating countries of Asia and the Pacific, distinguished representatives from the United Nations, partners of this forum, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, distinguished participants and partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to represent the government and the people of Tuvalu to this very important forum. At the outset, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of India and the city of Jaipur for the warm hospitality that has been extended to me and my delegation. I acknowledge the hard work of organizers that have worked tirelessly to ensure the successful of this convening. Honorable Chair, Tuvalu is a small atoll country in the South Pacific with a total landmass of 26 square kilometers of land, not more than 3 meters above the sea, The geographical setting of my country poses a very significant challenges of waste management and increased vulnerability to environmental pollution due to an increase in consumption of imported goods. We are investing in effective and sustainable waste management solutions. Localizing the 3 Rs has realized its own challenges, particularly the limitation of access to technologies that facilitate, reduce, reuse, recycle in a small island like Tuvalu. The implementation of established policies and plans and the enforcement of laws that aims to improve waste management at the national level is withheld by the limited resources committed to waste management due to competing priorities of socio-economics development. Honorable Chair, in August last year, 2024, Tuvalu hosted the 4th Clean Pacific Roundtable in Funafuti, the capital of Tuvalu. This is part of our effort to showcase our leadership in waste management, and at the same time, to display firsthand to our development partners the challenges we faced on the ground in managing waste management of our waste and environmental pollutions. In 2016, the government also endorsed a 10-year plan for Tuvalu, Integrated Waste Policy and Action Plan. It focuses on strengthening institutional system, establish public-private partnerships, improve waste services, and enhance the capacity of waste practitioners. These are major commitments that specifically aims to strengthen and improve the 3R principle of waste management: reduce, reuse, and recycle. However, as countries build their economies and improve standard of living to achieve sustainable development goals, it is evident that the world needs a transformative shift in their approach to waste management. Honorable Chair, it should be a moral duty and responsibility of any government to embark on transformational shift from traditional linear economic models to a closed-looped economy. It is essential to invest and promote that the use of circular economy, which focus on waste reduction, extended material use, and the restoration of regeneration of natural ecosystem. I therefore urge our development partners present here today to take bold actions to support countries in the region, Pacific and Asia, the world's most polluted and dynamic region that accounts for 2/3 of global growth, transition to circular economy. As the minister responsible for waste in Tuvalu, I have realized that the importance of creating political momentum that is well supported through embracing of cultural practices and traditional knowledge to drive efforts to achieve principle of 3Rs and circular economy is important. Therefore, I strongly call for innovative, enhanced cooperation from multilateral agencies, the private sectors, and development partners to deliver effective circular economy and strengthen greater political and economic integration in the region. I thank you, Chair. Tuvalu Modetua.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Tuvalu. So I am now privileged to invite Mr. Premchand Agrawal, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of Uttarakhand. Sir, floor is yours. So kindly limit your statement to 3 minutes.
राजस्थान की भाषा में पधारो हमारे देश। वीरभूमि राजस्थान के इस पिंक सिटी जयपुर में इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे बहुत ही आदरणीय शहरी विकास, आवास, ऊर्जा मंत्री माननीय मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी, हमारे बीच उपस्थित मध्य प्रदेश के बहुत ही शहरी विकास मंत्री, बहुत ही हमारे अनुभवी नेता माननीय कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, राजस्थान के सम्मानित मंत्री जबर सिंह जी, हरियाणा के माननीय मंत्री विपुल गोयल जी, सचिव श्रीनिवास जी, देश विदेश से पधारे तमाम मेरे प्रतिनिधिगण, देश भर से आए मेरे मेयर्स, अन्य प्रतिनिधिगण, मीडिया के मेरे साथी, सबसे पहले मैं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की ओर से आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, आपका स्वागत करता हूँ, आपको नमस्कार करता हूँ। और जिस नाते ये कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ हो रही है, मैं इसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानते हुए बहुत चंद शब्दों में अपनी बात रखूँगा कि 3R रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकिल और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के सिद्धांत हमारे देश के पहाड़ी राज्यों के लिए सतत विकास लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। संसाधनों का कुशल उपयोग करके, कचरे को कम करके और पुरानी वस्तुओं का पुनः उपयोग, रिसाइकल करके हम पर्यावरण को संरक्षित कर सकते हैं। यह दृष्टिकोण न केवल प्रदूषण को कम करेगा बल्कि स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को भी बहुत मजबूत करेगा। उत्तराखंड जैसे संवेदनशील परिस्थिति के तंत्र में यह हमें प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का टिकाऊ उपयोग सुनिश्चित करने और हरित भविष्य की ओर ले जाने के लिए मदद करेगा। आइए इन सिद्धांतों को अपनाकर एक स्वच्छ, हरित, समृद्ध देश व भविष्य के लिए निर्माण की कल्पना करें। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री परमादरणीय मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी एवं कुशल नेतृत्व में आज स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के 10 सफलतम वर्ष को यदि हम देखें, हम उसके सब साक्षी हैं। आज देश के कचरे से कंचन, कचरे से ऊर्जा और 3R को अपनाकर सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की ओर अग्रसर हैं, जिसमें देश के कई युवाओं द्वारा स्वच्छता की पहल में अपना स्टार्टअप द्वारा अपना अभूतपूर्व योगदान की शुरुआत कर दी है। यह सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी समाज की मजबूत बुनियाद की पहल है। साथियों, उत्तराखंड सरकार देश के साथ मिलकर काम कर रही है। विश्व प्रसिद्ध 4 धाम यात्रा बद्रीनाथ, केदारनाथ, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री, उसमें यदि हम बात करें, इन धामों में हमने सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का सर्वश्रेष्ठ मॉडल डिजिटल डिपॉजिट रिफंड सिस्टम के सफल क्रियान्वयन के बाद अब हमारी सरकार पूरे प्रदेश में इसको लागू करने की कार्रवाई करने जा रही है। यह सफल अभिनव प्रयास के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा उत्तराखंड राज्य को पुरस्कार भी मिला है। सरकार OR कोडेड फूड पैकेट्स की पॉलिसी पर कार्य कर रही है। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी मॉडल द्वारा आजीविका के साधन के साथ पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए उत्कृष्ट मॉडल साबित हो रहा है। कचरे से कंचन, इसकी दिशा में अग्रसर उत्तराखंड, रुद्रपुर जो उत्तराखंड में है, में 50 टन प्रतिदिन क्षमता का CVG प्लांट एवं मसूरी जो विश्वविख्यात हमारा पर्यटन क्षेत्र है, में 8 टन प्रतिदिन बायो मिथेनेशन प्लांट की स्थापना की गई है। यह राज्य में अपशिष्ट से ऊर्जा पहल के किस्से के रूप में सफलतापूर्वक संचालित किया जा रहा है। एक तरफ कचरे को निकायों द्वारा आय का स्रोत बनाया गया है, दूसरे पर्यावरण संरक्षण को भी निश्चित ही बढ़ावा मिला है। हम जानते हैं कि जैसे समाज में समृद्धि बढ़ेगी, अपशिष्ट भी बढ़ेगा, लेकिन इससे निपटने के लिए सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी सोसाइटी समय की जरूरत है, जिसे इस मंच से निश्चित रूप से साकार किया जा रहा है। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रदेश में ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन की दिशा में कई उपलब्धि हासिल की गई है। इस श्रृंखला में विभिन्न निकायों में 85 मेटल रिकवरी फैसिलिटी, 78 प्लास्टिक कंपेटर स्थापित किए गए हैं। लगभग 138 रीयूज, रिड्यूस और रिसाइकल सेंटर में अनुपयोगी सामग्री एकत्र कर रहे हैं और कपड़े, जूते, बैग जैसी पुनः प्रयोग की जाने वाली वस्तुएं जरूरतों को पूरा कर रही है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बोला, लेकिन 2-3 बात बहुत संक्षेप में मैं अपनी रखना चाह रहा हूँ। हमारी सरकार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के नेतृत्व में इन सभी ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधनों पहलों में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान के लिए सरकार काम कर रही है तथा उत्तराखंड के समस्त नगर निकायों में कार्यरत 4216 सफाई कर्मचारियों के लिए जीवन बीमा कराया जा रहा है, जिसमें बीमा राशि 5 लाख रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। उत्तराखंड राज्य यात्रा पर्यटन की दृष्टि से देश और विदेश की बहुत अच्छी दृष्टि से यदि मैं कहूँ तो पहली पसंद है। राज्य में 25वीं वर्ष स्थापना दिवस पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी पिछले दिनों देवभूमि उत्तराखंड आए थे, तो उन्होंने अपने उद्बोधन में कहा था कि ये दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा जिम्मेदार पर्यटन के महत्व पर जोर देते हुए और पहाड़ी राज्यों में आने वाले पर्यटकों से स्वच्छता को प्राथमिकता देने का आग्रह किया गया है। निश्चित ही स्वच्छता सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताओं में से एक है। ऐसे कहने को बहुत सारी बातें, चूंकि समय बाधा है इसलिए मैं अपनी बात बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बोलते हुए अंत में मैं 3R और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के माध्यम से हम न केवल पर्यावरण को बचा सकते हैं बल्कि एक टिकाऊ और समृद्ध भविष्य भी बना सकते हैं। और हमारे माननीय सीएम साहब के मार्गदर्शन में जैसे जीडीपी की तर्ज पर हमने जीईपी यानी ग्रास एनवायरनमेंट प्रोडक्ट का आकलन भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। जल, जमीन, जंगल, हवा को समाहित कर जीईपी सूचकांक भी बनाया जा रहा है। और उत्तराखंड जैसे पहाड़ी राज्य में स्थानीय संसाधनों का कुशल उपयोग, कचरे का प्रबंधन, नवीनीकरण ऊर्जा को बढ़ावा देकर हम सतत विकास लक्ष्यों को SDGs को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आइए हम सब मिलकर इस मिशन को आगे बढ़ाएं, एक स्वच्छ, हरित और समृद्ध भारत का निर्माण करें। और आखिर में मैं आप सबको, चूंकि आज विश्व वन्य जीव दिवस है, उसकी बहुत बधाई दे रहा हूं। और 8 तारीख को, चूंकि आज 3 तारीख है, 8 तारीख को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस है, हमारी बहनें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में है। एडवांस में आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूं और होली की अग्रिम शुभकामनाओं के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम दे रहा हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय उत्तराखंड।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So we are privileged to have with us Mr. Bipul Goel, Honorable Minister of Urban Local Bodies, Haryana. Sir, the floor is yours. Sir, kindly limit your presentation statement to 3 minutes maximum.
सबसे मतलब आखिर में बोलने वाले वक्ताओं के लिए प्रेशर तो रहता ही है कि 3 मिनट, लेकिन आज मैं यहाँ पर माननीय हमारे पूर्व में मुख्यमंत्री रहे और आज हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़ मिनिस्टर, पावर मिनिस्टर माननीय श्री मनोहर लाल जी का बहुत हृदय से धन्यवाद करूंगा। आज इस 12 जो फॉर रीजनल फॉर्म यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया, एक तो राजस्थान की धरती पे राजस्थान सरकार के कॉपरेशन के लिए भी धन्यवाद करूंगा, और जो स्थान चुना उसके लिए भी मैं माननीय मनोहर लाल जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करूंगा। और आज जो इस फोरम को चेयर कर रहे हैं माननीय मनोहर लाल जी, तो मैं 5 साल इनके साथ मैंने एज ए मिनिस्टर काम किया है, हमारे 9 साल चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे। तो जो ये इन्वायरमेंट की बात है, तो यहीं पर ही नहीं, स्टेट के अंदर भी मनोहर लाल जी ने बहुत नए नए आयामों को स्थापित किया और बहुत सारे अवार्ड लिए। जिस तरीके से पेड़ को, पौधारोपण को किस तरीके से लोगों के बीच में सोशली किस तरीके से जोड़ा जा सकता है, मुझे अच्छे तरीके से याद है। स्कूल के बच्चों को, हर बच्चे को एक पौधा लगाना स्कूल के अंदर अनिवार्य था। ये वाला काम मैंने मनोहर लाल जी ने अपने कार्यकाल में किया। और एक अवार्ड जो कि हरियाणा ने प्राप्त किया, ODF फ्री, सबसे पहला अगर कोई स्टेट था जो ODF फ्री था तो वो हरियाणा था। वैसे तो 85 अवार्ड माननीय मनोहर लाल जी ने हमारी स्टेट को दिलाने का काम किया, सभी सेवाओं को ऑनलाइन करने का और भ्रष्टाचार को कम करने का। उसके साथ साथ बहुत डिग्निटरीज, क्योंकि टाइम कम है, मैं सभी का नाम लूंगा तो 1 मिनट मेरा इसी में जाएगा। तो ऑनरेबल डिग्निटरीज ऑन द स्टेज और जितने भी मेरे सामने बैठे हैं सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं अच्छे तरीके से इस बात का मुझे विश्वास है कि जिस तरीके से 2014 के अंदर पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वच्छता की बात की, एनवायरनमेंट की बात की, तो लेकिन आज 10 साल के बाद उसके परिणाम देख रहे हैं कि हिंदुस्तान एक वर्ल्ड लीडर बनकर आज डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स पर आज भारत प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा है और एक डिफरेंट तरीके से भारत का जो है सोच पूरे विश्व के सामने जा रही है। और उसी के लिए आज जो यहाँ पर ये आयोजन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ 2021 का, 2023 और 2024 में जो वर्ल्ड में शिखर सम्मेलन हुए, उनमें जो टारगेट रखे गए थे 2030 के, उसको अचीव करने में अपनी अहम भूमिका निभाने वाला है। तो इसके लिए भी मैं माननीय मनोहर लाल जी का धन्यवाद करूंगा और यही कहना चाहूँगा, हरियाणा उनके नेतृत्व में बहुत कुछ काम हमने किए हैं, चाहे वेस्ट टू कंपोस्ट बनाने की बात है, वेस्ट टू एनर्जी बनाने की बात है, वेस्ट टू बायोगैस बनाने की बात है, और एक नया प्लांट, क्योंकि पावर मिनिस्टर भी हैं, अभी MOU किया है वेस्ट टू हम लोग कोल बनाने का काम NTPC के साथ वो करने जा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा नाइट स्वीपिंग की बात है। जितने भी आयाम जो इसमें स्थापित किए गए हैं, तो इसे मुझे कहने में गुरेज नहीं है, क्योंकि माने मनोहर लाल जी अभी 6-8 महीने पहले ही केंद्र में आए थे, लेकिन हरियाणा के अंदर उन सब चीज़ों को बिल्कुल लागू करने का काम हम लोग कर रहे हैं। और मैं समझता हूँ कि जो इंदौर है, इंदौर अपने आप में एक वाकई में कहते हैं ना, वहाँ का कल्चर बन गया है कि एक छोटे बच्चे के अंदर भी ये बात आ गई है कि चॉकलेट के बाद उसका रैपर किस तरीके से डस्टबिन के अंदर फेंकना है, कहाँ फेंकना है। तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हम लोग जल्दी इंदौर भी आएंगे, और माननीय मंत्री जी हम लोग अपने खर्चे पर आएंगे और आपसे प्रेरणा लेकर जाएंगे कि और बेटर हम अपने हरियाणा को किस तरीके से कर सकें। और इस फॉर्म में मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि जो भी सजेशंस, जो भी जिम्मेवारी आप हरियाणा की लगाएंगे, हरियाणा उसमें अग्रणी रहकर उस पर काम करेगा। इसी के साथ इस कार्यक्रम के लिए मैं पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, to limit your presentation to 3 minutes. So we have with us Mr. Ahmad Nizam, His Excellency Deputy Minister. The ministry name is actually changed. He just informed me that Ministry of Tourism, Environment, Government of Maldives. Sir, kindly limit your presentation statement to 3 minutes maximum. If possible, 2 minutes also. No, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Shri Manohar Lal ji, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs of the Government of India, representatives from the esteemed Government of India, representatives from the esteemed Government of Japan and the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, Mayors, Secretaries, Commissioners, industry leaders, startups, and all our virtual participants. It is a great honor to address you today at the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific, as we come together to discuss the vital role of circular economies in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and low emissions development. I am proud to share our country's efforts and plans in this critical area. For small island developing states such as the Maldives, the challenges posed by waste management and resource conservation are particularly pressing. Our island geography and the limited availability of land for waste disposal make it crucial to adopt sustainable practices that align with the principles of the circular economy. The need to minimize waste, maximize resource use, and reduce environmental impact has never been more urgent. In the Maldives, the government has prioritized the adoption of the 3R principles, reduce, reuse, and recycle, as central pillars of our national waste management policy. To this end, we have initiated several steps in recent years to improve waste management systems. One of our key achievements in this regard is the successful implementation of single-use plastic phase-out plan. We have taken measures to prohibit the import, production, and sale of identified single-use plastic items, identified single-use plastics through a phase-out plan. To date, 13 specific items have been banned under this plan while promoting the use of sustainable alternatives. It also includes economic instruments aimed at reducing plastic consumption. Additionally, a levy on plastic shopping bags at the point of sales has been introduced to discourage their use and encourage more sustainable lifestyles. The Maldives National Waste and Resource Management Policy and Strategy was launched in 2024. The new policy has laid the foundation for circular economy strategies and aims to speed up the transition from a throwaway culture to a circular economy. It seeks to transform production, import, and consumption patterns in an environmentally responsible way, utilizing waste as a resource to enhance the lives of Maldivians through inclusive socio-economic growth and development. Establishing EPR and take-back schemes, in addition to enhancing the role of the private sector in waste management activities, constitute key strategies under this policy. Our goal is to incentivize and signal the market and private sector for more efficient and sustainable practices, while at the same time instituting measures to strengthen the entire waste management system. The Maldives remains fully committed to the transition towards a circular economy that supports the SDGs and contribute to achieving low emission development. Our ongoing and future efforts will focus on building a more sustainable, resilient economy that values resource efficiency and environmental stewardship. We believe that the path towards circular societies requires regional collaboration and shared knowledge. The Maldives looks forward to continuing its efforts in close partnership with fellow nations in the Asia and the Pacific region to build a sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So I would now like to request Mr. Jawar Singh Khara, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Government of Rajasthan.
We have great privilege of hosting this international conclave of the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Jaipur, Rajasthan. We are proud that this internationally significant program related to environment is being organized in Jaipur city of our state. On this occasion, I, on behalf of the Rajasthan state, extend warm welcomes to all domestic and foreign guests and representative of the Government of India. The main objective of this conclave is to give contribution of the circular economy by way of reusing waste and non-usable material, in which Rajasthan state has played a vital role. आदरणीय खट्टर साहब, आपकी उपस्थिति में आज ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। इस कार्यक्रम में जीरो वेस्ट सोसाइटी और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी से संबंधित योजना एवं बुनियादी ढांचे के विकास पर गहन चर्चा कर 3R एवं सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पर जयपुर डिक्लेरेशन भी जारी किया जाएगा। उक्त डिक्लेरेशन आगामी 10 वर्ष 2025-2035 के लिए मान्य होगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा सर्कुलर अर्थव्यवस्था के प्रबल समर्थक रहे हैं। उन्होंने एक स्थायी और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण में इसकी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका पर निरंतर जोर दिया है। UNFCCC के COP26 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2070 तक नेट जीरो एमिशन के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने सहित 5 पंचामृत लक्ष्यों की घोषणा की। भारत की हरित ऊर्जा यात्रा 200 गीगावाट से अधिक स्थापित क्षमता की प्रभावशाली उपलब्धि के साथ साथ सस्टेनेबल ऊर्जा वाले भविष्य के प्रति राष्ट्र की प्रतिबद्धता का प्रमाण है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में भारत ने ऐसी विभिन्न नीतियों कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाया है जो शहरी विकास, अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन सहित औद्योगिक प्रक्रियाओं में सर्कुलरिटी को बढ़ावा देते हैं। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहां राष्ट्रीय मिशनों में नीतियां गहराई से उतारी जाती हैं। माननीय राजस्थान में 21 सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट एवं 116 मटेरियल रिकवरी प्लांट संचालित हो रहे हैं तथा लगभग 157 नए सॉलिड वेस्ट प्लांट्स का कार्य प्रगतिरत है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि संगोष्ठी के माध्यम से पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में राजस्थान द्वारा बढ़ाए गए कदमों को और अधिक तीव्रता मिलेगी और वेस्ट टू वेल्थ की दिशा में किए गए कार्यों के सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। राजस्थान राज्य उक्त संगोष्ठी के निर्धारित लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने हेतु कटिबद्ध है। मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं एवं शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय जय राजस्थान।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Among others, thank you for emphasizing the importance of the Jaipur Declaration that will be tabled day after tomorrow for discussion and adoption by the participating countries. We are very privileged to have a statement by His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister of Nepal. I will request the delegate from Nepal to deliver. I request to summarize the statement maximum within 2-3 minutes in the best interest of the time. Yeah,
thank you.
The full statement will be put in the UNCRD and Forum website.
I'll just take the few important points. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Chair and delegates from different countries, seniors and colleagues, namaskar. I feel actually privileged to get this opportunity to read message from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Urban Development, Government of Nepal, Honorable Prakash Man Singh. Now I start reading out some important part of this. Honorable Minister, I quote, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address this 12th Regional Forum and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of Japan, Government of India, the UN agencies for their continued commitment to advancing circular economic principle in the region for successfully organizing this important forum. Nepal is actively working to integrate 3R principles and circular economy approaches into our national policies and legal framework. We are shifting from linear economy towards a circular and zero waste model, and several municipalities had already introduced innovative waste management practices. While policies provide a foundation, the success of these initiatives depends on technological advancement and practical methodologies at both the household and municipal level. To this end, our ministry has established dedicated institutions that continuously work to develop and implement innovative waste management technologies. Recent studies indicates that while polluters pay principle helps to cover waste collection and segregation costs, it does not fully address the financial burden of land acquisition and infrastructure development. To tackle this challenge, we are prioritizing segregation at source to minimize overall waste management expenses, utilizing segregated waste as a resource for byproduct will not only create economic employment opportunities, but also reduce disposal costs and land requirements. Nepal remains dedicated to reviewing and refining our policies based on practices and recommendations from this kind of forum. As we continued strengthening our federal governance, we recognize the importance of institutional reform and ensuring successful implementation of 3R and circular economic policies. Looking back, the Hanoi Declaration of 2013 was a landmark moment demonstrating Asia Pacific's early commitment to resource efficiency and circular economy principles, even before the SDG and the Paris Agreement. Under the dynamic leadership of UNCRD and UNDESA, this forum has provided a comprehensive policy framework for developing and implementing 3R and circular economy strategies. In conclusion, I extend my best wishes for the successful completion of this forum and reaffirm Nepal's commitment to promoting sustainable, resource-efficient, and circular economy practices in alignment with our national and global development goals. I thank you. This is from Honorable Prakash Man Singh, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Urban Development, Government of Nepal. I unquote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nepal. I would like to now invite Mr. Mies Sofal, the Secretary of State, Cambodia, for a brief statement. Sir, please kindly conclude your statement. 2-3 minutes maximum, 2 minutes if possible. Just main points. Anyway, you will put the statement in the forum website later on.
High Excellency Minister Hamaba Ali, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Excellency Minister, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor to be here today, representative of the Ministry of Environment, Cambodia in the 12th Regional and 3R Circular Economy Forum Asia and Pacific. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of India and the government of Japan and all organizers bringing all together committed to the shaping the future of the Asia-Pacific region. As we get here today to discuss the theme realizing circular society toward achieving SDG and carbon neutrality in the Pacific, I am proud to reflect on Cambodia's active participation in regional effort to tackle the the most pressing environment challenges at our time, Cambodia's rapid development has brought significant environment challenges. Our cities are growing, waste generation is keeping rising, especially with the plastic pollution. The impact of the climate change are not viable. However, the recognize that sustainable growth is essential not just for our economy, but for the health of our planet. The Royal Government of Cambodia has implemented the Pentagon Strategy Phase 1, integrating green development and circular economy as part of resilient, sustainable, and inclusive development pillar. In addition, Cambodia embraced the principle of 3R, reuse and recycle, and have been taken steps to integrate them into the national policy and practice. Cambodia has adopted national strategy, including the circular economy strategy and action plan, sustainable consumption and production roadmap, and effectively participate in regional network in the ASEAN Green Deal. In 2023, Environment and Natural Resources Code was adopted to strengthen and improve environment management, conserve, restore natural resources, biodiversity and cultural property, and promote sustainable living conditions. In addition, we are implementing the circular strategy on environment 23 and 2028, focusing on the three pillars: green, clean, and sustainability by transferring the potential environment sector for the benefit of Cambodians, ensuring policies respond to climate change and promoting green development. I am very pleased to share with you forum that Ministerial Environment is running the anti-plastic campaign under the theme today, I don't use plastic bag, and the whole population, around 10 million people from walk up the line. In addition, we also run the campaign to green Cambodia by planting over 1 million trees on the first year 2024 and increase annually expand forest cover toward the carbon neutrality by 2050. Cambodia has committed to implementing policies that align with United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Paris Agreement, ensuring that Cambodia development is clean, green, resilient, inclusive. In this forum provides its platform for exploring the new opportunity for circular society, carbon neutrality, sustainable development. Cambodia is excited to collaboration with the fellow country in the sea and Pacific region to create a more sustainable future. In closing, Cambodia is ready to play in advancing the 3R and circular economy across the Asia-Pacific region. Let us seek the moment to turn challenges to opportunity and build a cleaner, greener, and sustainable world for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now invite the delegate from Bhutan for the brief statement? I was told there will be a statement by Bhutan. Okay, while we are waiting for their confirmation, can I now invite Government of Japan representative? Sorry, my apology. Please. Yes. So next is Japan. Oh, ready. Okay. Thank you, sir. So 2 minutes Please.
Okay, I'll make as brief as possible. So I'm here representing my minister, Mr. Game Sering, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Royal Government of Bhutan. And apologies apologies on behalf of my minister for not being able to attend this very important meeting. So I quote, "Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all and greetings from Bhutan. Honorable Chair, Minister, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of the high-level 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and Pacific at Jaipur, Rajasthan. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Environment, Government of Japan, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNCRD, the co-organizers, for making this important meeting possible. The Forum for Regional 3R and Circular Economy is very timely, and let me outline briefly on the key initiatives and the importance of circular economy in Bhutan. Bhutan is a small, landlocked, developing Himalayan country with an area of 38,394 square kilometers situated on the southern slope of Eastern Himalayas. By virtue of being located in the fragile Himalayan ecosystem, climate change is not just an environmental problem, but also a serious challenge to sustainable development and livelihoods of the people. Due to limited economic developments, coupled with strong commitment to sustainable development and environmental conservation, Bhutan still has extensive forest cover, which is approximately around 69% of the total geographical area. Bhutan is also one of the few countries in the world that enshrines forest and environmental conservation in its constitution, with a minimum of 60% of Bhutan's total land to be maintained under forest cover for all times to come. Cognizant of the environmental destructions and its adverse impacts, sustainable resource utilization and economic development has been our guiding principles in pursuit of our developmental activities over the years. However, in recent times, with the growing population, urban expansions, and accelerated economic developments, there is an increasing pressure on our natural resources, and there is natural resources and environment degradation. In order to address such issues of increasing resource utilization, coupled with increased extraction of natural resources, Bhutan aspires to adopt and implement the concept of circular economy, which is still largely unknown and is only recently emerging in discussions about Bhutan's development pathway, especially in agriculture, livestock, and forestry sectors. There is a need for a circular economy to be elevated to become an integral feature of Bhutan's eventual green recovery. The circular economy in the agriculture, livestock, and forestry sectors, coupled with improved waste management and climate-smart technologies, can strengthen entrepreneurship and can contribute to enhance livelihoods and environmental management in Bhutan. Since Bhutan is still at an early stage of adopting circular economy, economic concept, technology adoptions, capacity developments, awareness and advocacy, circular economic governance, networking, promotion of innovative financing and incentives, and most importantly, collaboration and working together with our member nations are seen some of the important stepping stones for Bhutan to pursue circular economy going forward. We look forward to closely work with our partners and member nations in taking forward this novel concept of circular economy through its integration in our development plans and programs, and strive towards achieving sustainable development goals through these novel initiatives. Last but not the least, I, on behalf of my minister, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Royal Government of Bhutan, and on my own behalf, would like to extend our gratitude for inviting us and for inviting Bhutan to attend this important forum at Jaipur. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you so much, Bhutan. So with no time, so I would like to invite Japan, a delegate, to deliver their statement. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon.
Next one will be Sri Lanka.
I'm Takeshi Nimura from the Ministry of Environment, Japan. I will read aloud on behalf of Parliamentary Vice Minister for the Environment, Mr. Yasushi Katsume, who unfortunately couldn't attend this forum. Your Excellency, Shri Manohar Lal, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, the Government of India. Good afternoon. I'm Yasushi Katsume, Parliamentary Vice Minister of the Ministry of the Environment. Thank you very much for having me here today at the 12th Regional 3R on the Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs of India for hosting the forum, and to the state government of Rajasthan for providing the valuable support in organizing the forum. This forum was established in 2009 as a foundation for open and flat cooperation among a wide range of stakeholders, and it has largely served as a catalyst for 3R in the Asia and Pacific region through continuous high-level dialogues and sharing effective institutions and measures. The 11th Forum entitled itself as Circular Economy and 3R to clearly state that the forum would act as a cooperation platform for enriching the entire society through the realization of circular economies in addition to 3R, which is meant to reduce and properly manage waste. Today, I would like to talk about Japan's activities while expressing my expectation for the 12th Forum. In Japan, the Cabinet approved the 5th Fundamental Plan for establishing a sound material cycle society last August to promote the transition to circular economies as a whole government. The Fundamental Plan places the transition to a circular economy as a national strategy. A prime example of concrete action is registration of the Resource Circulation Enhancement Act, which was approved last May. The Act aims to promote the advanced recycling by effectively integrating manufacturers that provide products and waste recycling businesses to facilitate the transition to circular economies, where sufficient supplies of recycled materials are ensured in the quality and quantity required by manufacturers, as well as to contribute to decarbonization in the field of waste management. Behavioral change in the private sector is also essential for transitioning to circular economies. To this end, Japan proposed the Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency Principle, or CEREP, as guidance to promote action to be taken by the private sector on circular economies and resource efficiency. CEREP was endorsed at the G7 Hiroshima Summit under the Japanese G7 presidency in 2023. Japan understands that a circular and resource-efficient society is a society that is open and easy to communicate. To realize such a society, we would like to contribute to transition to circular economies in the Asia and Pacific region through international lawmaking to maximize the regional benefits and ensure mutual benefits. In this region, a significant increase in waste generation is predicted along with economic growth. While generated waste can cause public health and environmental pollution, including plastic pollution, it can be a driving force for growth. For instance, metal and mineral resources that are essential for the widespread use of renewable energy are contained in electric appliances we use in our daily lives, such as mobile phones, personal computers, and home appliances. However, these used products often lead to environmental pollution by improper collection and dismantling. To address the situation, Strategic Program for ASEAN Climate and Environment, or SPACE, as a mutually beneficial framework was welcomed at Japan-ASEAN Dialogue on Environmental Cooperation held in August 2023. This program also established ASEAN-Japan Resource Circulation Partnership on E-Waste and Critical Mineral, or ARCPEC. ARCPEC aims to properly manage e-waste throughout the process, from collection, dismantling, and recycling to disposal from legal and environmental viewpoints by means of the development of regulatory frameworks, capacity building, and the promotion of private sector cooperation. We will contribute to establishing international resource circulation that can prevent environmental pollution and minimize environmental footprints, as well as help recover important metals and raw materials effectively. In addition to establishing international frameworks and legal systems, it is important to deepen three-year action by harnessing local strengths, cultural traditions, and daily customs rooted in individual regions. Along with the progress of modernization, a linear economy that depends on massive production, consumption, and disposal has caused serious social problems across the world, urging us to take action toward three-year and circular economies on the global scale. However, this circular way of thinking has long been taken for granted in regional society and has been practiced traditionally. For instance, in Kyoto, in Japan, where I was born and raised, there are many examples of such a custom. For instance, the kimono, a traditional Japanese fabric, has been passed down across generations from parents to children through repeated repairs and retailing. I think that the traditional Indian clothes, sari, is also the same in the sense that it has been cherished across generations. I've heard that the upcycling business of sari has emerged recently to transform an old sari into new products. Moreover, I've also heard that sari has been manufactured as a new approach using an inherited Japanese dyeing technique called yuzen. I firmly believe that admired traditions should have been cultivated in line with each country's regional features and culture. In Japan, municipalities use their ingenuity to promote waste separation in their cities and towns. Communities have also been leading in reducing single-use products when holding festivals and other events. Therefore, the roles played by local governments and communities are essential. I expect that we will be able to accelerate the realization of three-year and circular economies by integrating modern and innovative technologies and traditional philosophies and know-how nurtured in each tradition. Finally, I would like to conclude my speech by expressing my expectation that all relevant stakeholders will consolidate strong and mutually beneficial partnerships to establish a united circular economy network towards further progress of circular economies and three-year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have received expression of interest by few number of countries to deliver the statement. So now I would like to invite Sri Lanka for a very brief statement. Sri Lanka? Yes. Yeah, please. The next one will be Malaysia.
On behalf of the Minister of Environment Sri Lanka, Dr. Dhammika Patbandi, I'd like to summarize the Home Minister's message. Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Ayubowan. It is a privilege to address this esteemed forum and reconfirm Sri Lanka's commitment to the advance in the 3R principles: reduce, reuse, and recycle, and transition towards the circular economy as a key factor on the sustainable development and the environment resilience. Sri Lanka has recognized the need to the shift from linear to the circular economic model, integrating sustainability into the national policies and the aligning with global commitment under the Paris Agreement, Sustainable Development Goals, and the related multilateral environment agreements. A comprehensive policy and regulatory framework have been developed by Sri Lanka. Firstly, national environment policy aims to the transition Sri Lanka into the low carbon, climate resilient green economy. Secondly, government has prepared the national waste management policy to establish an integrated waste management system, providing clear directives for the policymakers and implementers at all levels. Thirdly, national policy on sustainable consumption and the production, which provide an effective framework and the necessary inputs to the enhance the sustainability of the country, economic development through the efficient and effective utilization of the natural resource. The National Environment Act is been amendment to the established mandatory EPR regulation, impose strict controls on the single-use plastic. We have already banned selected single-use plastic items and prohibited polythene decorations at the event and promote sustainable alternatives. Sri Lanka has established multilateral recovery facilities in collaboration with the public-private partnership to enhance waste management efficiency and the recovery. Sri Lanka is firmly believe the international cooperation and seek the strengthen the regional partnership, knowledge sharing, and the access to the climate financing.
Sir, please summarize.
Support innovative waste management and circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, the next speaker is from Malaysia. After Malaysia, it will be Thailand. So please, yes, 2 minutes.
I'm Rizawati Abdul Qadir. Will be delivering our country statement on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Local Government of Malaysia, Mr. Nga Koh Ming. He sends his heartfelt apologies to the organizer for having to prioritize his obligations in our homeland. So I quote, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, Malaysia would like to congratulate the organizer for having the high-level 12 Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Asia Pacific. Circular economy is pivotal to accelerating our green and sustainable growth agenda. I am pleased to share Malaysia's experience in transforming solid waste management towards a circular economy. Malaysia, like many nations worldwide, faces an increasing volume of solid waste, approximately 39,000 tons daily. This pressing issue compels us to rethink our current approaches and implement transformative strategies that align with the principles of a circular economy. Shifting from a linear economy to a circular economy presents a significant challenge. However, the government of Malaysia has demonstrated strong commitment to advance our efforts through the 12th Malaysia Plan 2021 until 2025 with a dedicated chapter on sustainability, emphasizing on the importance of adoption of circular economy principles to balance socio-economic development with environmental sustainability. The aspiration to implement circular economy agenda will enable Malaysia to achieve net zero carbon emission as early as 2050. Under the 12th Malaysia Plan, the circular economy framework is aimed to integrating circular economic principle across various sectors, including manufacturing, agri, commodity, and waste management, and is a critical step in ensuring long-term sustainability goals in Malaysia. Government of Malaysia recently launched the Circular Economy Blueprint for Solid Waste in Malaysia for 2025 until 2035. The blueprint is a visionary policy document to drive transformational change with clear and achievable circular economy goals with 11 years period. It is padded by a strategic framework to mainstream the shift towards circular economy, maximize resource efficiency, and minimize waste generation by 2050. Malaysia has also established the National Circular Economy Council, a national platform uniting government agencies, private sectors, academia, and association to deliberate issues, re-strategize policies, as well as monitor the implementation of circular economy initiative set forth in the blueprint. Moving forward, Malaysia has also outlined strategies in the 13 Malaysia Plan 2026 until 2030 to ensure continuity from the previous plan and further propel improvisation to solid waste management and sustainable circular economy, which includes exploring the development of a Circular Economy Act, drafting the Extended Producer Responsibility Policy Framework, empowering separation at source and 3R implementation, and extending business based on the 9 principles
Ma'am, kindly summarize.
principle of circular economy. And one more, enhancing waste treatment facilities and landfill management. Given the right time and policies and innovation, we are optimistic that our vision for a more sustainable and resource-efficient future will become a reality. Wishing everyone a fruitful session ahead, and thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to invite now Thailand for a brief statement, followed by Bangladesh. There are 2 pre-recorded statements are there. I think we don't have time to play it. We will put it in UNCRD website or during the coffee break, so that you can still have a look at those pre-recorded videos. So Thailand, thank you.
Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment of Thailand, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UNCRD, Government of India, Government of Japan, to co-host this forum for sharing experience and idea about the 3R and circular economy. In the last decade, Thailand has experienced significant change due to several conditions that create the complex composition of solid waste, making it very difficult to manage. Thailand pay a strong intention to move away from conventional waste management method, for example, landfill, open dumping, or burning, towards more modern, high standard management practice to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and meet global management standards. Thailand has initiated several action plans to position ourselves globally in terms of reducing greenhouse gas and managing plastic waste, ensuring a balance between socio-economic development and environmental sustainability. This action addresses the following key areas. The BCG model has been adopted as a flagship policy for economic development. This approach aims to strike a balance between development and environmental protection for creating an environmental management system within a circular economy framework. On the solid waste management, Thailand is focusing on systematic solid waste management, covering the life cycle management concept from sustainable production to effective waste management and final waste disposal and circular economy, to transform waste as a source to mobilization to country economy, such as applying eco-design in product and packaging, avoiding the use of new virgin plastic pellet, reusing and recycling waste, handling waste, recovery with the different forms such as material recovery, energy recovery, and composting, and using the alternative materials such as compostable plastic for specific packaging application according to the second phase of Waste Management Action Plan. In attaining the target of the plastic waste management, Thailand has also implemented the National Action Plan on Plastic Waste Management in the second phase. In addition, is a member of the Asian Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris in Asian member country, and take part in the revised Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter under coordinating body of the Sea of East Asia. Thailand had readiness with a strong commitment in addressing the global challenge of marine plastic waste through participation in the International Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. Further progress on ministry in collaboration with the relevant sector is developing sustainable packaging management legislation to promote a circular economy. This includes applying extended producer responsibility, EPR, as a tool for the take back of recycle as a resort, while ensuring a just transition from the informal waste sector based on the principle of leaving no one behind. Last but not least, I believe that this forum will provide a valuable platform for organizations and stakeholders to exchange our experience and lessons learned, which will lead to concrete benefit in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Thailand. So our last statement prior to lunch break is by the statement by Bangladesh. Bangladesh. Okay, I'm here. Yes. Could you please 1.5 minutes?
मैं एक सलाह देना चाहता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी कि जब भी अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस हो तो जीरो वेस्ट होना चाहिए, एक भी गार्बेज यहाँ से नहीं निकले। इस प्रकार की होगी तो यहाँ से सारे प्रतिनिधि लेसन लेकर जाएंगे, उसमें अगर गाइडेंस की ज़रूरत होगी तो हम मध्य प्रदेश से लोगों को भेज देंगे कि अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक भी कचरा नहीं होना चाहिए हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस में। मेरा ख्याल है कि एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जाएगा इससे। थैंक यू। सॉरी।
थैंक यू योर एक्सेलेंसी फॉर योर एक्सीलेंट सजेशन। थैंक यू।
Okay, shortly I'll finish. But Honorable Minister and Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Bangladesh, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the dignitaries as well as all of the guests. Bangladesh is firmly committed to the three R principles: reduce, reuse, and recycle, and the transition towards a circular economy as a part of our sustainable development agenda. And our national 3-year strategy for waste management has laid the foundation of minimizing waste and promoting resource efficiency. We are confident that recently formed solid waste management rules would act as backbone of the 3R strategy. And in plastic sector, we have adopted a Ministerial action plan for sustainable plastic waste management, aiming to reduce virgin raw material consumption by 50% and waste reduction by 30% and 90% plastic phase out single-use plastic, and recycling 80% plastic by 2030. And the ready-made garments of Bangladesh in this sector, a vital driving force of our economy. It is integrating circular fashion model to reduce textile waste and enhance sustainability. And dear colleagues, the Bangladesh has been concerned and seriously about circular economy. That's why we are drafting and adopting the chemical management rules, hazardous waste management rules, medical waste management rules, and moreover, we have started piloting integrated approach towards sustainable plastic use and marine litter prevention and switch to circular economy project. And looking ahead, Bangladesh is achieving policy such as circular economy policy extended, that means EPR directives, alternate product designed to promote lifespan and recyclability and national reuse, efficiency and cleaner production. In addition, we are strengthening public-private partnership, engaging communities and fostering green investment to accelerate this transition. Furthermore, a climate vulnerable nation, our circular economy roadmap aligns with our national, that means NDC, and as well as sustainable development goals to build resilience and prosperity for future. Like every developing nations, all of us are facing challenges to ensure 3R and circularity, but in different extent. Therefore, we call upon the regional community to facilitate and technical and financial assistance, including capacity building to ensure an inclusive and just transition towards a circular economy. Finally, together we create a world where it is not a burden, that means waste is not a burden, but a resource for sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I'm really amazed to see the level of patience. Honorable Minister, Mr. Monohal, are sitting all throughout the lengthy session and listening all the deliberation. Thank you, sir, for your time. So please, I would like to request to give a very brief concluding remark for this session. Thank you.
Respectable all the speakers, I thank you all for sharing your valuable thoughts and achievements. I hope this session has set the tone for the rest of the conference for meaningful discussion and useful outcomes. I thank you all for your participation. Thanks.
There is a small secretarial announcement. The Japan side event on decarbonization technologies in the waste and resource sector and realizing circular society will be held in this auditorium for next 60 minutes. Am I correct? Yes. So those who are interested, please stay back and continue. I know that it is a lunch break time, so it will be lasting for 60 minutes, and I would like to ask the Secretariat, when are we exactly resuming the next plenary session? You are making an announcement. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, sir. My sincere gratitude to all the honorable ministers on the dais for their patience and for illuminating the audience with their insights. We will now be breaking for lunch. The lunch is being served in the dining area on this floor, and we will be resuming the session at 2:15 p.m. and we will be coming back for the plenary session 2. 3R and circular economy towards resilient, low carbon and sustainable cities and communities in this very main auditorium. Parallelly, Cities 2.0 rollout and the agreement signing will be happening at the India Pavilion, followed by Mayor's Dialogue and case clinics for secretaries and commissioner. I request everyone to please visit the 3R exhibition and the India Pavilion during the lunch, which is showcasing India's remarkable initiatives and achievements in 3R and circular economy sector. Thank you so much. We'll resume at 2:15 p.m. Thank you. And the Japanese side event is taking place right now.
Jaipur City officials, Jaipur City representatives, please come up to the stage. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are pleased to begin this side event of the high-level 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia and the Pacific. The title of this event is Accelerating Circular Society, Expansion and Reproducibility of Municipal Achievements in 3R and Circular Economy. This session is organized by the Ministry of Environment, Japan, in collaboration with municipal governments with proven achievements in 3R and circular economy, and international organizations supporting circular economy. My name is Takumi Nino from the Overseas Environmental Cooperation Center, Japan, and I will be your MC today. First, it is my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Takeshi Nimura, Acting Director for International Resource Circulation from the Ministry of Environment, Japan, who will deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Nimura, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's side event hosted by Ministry of Environment, Japan. As I mentioned in this morning's high-level statement, Japan has positioned the transition to a circular economy as a national strategy and is promoting this transition across the entire government. In Japan, municipalities are particularly active in implementing innovative approaches and engaging in dialogue with citizens to promote waste separation and encourage recycling. However, a case that is successful in one area does not necessarily lead to success elsewhere because each municipality has different regional characteristics and backgrounds. Factors such as city size, industrial structure, and other variables will make their efforts even more complicated. To address transition in such situations, how can we transfer successful cases to other municipalities and ensure their reproducibility. We decided to hold this event to discuss, together with experts, the key factors that will help accelerate the formation of a circular society. I will leave the details to the representative from Osaka town, but I would like to highlight that Osaka town has succeeded to extend the lifespan of its final disposal site through recycling. Moreover, the town is not satisfied with having achieved an 84% recycling rate, but it continues to strive for even more significant progress. Additionally, our panelist, Copernic, is an innovative company that catalogs successful cases of recycling and circular economy initiatives and works to scale out their implementation across society. We expect the panelists from UNIDO and UN Habitat to share their insights from a multinational perspective, supporting various circular economy initiatives and rising each challenge from a broad global viewpoint and providing their valuable opinions. Last but not least, we have invited Mr. Takemoto, a former Vice Minister for Global Environmental Affairs and currently serving as the IIASA Council Chair, to act as the moderator. He will facilitate the discussion by organizing participants' opinions and leading an engaging dialogue to reach meaningful conclusions. I hope that this side event aligns with the objectives of the 3RC Forum and will contribute to accelerating the transition to a circular economy. With that, I would like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Animura, we will now have two presentations. First, we would like to invite Mr. Motomi Saito from Gassaku Incorporated. Mr. Saito, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Motomi Saito. Thank you for coming during the lunch time, and I'm very thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to introduce Osaki recycling system and how we expanding it. Yep. Osaki town is located in southern Japan and has a population of about 12,000. I run a small company named Gassaku in Osaki, and also coordinate the town recycling efforts. This is Osaki recycling system. Look at the green part. About 60% of waste consists of the food waste, plant and trees. These materials are all composted, and compost is then used by local farmers, creating fully circular system where 100% of organic waste is reused within the town. Separating food waste from other trash makes sorting much easier. Other materials such as plastic, paper, and batteries are processed at the recycling center and sent out to become new products. As a result, only 17% of waste end up in the landfills. Osaki has achieved the highest recycling rate in Japan, above 80%. Osaki is recognized as one of the most successful examples of recycling. This is Osaki's separating chart. We sort waste into 27 categories. Unlike most towns in Japan, Osaki doesn't have an incinerator. Instead, we have been separating and recycling our waste for the past 25 years. Osaki has set a new goal to become a model town that helps shape the future of the world. To achieve this, we cooperate with university on research, develop the product with companies, and provide technical guidance to other regions. Actually, since 2015, Osaki town officials and the recycling center staff have been teaching the Osaki system in Bali, Indonesia. They have trained local governments on the garbage collection and food waste composting. At first, people in this region are not accustomed to sorting their waste. However, the project started with just 3 model districts, and despite many challenges for 10 years, it has now expanded throughout Bali. This is city-to-city collaboration. The key factor for success include focusing on the food waste only, holding as many workshops as possible, encouraging women to participate in the sessions. What we intimated in Indonesia follow the same approach that Osaki town began 25 years ago. Many other countries and regions have also visited Osaki to learn about our systems. Local government staff alone cannot sustain these efforts. That's because hosting study visits and providing technical guidance are not typically part of a government employee's job. To address this, we established multiple organizations to support these activities. One example is my company, Gassaku, which create business and provide employment opportunities. Other young people are interested in working in the local area. However, since this work is related to circular economy, it has attached young professionals from urban areas. This has brought great benefit to the community. In fact, one of these young professionals later became the youngest council member in Osaki town. In order to make these activities possible, funds are needed. Japan has its own donation system, and many companies take advantage of this system to donate to local governments. It is quite similar to India's CSR law. For example, IT company Yahoo has donated $650,000 to Osaki town. And together we are helping to publish the Osaki system nationally and internationally. At the last, I present a small video. I'd like to show you this short video about Osaki. Can I? Yeah, it's just 5 minutes. Sound?
Is still rising and it never knows the end. And so seeing that kind of crisis, I strongly felt that I have to do something. I have to act immediately. I realized that the time is now. So I came all the way here to this small town, Osaki. Osaki town has achieved a recycling rate of more than 80%, which is the highest throughout Japan. I moved to Tuvalu soon after I was born because of my father's work. I went back to Tuvalu when I was in high school and realized that the country is suffering from the rising sea levels, extreme drought due to climate change. And it was a shocking moment for me to see the country where I spent my childhood was facing a huge crisis. In Osaki town, waste is sorted into 27 different categories. Since there is no incineration plant, only this blue bags goes directly to the landfill without getting incinerated, and other 26 categories will be sorted and recycled properly. I really feel people should learn more about the process of how products end up. Without realizing that, it is very difficult to stop mining fossil fuels and shift into a circular economy. Not only citizens, but the municipal government and also companies should also be aware of this situation. And the existence of incineration plants that allows people to burn any different kinds of waste makes it even more impossible to know the end of waste. Of course, there are some waste that cannot be recycled properly without incineration. However, I think waste management should not be designed with an incineration plant included from the beginning.
もうね、長いことやってたら、もう自分たちはもうそのままで、もうそれこそ当たり前と思って捨てるから、はい、別にあれありませんね。や
っぱでも最初の方はちょっと
難しかったですよね、最初始まる頃は。はい、
私たちの町自体はそのゴミを燃やすとかそういった焼却炉というのをもともと持たない町であります。ゴミの資源化ということにそれこそ長年取り組んできております。やる化石燃料をあまり燃やさないとかそういった行為ってすごく大切なことなんだなということをつくづく思いますので、私たちが本当に世界の未来を作る街というそういった大きなキャッチフレーズを掲げています。
Collected recyclable waste comes to this place called the Solar Recycling Center. And plastics will be separated into hard types and packages and then compressed. The compressed waste will then be taken to recycling factories all over the country. And from my life here, I started to ask myself how I would throw away these products every time I shop. When we throw away plastics, we have to make sure that they are clean enough so the recycling process after this proceeds smoothly. Food wastes are collected 3 times a week with this blue bucket. When the food wastes are brought here, they get crushed into smaller pieces. And prune plants will also be brought in here and they will be crushed together. And they are mixed together with the food waste. And the prune plants also contains many native microorganisms. So as they get active by decomposing the food waste, the waste turns into a rich compost. Almost all the compost is used at farms in Osaki. The whole process of decomposing food waste doesn't need chemicals or any other substances, but just rely on the native microorganisms. I think the process is very simple and can be practiced anywhere in the world. And actually this process has been introduced to Indonesia Osaki town officials and the recycling center staff went to Indonesia to show the techniques of separating and composting food waste. This may become a solution to waste management issues that a lot of developing nations faces right now.
Okay.
When the
Thank
2030 agenda...
Please stop. Yeah, you can see this video, whole video at the United Nations account anytime. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saito-san. Our next presenter is Mr. Oscar Casal-de-Rey from Copernic. Mr. Casal-de-Rey, the floor is yours.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Namaste. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to the Government of India, Government of Rajasthan, and Government of Japan for inviting us to this forum. And I guess a special gratitude to those attendees here who are skipping lunch or postponing lunch just to join this session. Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here today sharing a few examples of circular economy initiatives that are implemented at the same time as empowering communities. But first, a bit of an introduction. There you go. So, my name is Oscar Casal-de-Rey. I'm the Managing Director of Copernic. And Copernic is an R&D lab for social and environmental issues. We are aiming to find solutions for challenges faced by underserved communities, mostly in Indonesia as well. This is our team. Most of us are based in Indonesia, but also we have a team in Japan. And the way we do that is by identifying unmet needs, testing potential solutions, and amplifying impact by promoting the replication of the most effective solutions. Just to share a few examples on each of these three main pillars of activities. On the first one, we try to get a deep understanding of the challenges of the communities we aim to support to be able to generate ideas that could potentially solve those challenges. And to do that, we conduct research in different topics. One of the last ones has been in seaweed. Seaweed has the potential to provide an alternative source of income for remote communities all around the world, and particularly in Indonesia. So we have worked with market players and remote communities, in this case in Papua, to understand the challenges and opportunities of switching from unsustainable fisheries practices like cyanide fishing or bombing fishing that unfortunately there's still day-to-day practice in some areas, and reduce deforestation, reducing the pressure in land area, cutting trees to produce some agriculture. So we're reducing those bad practices, trying to provide a sustainable value chain for seaweed for remote communities. Another example on this unmet needs identification, it's our open platform called VR for SDGs. So in this platform, we are aiming to provide an immersive experience with 360 VR videos. So our partners can understand a bit better what are the challenges. As an example, one of them you can see live surrounding you a landfill in Indonesia. So in a way that if we understand better the challenges, we can come up with better solutions together. Some more examples on the testing potential solutions. We conduct a lot of lean experiments. So these are fast and cost-effective experiments aiming to test a bunch of solutions and find out with data which is more effective on solving those challenges. And to share that knowledge, we have also an open platform called Solutions Catalog, where we showcase all the experiments that we have done in many different sectors, and we share data on what works and what doesn't. Another example on this is testing of an underground rainwater harvesting system developed by a Japanese company, Daiken, using microorganisms for water filtration, and we have tested the effectiveness of this system in several villages in Sulawesi affected by a tsunami a few years ago. A couple more examples on the third pillar of activities is the amplification of impact by taking those experiments that are very promising and bringing them to the next level, scaling them up by creating new social enterprises, mostly from our Copernic team members. The first example of that is Perfect Fit. This is the first Indonesian-made, women-owned startup who is promoting menstrual health, breaking taboos, and reducing waste with reusable and biodegradable menstrual products. So they transform the system from a very linear model, from make waste, to a very circular model where products can stay much longer in the system by reusing them, or can go back as a compost when they biodegrade in the system. Another example of a spin-off to amplify impact is Maggie Farm, a social enterprise based in Bali as well, that are aiming to reduce or divert food waste from landfills. Sadly, in Indonesia, our landfills are 40% food waste, creating harmful emissions through methane. And they are diverting these food waste from landfills by producing high-protein animal feed and highly nutrient compost via black soldier fly bioconversion. So again, from a linear system, food waste directly to landfills, no use after that, to a circular system where the food waste is fed to the larvae of black soldier fly, and this larvae is growing and then transformed into compost or animal feed and going back to the soil. And now I'd like to share a few more details of another example, a bit of a case study on circular solutions for community water resilience, which is a project pretty much aligned with the third principle of the circular economy. We all know that the three principles are eliminate waste, circulate and keep longer materials and products, and the third one is regenerate nature. So on that example, let me start with the problem, the challenge. So this chart is from Bali. Bali is a tropical island and there is abundant rainwater. However, we have had decades of rapid urbanization and over-extraction and over-exploitation of our water reserves. So today, the balance ratio is reaching a critical point where we use water at a much faster rate than our aquifers are being replenished. And one of the problems of that is that vulnerable communities upstream are hit the hardest. They have seen their soils getting drier and drier, reducing productivity every time they need more and more chemical inputs to be able to get the same produce. And not only that, because the soil cannot absorb more water and the water is washed out as a runoff, it's also creating flooding issues and landslides, very dangerous in upstream areas. So those were the challenges. So in terms of solutions, we are testing a couple of solutions on this. The first one is building infiltration wells in peri-urban areas where urbanization and development has produced paved areas where the rainwater cannot infiltrate anymore down to the aquifer naturally. So we build infiltration wells, which is basically a hole in the ground. Instead of extracting water from it, we bring water back. So we direct and channel all rainwater in a catchment area to go down to these pits that are bottomless, so the aquifers can be replenished again. Another solution we are implementing is working with farmers' communities to transform their practices, again, from a very linear one. The current practice for years and years is traditional chemical-intensive agriculture. They have tilling, disturbing the soil, the topsoil. They have monocrop, mostly orange or coffee in this area. They need a bunch of agrochemicals for this to work, which includes pesticides, synthetic pesticides, fertilizers, herbicides, and that worked well for a while, but now after a few years, they're seeing their soil really dry, really dead, and all the water is washed out as a runoff. So we're working with them to switch to a regenerative agroforestry system. So this system includes no tilling, limited to no tilling, limited to no chemicals on a step-by-step process. A multi-cropping system where we are testing more standard regen agroforestry with up to 10 species, but also testing more innovative ways, bringing 40 to 50 species in the same area. And that creates a water retention in the soil. That water retention replenishes the aquifers, and not only replenish the aquifers, but also improve soil health with microorganisms in the soil. Increases also carbon sequestration and biodiversity, not only below ground, but also above ground. We see more insects, more birds, more pollinators. So we see this as a nature-based solution that is linked to mitigation with carbon sequestration, but also adaptation, so they are more resilient to changing weather patterns. But this is not possible to be done without collaboration between many different stakeholders. So we are engaging together through the Valley Watershed Forum. We're engaging industry, companies, NGOs, experts, government, and of course the communities to have coordinating actions together. This is also not possible or very difficult to scale without a financing mechanism. That's why we are also testing payment for environmental services. So within this system, we see that the communities are actually providing a service. They are providing an ecosystem service. They are maintaining the infiltration wells so the water keeps going to the aquifer. They are changing to regenerative agroforestry. So those are difficult actions, but they are taking the lead on that. And that is a service. And we see that companies, mostly downstream, are benefiting from that service. Hotels and restaurants are getting benefits because the aquifers are plenty of water, or because they have more customers in a healthy island. And because of that, we are engaging with those companies to directly compensate the communities so they keep growing these systems, and we can scale this up to the next level. And also that is not possible at all without a strong policy framework. So we're also working with different levels of government, very local, to provincial and regional government, to create a framework for the payment for environmental services to encourage wider adoption. And last slide, I wanted to finish with this. So these are two photos taken at the exactly same place, just 2 months apart. So you can see when we started in one area, the first actions of creating water catchments in a demo plot. Just 2 months later, it looks like a nice agroforestry place. So we believe that nature can regenerate really fast if we put our efforts into it. And also we believe that communities can play a vital role accelerating the transition to a circular economy. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casaldere. Now we will move on to the panel discussion. The moderator for this discussion is Mr. Kazuhiko Takemoto, President of the Overseas Environmental Cooperation Center, Japan. Mr. Takemoto, please begin.
Thank you, Nino-san, for your kind introduction. I'm very pleased to be here as the facilitator of our panel discussions. I would like to first introduce quickly one by one, besides of two presentators. Now, from the right-hand side, from your side, Dr. Shin from the UN Habitat. He is the former advisor to UN Habitat. Thank you. And Dr. Kumar, National Project Coordinator of UNIDO. Thank you. And we are very pleased to welcome two senior officers from Jaipur city, Mr. Shin and also Mr. Shingar from the Jaipur city. Now, also the Mr. Saito and Oscar are kind enough to stay on for our discussions. Now, let me invite one by one Dr. Shin of UN Habitat. Just quickly introduce yourself and what you were doing as your own initiative in this field. Dr. Shin, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I think there are two excellent presentations that have been made. I would say that UN Habitat actually is working to ensure our cities move towards zero waste cities. Therefore, they have a very major initiative, what we call Waste-Wise Cities program, which is a global program where cities are, as a matter of fact, invited to be part of that overall initiative, and they try to share their knowledge and their experiences, which, as a matter of fact, are exchanged globally. They try to share their best practices, and this initiative for the last about 4 or 5 years has helped several cities to work together. They are trying that there is a kind of city-to-city cooperation that takes place so that cities can learn from each other. Just to illustrate, for example, there are few cities from India which are working in partnership with cities in Africa. One of our city, Indore, as a matter of fact, is working with a city in Africa trying to do hand-holding on that account. I would say that I would also like to link up with the two presentations which have been done. Osaka, for example, though a very small town in Japan with a small population of about 12,000 people, have a lot of messages for us in India. As per our 2011 census, there are about 8,000 towns in India, but by now, we are talking of 2025, we are still waiting for our next census. However, we will have something like more than 12,000 towns and cities in India. Out of that, there will be more like, I would say, 10,000 smaller towns, which can learn, the various practices that, for example, have really been done by our city in Japan, because it's very wonderful to know that almost 85% of the waste which is generated in the city in Japan Osaka city is recycled, and it's not just the municipal waste, it is also different kinds of waste, basically, which as a matter of fact are getting recycled. So what's very important for us to learn how, as a matter of fact, the city has been working with the communities in a big way. Similarly, for example, the Bali example, the organization which, as a matter of fact, they have tried to share with us, how different experiments which are proven experiments, they are trying to ensure that, the waste is, first of all, to the extent possible, using the communities at large. When I say using the communities, that means engaging with the communities at large. We try to ensure waste gets very well segregated, then perhaps I think much of it, as a matter of fact, is managed at the local level itself. And if this is a kind of dry waste, how that can really be recycled. Today, as a matter of fact, so far as the world is concerned, it's quite complicated so far as waste is concerned, because it's not simple waste as we call it. You have a municipal waste, you have electronic waste which is growing because of the changing world. You also have construction and demolition waste, which, as a matter of fact, in developing countries it's increasing all the more. And there are different kinds of waste. They require different kind of legal frameworks. Interestingly, it's very important to see that if we talk, let us say, I take the example of India, at a national level, there are almost like 10 ministries which are really involved, so far as waste is concerned. At a state level, several departments are concerned. But all that, as a matter of fact, ultimately at a local level gets implemented only by urban local government, the local body itself. That's where perhaps I think we really need to not only strengthen their capacities in every sense, but also perhaps I think share knowledge and experiences. The two case studies that have been presented here, I would say that have a lot of lessons and takeaways for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shin. Now let me invite Dr. Kumar. Could you share with us your initiative as the UNIDO University initiative, please?
Yeah, thank you. Myself, Dr. Pankaj. I'm working with UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, as very specific for the UN agency, focusing on the industrial development, ISID. As concerned to the UNIDO point of view, of course, I agree with Dr. Singh, which they just explained. All the ministries, there is a responsibility to look for the waste concerns. But my concern is waste is also a part of save the natural resources. But we need to think about the energy point of view also. Whatever we trying to think about the energy, we'll try to think about the greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, the environmental concerns. Energy and environmental, both are very, very important. If we are trying to look for the waste concerns, definitely all the industries, if we are talking for the energy point of view, as in a solar, battery is a major concern. If we are talking for the textile is a major concern. So my concern is how we will try to think about the demonstration project which they already demonstrated, and for the Indian context, how we will try to replicate and demonstrate so that the project will going very fast like that, either through the waste, either through the chemical. If we are talking for the chemicals, hazardous chemical is one of the major component, because water is a major sources. And if we need to think about the conservations of water, either through the rain harvestings or through the industries, there is a lots of challenge to work in the field of waters. Third is the wastage point of view. As concerned to the UNIDO, they initiated a project which we call Switch to Circular Economy in a Value Chains. They demonstrated in 3 countries in 4 demonstration projects like Morocco, Bangladesh. Of course, morning sessions, one of the representatives, they explain how the Bangladesh is initiating all the things. Even in the like example of Mexico, they are working in the waste, how they are trying to think about to find out the way of waste reductions. If we are talking for the Indian context, you know there is one of the project is a JEF-funded project, a smart city project. Like in an example, they identified 5 cities, and of course Jaipur is one of the cities. Guntur, Vijayawada, Mysore, Bhopal, and Jaipur. If we look for the energy point of view, like Guntur and Bhopal, they are using bio-CNG and EV vehicles. And they are trying to reduce the energy conservation's point of view. So my concern is waste is natural resources. Of course, we need to think about the resource efficiencies, and there is a possibility to look for the demonstrations going very fast. And one of the good example for the UNIDO prospects point of view in the Indian context, in the electric vehicles, they are using the solar photovoltaics, floating solar, the power plant which they install in river is a 500 kilowatt. They they generate electricity and charging the vehicles. And that is the good example for the door-to-door collections by the vehicles like that. In the same way in the bio-CNG. So my concern is water, if we are looking for the STP plants, there is a lots of possibility, and we are very closely working with the different ministry. And as concerned to the energy point of view, the solar and some energy efficient, that is the possibility to look for the point which we replicate very fast. And third more point is if we are talking for the gender equality, because UN is also much more focused on the training and development point of view. So we train to the gender, even in the women empowerment, so they can self-sustenance. Like Bhopal, most of the Safai Karamchari is from different background, but they are handling very frequently like that. Now I just update one of the example. The last month we inaugurated one of the project is a JEF-8 IP cycle project, eliminating hazardous chemical from apparel fashion supply chain in India, because textile is a major concern for the West. And the project, the sanction in 8 countries, now India is one of them. And the target is not for the energy point of view of the water, because we are not talking for the 3R, we are going for the 9R. So in that way, we'll look for the 9R, how the post-use 9Rs are very useful for the textile concerns. So that is my concern. The eliminations of hazardous chemicals. We have a target, because textile industries, they are using some chemicals, how we will find out some alternative chemicals as in a PFAS like that. So the water, we'll look for the water point of view. Energy point of view, we have a target to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and the UN empowerment. That is the 3 more core indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for your sharing your initiatives. Thank you very much, and we can get back to you, both of you, later on. Now, Mr. Shin of Jaipur City, could you share with us your initiative, please?
Thank you very much. Myself, Sharda Pratap Singh. I am representing Rajasthan State Pollution Control Board here. Being in the State Pollution Control Board, our basic is to make the facilitative policies as well as to implement the made pollution norms. In this particular workshop here, we have seen 2 fantastic presentations. In regard to these 2 presentations, I would like to add few more things which exactly we are doing in Rajasthan, more specifically in Jaipur. What we are trying to do here is, first, the segregation thing. Whatever the waste is being collected, that is being segregated into different useful and recyclable items. The irony here is the quantum of waste is huge, the segregation facilities are pretty small, and that too most of the time they are in unorganized sector. So we are trying to make all these things come under the ambit of local self-government LSGs. Whatever we could recycle, we could take out, we are taking it out. After that, we are sending it to the recycling facilities. Whatever is the leftover is either biodecomposable, and if it is not biodecomposable, we are trying to use it as an energy source in a plant, in a thermal power station which is situated next to these segregation sites. So we are trying to reduce what exactly is going to the landfills. But the quantum of waste which is being generated by the cities because of the huge population of this particular country and what we are separating, segregating and recycling, there is a huge gap. So what exactly is being projected here from the two presentations from the Japan, they are more or less relevant to us with a upscaling in a very mass way, because we will requiring it to 12,000 such small cities, towns and some of the mega cities also. In mega cities we have to have more than 100 such points. The second thing we should work on is trying to reduce the waste. What exactly we are throwing out, what exactly our society is throwing out, we should think about it and try to reduce as much as possible. That is a second aspect, and I would like to request everyone here to make it as a cultural aspect rather than anything related to the government, anything related to anybody else. It has to be inbuilt in our society. The third and most important point, what exactly is the Rajasthan State Pollution Control Board is doing? In terms of 3 Rs, in terms of the circular economy, we have in fact created an integrated resource recovery area where we are going to station such industries. We are facilitating such industries who are into recycling all kinds of waste, and mostly those kinds of waste which are normally thrown, which are normally not recycled, mostly e-waste in India, mostly smaller lithium-ion batteries which are not recycled presently. They are being dumped into the dumping sites. So we are in integrate resource recovery park. This is one of the finest concept and one of the few states are adopting it. Rajasthan is pioneer in it. We are also pioneer in adopting the e-waste policy for facilitating the policy framework to facilitate all such kind of activities. In terms of these two presentations, I am having two specific queries. What we are doing in terms of industrial waste recycling or reducing the industrial waste, are in process augmentation or process redoing so that we can reduce such kind of hazardous industrial waste. The second thing is this what we call it the quantum what is being done in Japan, whether we have upscaled in anywhere in the world or in any of the other countries. We would like to know that whether the upscaling of such concepts is possible and viable. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. Now, let me ask Mr. Shingo to follow up and including your initiative, please.
Thank you very much. Myself, Deepak Singhal. I'm Executive Engineer in Directorate Local Bodies, and I'm handling the establishment of solid waste processing facilities in urban local bodies. So, as rightly pointed out by Singh sir, that quantum of waste which is going to be managed by the state or which is going to be managed by the in India is very high. Like in Jaipur, we are having 2,000 metric ton per day generation in Jaipur, which is upscaling of such kind of a concept which we are seeing in the Osaka presentation, which was very wonderful presentation, and such kind of a segregation, if they are able to make, it is very commendable. But people participation is very highly, the people should be very motivated to do such kind of a segregation. Only when we can achieve such kind of a segregation, and when the segregation is happen, it is not a waste, it is just a resource that we all know. Apart from it, I would like to comment on the initiative which are being taken by the local self-government department and Rajasthan government. Rajasthan government is establishing Mukhyamantri Sadbhavna Kendra. Basically, these are the centers for reduce, reuse and recycle, RRR centers, where the persons which are having no use of thing like old clothes, old any kind of a thing which they are not having any use, they can submit their things to those centers, and the needy people can collect those things from there free of cost. So in a way, it is a very good initiative where we are helping the needy people, and we are also recycling, we are also reusing the resources again, not the recycling word exactly. So such kind of a 391 centers has been established in Rajasthan right now, in every local bodies and every municipalities. Apart from it, urban local bodies has also taken the initiatives to remediate their old dump sites. So all kind of the survey has been done for entire Rajasthan. Around 88 lakh cubic meter waste was laid on our dump sites, and out of it 62 lakh cubic meter waste has been remediated till now. We have also freed the important land like 326 acre land for establishing, for reusing the land. The land resources has also been recovered. And commenting on the capacity building of urban local bodies, we need the capacity building of the urban local bodies so that waste management sector can be handled very well. And I will also like to have answers on the questions which has been raised by the Singh sir, that upscaling of projects, it is possible to do Osaki-like projects can be upscale in Rajasthan area. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much, those who have expressed your own initiative. At the same time, I found that the common message from you, in regard to the local initiative, at the same time, it is very useful for the local initiative in their own country, but to share these best practice with other country as well. Now, in this context, let me ask Oscar. You have shared with us a very good example and initiative in Indonesia, but I thought you have a lot of the expectation to work for the international cooperation in the context in this the initiative. Oscar, please.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I fully agree with all that has been shared here today. So I think sharing knowledge, whether on best practices, where if it's on the recycling, if it's in industry, if it's on resource management, energy and policy, so all those best cases, and basically sharing what works. So that is really vital to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. So I just want to add that in our experience, replication and scaling up is not easy. So it's usually not a copy-paste kind of approach, and it's really vital as well to contextualize those solutions to the municipality or to the region or to the community that we are aiming to support. We have different environmental conditions, different social norms, different cultural norms, different preferences, and without taking that into consideration, replication and scale up is extremely difficult. So, yeah, thank you.
Good, thank you, Oscar. Now, it is very good discussion. We would like to continue forever. However, I am concerned about the timing. But then let me move toward wrapping up as the final, short message. Let me invite first Dr. Kumar first, and going to this way, and come back to you, Saito-san, and Dr. Shin, you will have the final message. Now, Dr. Kumar, do you have any kind of final message, in particular, international cooperation? Local initiative also should be transmitted or transferred to other countries. However, we have to consider what is your thought over that? Dr. Kumar.
Yeah. No, this is a very good point, because as you know, whatever we learn from the outside, we need to think about the replications point of view. Like example, INIDO is very specific, not for the complete focus on the nation, is a globally project. Whatever we executed a project globally, we'll try to look for the technology transfer so that they can replicate and they can, whatever the indicators, they will try to reduce either the waste, either the greenhouse gas emissions, whatever. So as concerned to the INIDO, like an example which I just shared, the switch to circular economy. This is one of the project. So they executed in a pilot demonstration project in 3 countries, and the purpose is how we will replicate in other. Like example in India, we started in one of the project, JEF 8 IP project, where the one of the component is post-use 9 hours. Sustainable consumptions. So it will definitely help to all the textile industries so that they can try to reduce whatever the indicators which we identified. Third is like example of global eco-industrial park. If we are talking for the global eco-industrial parks as concerned to the Asia-Pacific regions, we supported Indonesia, even in the Bangladesh, and we'll try to think about how, as an Indian context, we will try to look for implementations point of view. Example, city-to-city connectivity. One of the examples which I just informed, our one JEF funded project as in a smart city. The example is like in an electric vehicle and bio-CNG. We can try to think about other cities they can adopt. So that is my concerns, the demonstration and replication which we need to think about. And INIDO is very specific for the technology transfer.
Good, thank you, Dr. Kumao. Now, Mr. Shin, including your expectation in the future, your commitment or whatever, please, final message.
Here in the presentation, one of the finest thing which has been told is the monetization of ecosystem services. Most of the ecosystem services which our society or the direct beneficiaries are getting, they are taken for granted, they are not monetized. Here the payment for ecosystem services has been projected. One of the successful case study has been presented. We would like that in future all these ecosystem services which are normally taken for granted are charged or on payment basis, and especially for the first order user or the direct beneficiary. That is my takeaway from this.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. If you have any additional point as a last comment.
As sir has rightly said, and apart from it, I would like to add, like we can do decentralization of waste management, where where we reduce the burden on centralized waste management, like gated societies, like where we are having such kind of a gated complexes where the waste can be reused, recycled and processed in their campus only. Then we will reduce the burden on the centralized waste management system.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Saito, if you have any further points.
Thank you so much for your perspectives. I learned a lot. And Osaki is a small community at the edge of Japan. Despite its size, our community takes great pride in our recycling systems. Over the years, we have welcomed visitors from over more than 15 countries, and these connections have provided us with valuable insight and inspiration. However, we haven't yet to establish ties with India. So through this opportunity, I hope to build new partnership in India today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Oscar, please.
Thank you. So, yeah, my key takeaway is that transitioning from a linear system to a circular economy is really complex and really difficult. So it's a paradigm shift. So it also requires complex solutions. So we see that a combination of sharing best practices and collaboration combined with community engagement and government support and policy frameworks together with innovative financing mechanisms. So all those things might be taken into consideration if we want to really accelerate the transition to a circular economy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Shin, you are the last speaker of our panel this time. Please.
Thank you so much. I think the objective that we have for the circularity is mainly to achieve a situation of zero waste as far as possible for the cities, increasing resource efficiency so that, you know, we are able to perhaps, I think, use waste as a major resource in all sense. For that, as a matter of fact, as many of the colleagues have said on this forum, collaboration, cooperation is most important, you know, to ensure not only exchange of knowledge, but also sharing of technology and techniques. They, of course, have to be customized to a local situation, but very surely that will help building the capacities of the local governments so that they are able to meet the challenge and we are able to scale up the whole issue of managing our waste on this planet. Thank you so much.
Very much, all the panelists, and we have a lot of discussions, and also we do have the very good message, very strong message to all the participants in this forum, and as well as all the audience. Having said that, let me conclude our session panel and get back to the MC, Mr. Nino-san, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Takemoto, and our distinguished panelists. To close this session, I would like to invite Mr. Yusuke Teraoka, Senior Deputy Director of the Ministry of Environment, Japan, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Teraoka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introduction. My name is Teraoka from the Ministry of Environment, Japan. Thank you very much again for today's productive discussion and also the excellent moderator, Mr. Takemoto. I have learned a lot from today's discussion. Needless to say, it is very important to share knowledge and also including the technology and also best practices, also enrich the local initiatives as well. Also, I would like to emphasize today that circular economy is attempt to close the loop of the used material and services. But also I recognize that circular economy is good tools for us to connect with each other because the circular economy is not achieved by the effort by the single region or a single country. So in that sense, harnessing the power of the circular economy, we can connect with each other more than ever. And also that we can create the more circular world in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teraoka. This concludes our session. Thank you very much for your participation. Before closing, I'd like to share a few announcements. Later today, the Japanese government will be hosting another seminar where several Japanese companies will introduce their decarbonization technologies aimed at realizing a circular economy. This seminar will take place at 4 p.m. in the Japan room on the lower ground floor. We encourage you to attend this excellent opportunity to learn about Japan's initiatives. There is also an exhibition area on the lower ground floor where Japanese and Indian companies are showcasing their activities. This exhibition will be open throughout the forum, so please feel free to visit at your convenience. Once again, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the forum.
Naresh Pan.
No, it would be you will invite. She will invite the chairperson and me, and then I will take over. There was one. and there is one here.
Yes,
So you call the chair and then me,
yes,
and I will take
yes,
it.
yes, yes.
You don't have the name. So Mrs. Miwa, I'll ask you here from your file. Okay, the other one that will be online. That's fine. That's done at the end. I will excuse. I told them so that there has been change in the last thing.
Okay, okay, sir. Should I start? Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you back to the plenary session 2, 3R and Circular Economy towards Resilient, Low Carbon and Sustainable Cities and Communities. In this session, we will discuss challenges, opportunities, strategies, partnerships, and examine the interlinkages between circular economy and sustainable cities towards achieving SDG 11. It is my great privilege to call Mr. Naresh Pal Gangwar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to be the session chair. I also invite Mr. Arab Hubala, Senior Expert 3R and Circular Economy, Switch Asia, and ex-Chief of Sustainable Consumption and Production at the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, to be the moderator of this session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, because the session will be very interesting, so it calls all on your attention. And we will be discussing extremely important issues that were raised early this morning and this afternoon at lunchtime. I'll just make a brief introduction. I don't want to take much of your time. I will just inform the 4 speakers and the 5th one that will be online, as well as the panelists. I'll try to be as tough as possible on the time, but we have 1.5 hours and we will respect the 1.5 hours. So please, if you feel that I can be tough sometimes, I apologize, but we have to do it. But we will not catch up on the delays before. Within my former responsibility as Chief of Sustainable Consumption Production in the UN, I had initiated, among other initiatives, on building food procurement that are most relevant to cities. I had initiated a global initiative for resource-efficient cities 15 years ago. It was not welcomed by everybody. It was a fight, because people had not understood very well, really, the role of cities in sustainability. I'm happy that India will be taking it up for Asia and the Pacific. Cities are the most appropriate system and ecosystem where to best deliver circularity, to combat climate change and advance in the transition to sustainability. More than the nation, it's at the city level that this should happen and will happen if you want to deliver sustainability. The places where most material are processed, produced, and consumed, with the resulting waste. We have been discussing earlier about that. the place where waste minimization and 3 R's and more, 9 R's or 10 R's, depending on which school you are following, can be best applied in close collaboration with business and small and medium enterprises in particular, and obviously collective actions among cities will drive the needed transformative change and impact that we all expect. To enlighten us in better understanding the challenges, needs, and opportunities for action to have the city's leading 3 R's and circular economy, we are privileged to have in this session representatives of government, cities, and business, which means we will have good interactive discussion. Can I call upon the 4 speakers, please, to join us on the stage? Mr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Mrs. Melissa McEwan, Mrs. Miwa Katsuhara, and Dr. Petr Dolic. And we will have online a representative from the Zama city as the 5th speaker. And can I kindly ask you, when you deliver your presentation, stick to this 8 minutes, please, and don't oblige me to tell you, please, short. Okay? Without any further ado, I'm asking Mr. Ved Prakash Mishra to share with us the Indian approach for circular economy and how it applies to cities. Please, wherever you want, here or there, as you wish.
Thank you, presentation.
You have a PowerPoint?
No. Okay. Yes, I request the presentation to be started.
Please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representatives from different countries and friends. I will like to, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity for sharing our thoughts on Indian approach to circular economy. We have a short presentation on this issue, and I will share that how the Indian government or how we are proceeding in this regard, in this area. Next, please. First, we had, as you all know, that we had linear economy till now. Circular economy is just new, is a recent phenomena. We had just make, use, and dispose. We had some minerals, ores, minerals, then we make some goods, and then we just dispose it off. Traditionally, we have been using circular economy. It was in India, it was we had very old concept of circular economy. We were reusing our goods, and even if it disposed of, we were again making some new products from that. For example, earthen pots, old utensils, we were selling for some new clothes, and then again it was recycled. We got new products from that. So it's not a new idea, but it's now need of the hour. It has been, we have to do it right now because we can't afford anymore the linear economy. Thank you. The key aspects of circular economy, as we say, that environmental sound management of waste. It promotes resource conservation by reducing extraction of virgin material. If we recycle, then of course we need not dig the earth more. And it is continuous use of resource, use of materials through reuse, recovery, and recycling. The 3 R. Waste into valuable resources, which we call waste to wealth. Create new opportunity for economic growth. We have just established a robust recycling industry in India, which is giving employment to lakhs, millions of people. And we suppose that we expect that by 2050 we will be giving jobs to 10 million people, and the recycling industry will be of $3 trillion by 2050, we expect. These are our focus areas: the solid waste, plastic waste, e-waste, battery waste, liquid waste, used oil waste, tires, end of life, metal scrap, C&D waste, and hazard waste. We have a number of waste streams, but we have prioritized these because of their volumes and because of their importance, both in our daily life. So we have prioritized these sectors. The Indian government is focusing on these sectors first, and so that we can implement the concept of circular economy and recycling in these sectors on priority. The Indian we have a multi-pronged approach. Steps, we have regulatory measures, we have the technological measures, we have the upgradation of the technology, we have the support for incentivizing the industry who are involved in circular economy or recycling industry. So from all fronts we are trying to support and prioritize and promote the circular economy. Institutional and developmental both. For of course we have notified rules, and we are also making new institutions for promoting circular economy. We are also trying to boost the industry. Regulatory reforms, as introduction of EPR, extended producer responsibility. As we know that in many countries it has been done, but in India we have done in a new and in a very systematic manner. We have implemented this concept of EPR in a very systematic and very effective manner, as I will let you know. These are the different the prioritized sectors, as I told you earlier, and different ministries which were our departments, which were the nodal ministries for that. However, for regulatory measures, Ministry of Environment is nodal for all the sectors. For we have the regulatory framework. We have notified the regulatory frameworks for all these sectors, and other line ministries, they are supporting in financially, technologically, and in infrastructure wise. Our EPR is market-based EPR mechanism. The ministry is, the government is only involved in the making institutional framework, the regulatory framework, and up to some extent institutional framework. Otherwise, it is mostly market-driven on the polluter pays principle. The producers which had EPR obligations are producers. The importers are brand owners, because the person, the entity which is introducing the goods into the environment, they are responsible for the pollution. As I say that everything manufactured, every product is waste from day one. It is only a matter of time. It may be waste in 7 days, it may be in 7 years, it may be waste in 70 years, but eventually it will become, its end of life will come someday. So producers are polluters, producers and importers. So they have the obligation to get it recycled. That we call extended producer responsibility. Their responsibility is beyond the end of life. Till now, their responsibility is for sales, warranty, guarantee, repairing, that's all. But now they have responsibility beyond end of life, in their proper disposal. And of course, EPR obligations, it's mandates that how much product, what percentage of the products made by them, they have to get recycled. These are the modalities of our EPR regimes. They have to get registered. They are mandatory annual targets based on production, and if they have to purchase EPR certificate. They don't have to produce. They need not do recycling themselves. Just they have financial implications. They have to purchase EPR certificates from the waste processors, which we call recyclers also, and we have a robust system of audit EPR certificates. And in case of non-compliance, they have to give environmental compensation. This is our system of, which is very simple, very self-explanatory. The producers, they purchase EPR certificates from waste processors. They process the waste, they sell the end products, and also sell the EPR certificate to producers. And it is through consumer and waste collection system, it comes again to producers or recyclers, who recycle it and send the end products to market and send the EPR certificates to producers to fulfill their EPR obligations. These are the sectors in which we have already notified the waste streams, the tires, there is a tires, we have tires, e-waste, used oil. In few sector plastics, we have already notified, in which in some sectors it is in pipeline. There is an online portal. It is all exclusive interface. They do not to come to office. There is no human interface. It is all through a centralized portal. you can see how there were very less recyclers earlier. It is the impact of our EPR regime that the number of recyclers are increasing. A robust and a dedicated recycling industry has emerged, and it is emerging very fast. There is electronic trading platform through which the EPR certificates are traded. These are the EPR regime, EPR rules, which are in the pipeline, the scrap metals, C&D waste, packaging, solid waste, and liquid waste. And we have also giving some incentives for the first R, reuse. For the first R of 3R is reuse. So refurbishing is a form of reuse. We are incentivizing it also through EPR regime. And we are also mandating the use of recycled material again into manufacturing in some sectors like in plastic, in battery, and in scrap metals. This is our circular loop. The closing the loop of circular economy using the recycled material into manufacturing. This closes the loop of circular economy. And one thing I will tell you that we are using the end product concept of end product. We assume we accept that a material has been recycled only when the end product is verified, not by the quantity of the waste processed. And it's all from our side, from Indian government.
Thank you very much, and sorry for putting pressure on you. And I noted very clearly the high importance you give to EPR. I hope we will have time to discuss a little bit about it later on. Mrs. Melissa McEwen, can you please enlighten us about circular economy toward net zero as a pathway to carbon neutrality? And there is one of the speakers that is missing. Is she in the room? Mrs. Miwa Katsuhara from Japan? No? Okay, because if not in the room, I can give 1 minute more to the speakers. Okay, please go on.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation?
That's it.
Perfect, thank you. So first of all, thank you to the host governments of India and Japan, and also to the conference organizers. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Melissa McEwen. I lead our circular economy team for PwC Asia Pacific. So that means I work with 14 of our territory offices, including our great teams in India and Japan. And I've been asked to speak about circular economy as a pathway to net zero that also works for the economy, based on my experiences working with clients and also our latest research modeling the impacts of circularity on GDP, jobs, and emissions across the region and in 14 territories, as well as focusing at the sector level. I won't linger here for too long because I think some of my colleagues have talked about the triple planetary crisis already. But just to say that, of course, this region is balancing the need to mitigate and adapt to climate change with also the needs of economic development. And it's not just climate change, it's also the biodiversity crisis. In the last 50 years, Asia-Pacific's biodiversity has declined 60%. And this is a problem even from a purely economic perspective. So last year, PwC did a piece of research that found that 53% of Asia-Pacific's economy is either highly or moderately dependent on nature. And then, of course, we also have a waste crisis. We have the highest rate of uncontrolled MSW. We have a big problem with plastic waste that, again, we know is impacting the blue economy, not to mention the material value that's being lost from unrecovered plastic waste. And now we're seeing new studies as well about the impacts on human health. So, for all of these reasons, we wanted to drill down on what are the actual impacts, particularly on the region. There aren't that many studies modeling the effects, and particularly zooming in on this region. A lot of thinking has happened out of Europe, which is fantastic, but of course we have a very different context over here. And so if you'd like to access the research, you can click on the QR code, or you can Google the report title, Reinventing Asia Pacific. What we did is we did a macroeconomic modeling of a circular economy scenario on the region, looking at the GDP, jobs, and emissions impact. And we have those results at regional level for 14 different territories, at country level, and also at sector level. What did we find? We found that there's a $340 billion opportunity from circularity. There's an opportunity to increase jobs by 15 million, and actually our research is one of the first papers that took into account part of the informal economy in that modeling. And really significantly, and one of the focuses of the session today, is the emissions impact. So we found a 7% reduction from just applying circularity interventions, so not modeling renewable energy transition. We specifically wanted to look at what resource efficiency and material life extension would do to impact emissions reduction. And we got a really, really powerful result. 7% or 1.7 gigatons over just 1 year is about half of all of the EU 27 emissions put together. So it's very, very significant impact we can get from circularity alone. And of course, if we layer renewable energy on top of that, the opportunities are limitless. And you can see the carbon intensity of some recycled materials on the side to give a flavor of how we came to that result. Of course, that's only part of the story. Material life extension through repair and remanufacture is the other side of this. At a sector level, we found a huge opportunity for MRO, which is maintenance and repair, and recycling sectors, to the tune of about $1.3 trillion. What we also found is that there's an opportunity for the manufacturing and the extractive sectors to incorporate MRO and recycling into their operations to capture part of this opportunity. But transition planning is going to be really key to achieve this in order to avoid decline. So that's why people like yourselves are so important to help manage that at a system level. On the emissions side, at a sector level, the three most emissions-intense sectors in the region, which account for about 40% of baseline emissions, they each reduce their emissions by 20 to 25% under a circular scenario. And maintenance and repair and recycling, which grow, are already, even under the current energy mix, 50 to 70% less emissions intense. So again, if we add renewable energy, you can see how our very carbon-intensive industries can decarbonize. So that was the future state of circularity and the impacts that we found. What's going on the ground? We have 5 circular business models, I'm sure you're all familiar with these, that we're already seeing emerge in the region, and you can see kind of the relative maturity of those up on the slide. I mentioned the large opportunity for our extractives and manufacturing sectors to incorporate maintenance and repair and recycling into their own operations through vertical integration. We are actually already seeing this. So for instance, the world's largest EV battery manufacturer now also recycles EV batteries. They recovered upwards of 99% of cobalt, nickel, and manganese in 2023 from their products, and more than 90% of lithium. And aside from the material value that they recovered there, there's also the emissions saving. So coupling reuse of batteries with recycling reduces the embodied emissions of EV batteries by about 36%. So really powerful example. However, of course, we're still a little far away from achieving scale. And that's due to several challenges that we encounter. And there are several enablers that I'm sure many of you are familiar with for us to overcome this hurdle and achieve scale for circularity. So I won't touch on all of these. Of course, there's capability building, and there's technology, and there's ecosystem thinking. But what I really want to highlight is standards, policy, and financing. And so I'll leave you with this final example. This shows the installed capacity of small-scale solar in Australia. So that's the yellow line going up against the cost of installation. That's the pink dotted line coming down. And what you have labeled on the slide are the various policy and finance interventions that happened along the way in the form of feed-in tariffs, rebates, subsidies, etc., at both a federal and a state level in Australia. So my question to you is, how can we replicate this for circularity? We've seen it done before with solar panels. What we need is this really strong policy finance nexus to unlock innovation in the region. And with that, I am going to say thank you very much, Dhanyavad, and I look forward to further discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope we'll have time to get back to your transition planning, which is extremely important in circularity and sustainability. Let us now move to Dr. Petrodolic. I heard that Mrs. Miwai will be online, so we'll have 2 Japanese presentations online later on. So, Peter, if you can enlighten us about the 3R and circular economy vision of Danish cities, best practices and success stories. No, not this one yet. What is this one? No.
Should I do something?
This is yours? No.
No.
That's what I meant.
Review about Kitakyushu Eco-Town.
I can wait.
First of all, I'd like to introduce Kitakyushu City.
Okay.
Our city is located in the southern western part of Japan. Kitakyushu City is an industrial city with rich nature and tourist spots. These global companies are in Kitakyushu. The first government-owned steelworks in Japan began operating in Kitakyushu in 1901. Our city developed as an outstanding industrial city and worked as an engine of economic growth in Japan. On the other hand, the industrial development caused severe pollution. These pictures show the sea and sky of Kitakyushu in 1960s. The bay was nicknamed as the Sea of Death. Citizens, companies, and government worked together and overcame pollution. As an industrial city, we have developed technology, know-how, human resources, and industrial infrastructure. Also, our city developed logistic infrastructure and a large final disposal site. Based on our 3 assets, we started to consider the promotion of environmental industries as a core of state strategy. This is the background of our Eco-Town. Before detailed explanation of Kitakyushu Eco-Town, I'd like to introduce the outline of Eco-Town project. Based on zero emissions concept by United Nations in 1994, Central Government of Japan promoted Eco-Town project. Eco-Town is aimed to local revitalization by development of environmental industries such as waste recycling business. Also, to create a resource recycling economic society, the Eco-Town promotes waste reduction. For the Eco-Town project, local government created the Eco-Town plan. The plan needs creativity and pioneer spirit, and considering the opinions of local residents and businesses. If the central government approved the plan as Eco-Town, the local government received financial support. Now there are 26 Eco-Towns in Japan. Local government and business firms are working hard to achieve zero emission. In Japan, the Eco-Town project have got positive results because the legal system toward a resource recycling society is established and the law is being steadily implemented. According to the basic law, the laws define the general mechanism. The general mechanisms are proper treatment of waste and promotion of recycling. And furthermore, laws and regulations are set based on the characteristic of each item, thereby clarifying the recovery mechanism, cost sharing, and responsibility. We cannot collect enough amount of waste without law and regulation. We cannot start recycling business without the social system. This page is a reference for policy and laws related to the Eco-Town project. This page is from Ministry's website, Ministry of Environment. Now, This is the main area of Kitakyushu Eco-Town. In the demonstration and research area, research facilities of universities and private companies are located. Regarding commercialization, a wide variety of recycling business are being developed around the integrated environmental complex. The impact of Kitakyushu Eco-Town are first, investment amount is about 19 billion Japanese yen. 25% of whole investment is government-related and 75% is private. Now 25 companies are in Eco-Town and the number of business projects is 27. More than 1,000 people are working there. Kitakyushu Eco-Town is approved as the first and the scale is the largest class. I will introduce the features of Kitakyushu Eco-Town. These features are factors of success. First, to succeed recycling business, it is necessary to secure the waste as an entrance, set up the recycling facility, and have a stable destination for the product as exit point. Technology alone is never enough for business. For this reason, the city is taking a wide range of measures, such as steady implementing laws and systems promoting green purchasing and providing one-stop service for administrative procedures. The second is the strategy of promoting environmental industry. We have established 3 pillars: basic research and human resource development, practical research, and commercialization. We provide support at each stage, such as research grants and providing trades. In order to get understanding and trust of students, we set up the Eco-Town Center. The Eco-Town Center is a basement for information disclosure and environmental learning. It provides plant tours and explanation by specialist staff. Companies in Eco-Town understand the importance of students' understanding and then set plans of factory in Eco-Town. Without students' understanding, recycling business could be NIMBY, and also more understanding of citizens, less waste and used things will be resources. This page is a reference for the location of Eco-Town. I believe that all of you here today understand the importance of achieving a circular economy. I also understand that in India, where the forum is taking place today, this energetic and dynamic nation has a zero waste policy. My understanding of this policy is that it aims to establish a recycling-oriented business model for waste management. In this business model, waste is reused as materials and resources. Waste is expected to be valuable. 2 years ago, 2023, the Lamki Group, a leading environmental industry company based in India, had interest in our Kitakyushu Eco-Town. They visited and worked with us and signed a collaboration agreement with the city of Kitakyushu to develop the Eco-Town project in India. Last year, we started a feasibility study. This study is supported by Japanese Ministry of Environment. In this project, we hope to contribute to the establishment of the circular economy. We, the city of Kitakyushu, hope to achieve the 2 zeros: zero emission, which is the effective use of waste, and zero carbon, which is decarbonization, and grow with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if you are online with us. Thank you for this enlightening presentation on eco-towns and the recycle complex, and we took note of the cooperation you already have with India, and I'm sure you will learn from each other's best practices. Now, Peter, sorry, we go back to you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Peter Dolej, Thank you for introducing me. Dear guests, dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to have that opportunity to present in front of you the Danish approach how to achieve sustainable wastewater treatment within few decades. Why I'm here? Thanks to Danish Embassy, I was invited to give you a short lecture on wastewater treatment, sustainable wastewater treatment, because I'm working for DHI company, which is a company full of engineers, skilled people who can work with water in all sectors like marine, coastal, water resources, wastewater treatment, collection systems, drinking water supplies, etc. And we use basically modeling for that. Some basic information about the company is not that important. The important message is that we are global. We have global knowledge. We are producing projects in all stages, like feasibility studies from the scratch to the really commissioning of the project in more than 100 countries, and we are in in person in 26 offices around the globe. And the most important part that we are also here in India. We have here some representatives, our dear colleagues. One is in New Delhi, sitting here, and one in Chennai. So we are really close to you. You can reach us, and we can help you to follow these goals which were introduced this morning. So we are delivering hundreds of projects around the globe, as I said, and thanks to that we are able to really gain knowledge and implement it to another client. Now, I will go straight to the message what I'm willing to show here about the sustainable wastewater treatment showcase from Denmark. Denmark did really good job. We have more than 90% of wastewater cleaned by tertiary systems. It means that we remove not only organics and particulate matter, but also nitrogen and phosphorus, like nutrients. And in more than 70% of the treatment plants, we also remove micropollutants. But it didn't come out of the blue. The Danish government recognized this problem actually 50 years ago, and then in 1987 the government action plan for Danish waters was introduced, and then like 20-25 years it took to really deliver the technology on place, and now we are able to operate the treatment plants in an efficient way. And also we are able to convert wastewater treatment plants to wastewater resource recovery plants. It means that we don't only treat water, but we reuse and recycle water, and we also extract energy and nutrients from water. If you look at some numbers, wastewater or water sector at all in Danish, we are like more than 25% energy self-sufficient. And that's basically thanks to wastewater, because wastewater contains a lot of energy, and we don't look at it as a waste, we look at it as a source. So since we are able to extract biosolids, sludge from the wastewater, we are able to produce biogas, and then with cogeneration unit we are able to produce energy. I prepared one example, one use case, how we can achieve that. I chose a pretty normal, pretty standard wastewater treatment. Its capacity is 220 1,000 population equivalent, peak flow more than 1 cubic meter per second. This capacity is quite normal even in this huge country which India is. And the wastewater is quite typical. It's municipal wastewater, no more than 10% comes from industry. And effluent standard discharge limits are quite strict. In terms of nitrogen, below 10 milligrams per liter, in terms of phosphorus, below 1 milligrams per liter. If you look at the energy consumption versus energy production, we started to work at this treatment plant more than 10 years ago, and we developed several, or we implemented several technologies on that plant. And from 2012, this plant is more than 100% energy self-sufficient, and actually this is energy producer for that location. How we achieved that? We introduced advanced control strategy. For the aeration, we replaced some machines, some blowers, some components, also dewatering machines, and we implemented their Anamox process for reject sludge water treatment. And it helps more than 1.1 gigawatt hours per year for savings. I will be faster. This is just a scheme how nowadays is working the heat and energy management at the plant. Maybe I can, since I have like 1 minute, I can skip this. How we achieve that? We use knowledge, of course, and digital tools, modeling tools, and now I wanted to say few words about the WEST modeling tool, which is software for modeling wastewater treatment plants based on standardized libraries. And thanks to that, we were able to, like 7-8 years ago, we were able to develop a digital solution. We call it Twin Plant, which is a digital twin for helping operators to really achieve sustainable wastewater treatment. It has several engines. First is that WEST as a tool for mathematical modeling. There is cloud system where all the data are stored and managed. And we also implemented artificial intelligence to help us to predict behavior of the plant to the near future. So basically, thanks to for this time. I want to say one more note. It's for me the first time I'm in India. I really enjoy it. Tomorrow we are going to Coronation Pillar plant. We will have their first feasibility study using WEST technology, thanks to the funding of Danish Embassy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last presentation before I will take the time to ask each one of you a question for only 2 minutes, because I will have then to bring 6 other people. I would not have 10 people sitting together here. Otherwise, we could have managed, but we'll handle that. So the next presentation is online in Japanese, and it will be immediately simultaneously translated. Can we get it online? Yes, sir. No, there's another one. Yeah. So can we get the presentation from Japan? You want to speak from here or you come here?
No, I'll speak from here.
Stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. So it will be delivered in Japanese, but the lady here will make the simultaneous translation.
Okay, so hello everyone. It gives me great pleasure to talk to you about Zama City's food cycle project here today. I am Sato Mito, and I'm the mayor of Zama City, Kanagawa Prefecture in Japan. From here on, I will be referring to the food cycle project as FCP. Firstly, I would like to give you a brief introduction to Zama City. Zama City is located within 40 kilometers of southwest of Tokyo and has developed as a commuter town And currently, we have about 132,000 people living here, and there are 63,000 households in Zama City. As you can see in the diagram, residential land accounts for about half of the land use in the city. Next, I would like to let you know of the current state of waste disposal. The percentage of waste processed in Zama City in 2021 is as shown in the figure. If you look at the pie chart on the right, food waste accounts for 34% of combustible waste generated by households. We thought that if we could create a system to recycle this food waste, we could significantly reduce waste. There are several ways, as you can see, of disposing food waste other than incineration, but Zama City has focused on composting, which is something that citizens can easily do at home. And that was the beginning of FCP. The FCP is a 3-year experimental project being carried out from 2022 to 2024 with the cooperation of Odakyu Electric Company and with a partnership agreement with Zama City to promote a circular economy and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Each household is asked to compost their food waste, which will be collected by the city and delivered to farmers. The crops produced by the farmers will then be consumed again by the households, and the food waste will be composted again. In other words, a system in which food waste is circulated within the city. Next, we will explain how the FCP works. First, compost bags will be loaned free of charge to 300 households that apply to participate in this system. In order to ensure that the properties of the collected compost are uniform, the compost bags and base materials that are loaned out are limited to products made by Local Food Cycling Company Limited. These compost bags are made from recycled materials and have waterproof zippers, so they are less likely to develop odors or attract insects, and also are easy for everyone to use. The 1-year schedule for the FCP is as follows. First, residents put their food waste into the bag-type compost for about 3 months. After that, in order to promote the decomposition of the food waste, they stop putting food waste in and instead add water and mix it once or twice a week for a maturing period of about 1 month. The finished compost is then taken to local waste collection points at predefined timings and collected by the city. This cycle is repeated 3 times a year. In order to make it easier to understand when it is time to collect the compost, residents are asked to put it into burlap bags before disposing it. These burlap bags also are recycled into biomass fuel after use. The compost collected by the city then moves on to the next process. Some of the compost collected by the city contains compost in which the food waste is not completely decomposed. This is matured further by adding water and mixing before being used for farming. The composition of the matured compost is examined by a specialist institution, and the compost is then provided to farmers who cooperate with FCP to use in crop production. The potatoes on the left of the photo are produced using food waste compost. The farmers were pleased to say that they were able to harvest more potatoes using the food waste compost than with the compost they usually use. The potatoes were then sold to FCP participants who were able to enjoy them all over again at their family dinner tables. In this way, a system of food circulation was created. The results of the FCP over the past 3 years are shown in the table below. Over the 3 years, 625 households participated and about 10 tons of food waste was transformed into 2.8 tons of compost. Many participants also commented that this was a good initiative. And finally, I would like to talk about the features and also the future of FCP. Through food circulation, FCP is an initiative that benefits all stakeholders and people involved, citizens, farmers, and local governments. Another feature of this initiative is that it was made possible only through cooperation from people in various positions, including companies, citizens, and local governments. Based on the results of the demonstration over the last 3 years, Zama City is keen to look into the possibility of making FCP a sustainable initiative that more people can get involved in. Thank you, everyone, for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this very interesting multi-stakeholder initiative related to food. Before moving to the panel, I would just take time for 2 minutes each for the person who are here in the room with me. Because I cannot, as I said, have the 10 person here. So I will start as we start with the order. Mr. Mishra, you referred strongly to the regulatory reform and the EPR. How much will this be implemented? Because I know that it's in the process. And what will be the role of the interministerial consultation with that, because it concerns more than one ministry?
Thank you. EPRs are already in the process of implementation. For example, in case of tire waste, we have already implemented the EPR, and it is successfully running. The portal is in operation. The EPR credits are being sold and purchased. A trading platform will be coming soon. And last year, about 80 to 90% compliance was there. And even in case of e-waste and plastic waste also, we are in process of implementation. In other sectors, our Ministry of Environment is not only making the rules and just let it go, but we are also following it up whether that it is implemented it is actually implemented to the grassroots level. For that, our regulatory bodies like CP, Central Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board, and other state governments, other ministries are also roped in. And as you told about the interministerial consultation, these rules were brought after a wide consultation with all the ministries. It is not that we just drafted the rules, not only with other ministries, but also with the industry, with the public, with the other stakeholders, with the recyclers, with the producers, and there was a process of consultation. Even today also, for example, if we are in the process of bringing the scrap metals EPR rules, so we are consulting all the concerned ministries, Ministry of Steel, the Ministry of Heavy Industries, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, because they manage the cities infrastructure. So it is, I can say you on both counts that this will be, we hope and we expect and we are sure that it will be implemented certainly and very soon, all the rules. And as I told that in some sectors it has been implemented, and the interministerial consultation is very important part of not only in drafting stage but in the implementation stage also.
Would you expect in your context an improvement or an acceleration thanks to the digital technologies and artificial intelligence and how it will work?
Of course. Actually, that is a very basic premise of our all EPR rules. These EPR rules are implemented through an online digital platform. So all the compliances, all the information, even audit, even the penalty for violation, all are implemented through the digital platform and our online platform, managed by our Central Pollution Control Board. And obviously, of course, we will take help of AI, artificial intelligence, as and when required, and we are in the process of that.
Thank you very much. Melissa, I highlighted when you make representation the issue of transitioning to sustainability, which is something that mostly government and private sector at the time don't give it the right attention because they don't factor in the transition. So how from your research and the work you are doing, you can really induce countries and the industry to effectively factor in transition and what will be the challenges for that?
Thank you. Thank you, that's a great question. I think I'll make 3 points. So on the first point, I think we're already going in the right direction. So when we think about policy development, particularly in this part of the world, under the circular economy wider umbrella, waste management included, we've seen the single-use plastics bans. Second wave is usually the extended producer responsibility policies. Then we have some of the governments creating circular roadmaps. The really good next step that is sort of just starting to happen is the sector circularity roadmaps. So it's very good to have an overall circularity vision, but without the sector planning, it's very difficult to implement. So that's one piece I think that actually is already happening quite well, obviously at differing levels in the region, depending on maturity. The second piece, so commenting a little bit on some of the sustainability regulations that have been announced or are coming from Europe, a lot of those are very interesting and they impact our region. However, and we're seeing, with some of the rollbacks in the omnibus, that the ability for businesses to respond to such a drastic, sudden change can be very, very challenging. And that's not to say these regulations shouldn't happen. I'm a big fan. But what I see in my work is, for instance, we have an announcement about upcoming eco-design for sustainable products regulation. I'll work with our country offices in Europe who have perhaps a multinational headquartered there and their supply chain over in Southeast Asia, as an example. And the buyer asks the supplier, suddenly I want, dashboards from recycled plastic or bio-based plastic. The supplier doesn't necessarily know how to respond to this because they don't have access to those materials or the materials are 20 to 30% more expensive. So I guess on that point, I think really thinking through the value chain of products and whether it's within a country or within a region or across two regions, having that dialogue from your buyer to supplier and really supporting the suppliers to transition, because just asking them to do something from day to night is a very, very tough ask. And then I think the third point is around financing. So going back to my last slide on the price of solar panels coming down, that was really induced in the first instance by grants, subsidies, high feed-in tariffs. So there's a lot of stuff that government can do to kind of signal the market and incentivize the market. And then at a certain point, the market takes over because it feels like it has the confidence enough to invest there. There are, as I'm sure many of you know, some boutique circular economy funds that invest, just in that space. But for the most part, the banks or the larger hedge funds, are a little bit more cautious. And that has to do with a lack of harmonized standards, understanding what is circular, but also having the track record that a circular project will be profitable. And really the role that governments and donors can do is fill that gap in the interim, signal the market, stimulate the innovation, and then things will flow.
Thank you very much. Peter, I will be asking you a question I have been raising several times in my long UN career, that we have been facing in the negotiation all the time. When a European country, a well-advanced one, come and present their case and so on, and they say, okay, thank you very much, but your context is very different from my context. What lessons, how can we apply what you have done in your context and adjust it to our context? So from Denmark to India, if we are in India, of course, but to other countries, what lessons and how to proceed in order to learn from what Denmark did and how to accelerate that?
Thank you, Raj, for this question. I think it can be really simple because your wastewater is exactly the same, almost the same like our wastewater. We all going to toilet, we all have some kitchen waste and this stuff. It's end up one day in wastewater. And we all are using the same technology which was discovered more than 100 years ago. It's activity sludge process from UK. So the same bacteria, the same input, and we can have almost the same discharge limits, or you need almost the same discharge limits because you are using this water for a source for drinking water. So there are no limits to adapt the technology what we are using to adapt it here. The only thing is that if you have enough water, you are okay. There are some countries in Europe, especially in the southern Europe, they are facing water scarcity. So that's why they were forced by governments. So I think what could help here, legislation. Like strict rules that you need to at least several % of water needs to be recycled. It also helps in, I'm from Czech Republic, I'm not from Denmark, but what helps nowadays in European Union, new urban wastewater treatment directive was signed. It's a total game changer because we will need to implement several technologies which are even for us really costly to operate, but we will need to do that because of legislation.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. We have to move to the panel. Thank you very much. You stay with us. The chair stays with us. You want to take a picture? Okay. Take a picture and then we... Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Okay, they won't be taken. Let's take a picture and then we'll call them all up. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'll call you back after for the last session, for the last picture. Can I call, please, the colleagues who are on the panel? I understood that one of them might not be here, but still I will call them all 6, and please come and join us on the stage. Starting with His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Nizam, Deputy Minister, Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy, the Government of the Maldives. Mr. Ahmed Nizam. Mr. Ahmed Nizam. Okay. Then we have Mrs. Perpetua Election Latasi, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Home Affairs, Climate Change and Environment from Tuvalu. If you can please join us. Okay. Apparently we'll have a very short panel among us. Mr. Tri Supondi, the Director General of Industrial Resilience, Region and International Industrial Access, Minister of Industry, Indonesia. In the room? Yes? No? Okay. I could have left the people here. I had a long discussion with them. Dr. Jaraj Patak, Director General, All India Institute of Local Self-Government. Perfect, we have one. Great. Then Mr. Padma Kumar Mainale, Joint Secretary, Urban Development Division, Minister of Urban Development, Government of Nepal. Excellent, thank you. And Mrs. Parul Agarwal, Country Program Manager in the UN Habitat. Perfect. So, can I recall the other ones, or if somebody can see if they are in the corridor somewhere? Mr. Tri Supondi, Mrs. Perpetua Election Latazi from Tuvalu. I have seen her earlier here. And Mr. Ahmed Nizam, he was with us in a previous panel here. Ahmed Nizam, Deputy Minister of Climate Change Energy from the Maldives. No? No? Okay. We move with that, and we'll do our best to take more questions, if you don't mind. Okay. So, the focus here is about, yes? No, my time is until 4:15. Okay? I will respect my time at 4:15. If we can go with that, I'll do it. Sorry, I'll try to catch up, but I cannot cut it. Okay, so as you know, the session is really advancing circularity, circular economy, and we are into at city level, cities and communities. This is our focus here. And for that, I would like to start by asking now whom we have here. We have Patak, Padma, and Paral. Yes, not because I have allocated already question to different speakers to review my thing. So, Althea, Nepal, and Yuan. Okay, perfect. Let me start with Nepal. There are usually important challenges.
I'm from India.
Wherever you want. Yes, that's fine. That's fine? Okay. So I'm not taking it in order. I'm just for the question, and because I prefer government, business, local committees, and so on. So from the perspective of a government working yourself on the urban development, what will be the main challenges that the cities are facing in transitioning? I was raising the issue of transitioning from linear to circular economy. And as I had in my introduction, there are the best places where we implement circular economy. Easy to say, difficult to implement. What are the challenges and how we can move ahead on that?
Yeah.
Please, you have 2-3 minutes on that. I can come with another question.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I think this is the best question to ask to me because I'm actually facing all the challenges. But from the previous presentations, I really recognize 2-3 things. Actually, number one is we have a contradiction of big versus small. Let's say, I mean, we need a big, the markets and all kind of, the resources to really have, the more sustainable circular economy kind of approaches. But smallers are, really doing the things better. In our case, I really want to focus on one of the examples that the Dharan municipality is doing in a very smaller area and the production of waste is also very small. But when we go to the capital city and say asking for the public sector, private sector, they are asking for the big waste to really start with. So that's the one contradiction that I'm actually finding the things. The second one is the policy versus practice. We really say, there is a very good policy to attract, to really move to the circular economy. But we have to see how these, practices are making us, in a real desired direction. So that's the second one. In this area, we really say we have opened the policy kind of things, but the policy would not make everything happen in a similar or simpler way. But we should really intervene in practice, so that practice makes very simpler one, and so that people can really move on. And the third one is more like we call up more like in technology and saying that this technology is more efficient than others, but when you do not mobilize the community and the people, as the case of Japan as already illustrated on that, then we cannot really succeed the things. And if I see from a government point of view, I see the institutional and technological support is also a major part to tackle on. And then the morning examples was there to really see the behavioral kind of things. Indoor case was also very exemplary on that. If we do not encourage people for behavioral change, then we cannot actually make the positive direction on. That's the first things. The major thing is big versus small, practice versus policy, and technology versus the community and community practice. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ahmed Nazim, you just came in, but because the questions are related, you represent the government. I'm aware that there is a big challenge for the plastics in the Maldives. I've been myself leading one of the projects there. Can you tell us how the government at different levels, local, national, international, collaborate together to ensure that the cities are effectively integrating circularity in their approach, and how you can take the example of the plastics, which I know is a top issue in your country.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, when government at different levels, like when you take the case of Maldives, we have the national government, we have the local councils at atoll and island levels, which I believe is more like the regional and atoll level. And then, in the case of addressing, when we look at the issue of plastics or addressing the plastic issue, mainly at the national level, what we do is we create policies, come up with regulations, which so the policy and regulation part is mainly dealt with at national level with regard to plastic management as well. And then at island level, it's mainly about implementing these policies through the island councils, atoll councils, and also even enforcing actions with regard to these regulations as well. And I would also like to add to the first question our colleague has just addressed or responded. I think there's, when you take the case of a small island developing state or the countries like Maldives, we have many challenges in actually moving from a linear to a circular economy. One, I believe, I can mention few challenges. Like one is mainly we are very much dependent on imports. So we basically import everything. Except for fish, I would say everything is imported. Even we import fish, I believe now. So we are very import dependent. So it's very difficult actually because we don't do much production in our country. So it's difficult for us to actually adopt these circular economy practices. And also, when it comes to behavioral change, because this is something we have been we have been practicing for a very long time, and then all of a sudden, when we want to actually change to these circular practices, it requires lot of awareness, lot of education on the community side as well. So these are really challenges for us, and also there's some resistance even from the business communities and consumers as well. I believe is one major challenge which we will come across. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come with a follow-up question later on. Dr. Jarash Pathak, you're covering all the local government institutions and so on. So what is, from your perspective, the main challenges for transitioning to circularity, the main challenges, and how digital technology can help on that?
Thank you. The main challenges before the local bodies, that is the municipalities, are in the sectors of water, plastic, solid waste and trees. The trees has been more or less solved by the Tree Conservation Act in India, that whatever trees are cut, almost 3 times that are planted by the local body. But water, I would say that there is unnecessary tendency to copy others because for them the solutions appear better. Like for example, in Mumbai city, the natural gravity, water coming by gravity costs only $0.25 per 1,000 liters. Recycled water will cost about $0.50 per 1,000 liters, while desalination of water costs about $1 per 1,000 liters. Even then the previous government, largely for political reasons, that since the trees were not to be cut to oppose the metro in Mumbai, they wanted desalination of water in preference to getting water from dams, which will involve cutting of trees. That was an irrational decision. So now the trees were cut and the metro will be completed and more number of trees will be. For example, in Israel or even city of Chennai, if they require desalination of water, that doesn't mean every city in India desalination will be necessary or advisable. So that is one tech, and as I see it, wherever water is quite cheap coming by the natural way, it is not at all necessary to go for desalination or for recycling. Singapore recycling became necessary because the Malaysian government increased the water costs. As far as the plastics are concerned, one innovative solution was found in the Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, which is industrial suburb of Pune. The innovative municipal commissioner said that if the rack pickers give 5 plastic bottles, they will get a tea coupon where they can have their tea. And if they get 10 plastic bottles, they will get a coupon for vada pav. Vada pav is a kind of hamburger with potato filling. So this was quite innovative, and a lot of plastic bottles which would have been otherwise gone into wastage came back to the municipal corporation, which could reprocess them and convert the plastic into reusable form later. About the solid waste segregation, Panji Municipal Council in Goa has done very significant work. They don't have any landfill. And segregated wastes are sold and they make money out of it. It is of course a very small municipality with 50,000 population. 16-way segregation in 16 different components is made by about 20%, and 3-way segregation by the others. And as research in solar has now made solar power competitive, I wish, or I'm quite certain that over the next decade, maybe recycling and desalination will also be economically viable for more cities, and we will be able to conserve more of our water. The IT platforms, of course, are used to a great extent because whatever research or experience is there in one municipality, it is put on the web, it reaches other municipalities, often through the state governments, and people learn from each other to follow each other's solutions which are better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Mrs. Parul Agarwal from UN Habitat. Being the custodians of SDG 11, as other UN agencies, but you are leading it. I wish to ask you what policies intervention are necessary to integrate circular economy into urban planning in order to make those cities leading by example, driving the process, and how to collaborate between the different levels. You are intergovernmental, you have the cities, you have local government, big challenge. Can you enlighten us on that?
Yes, no, very, very relevant. I think first I would like to point out that in the context of the progress on SDG 11, while a lot of positive impact has been made, there is an urgency to recognize that some of the SDG targets are actually, we are regressing, specifically around those on climate, and in some other areas around housing, around transportation, mobility, and inclusive access to all these, targets, there is a stagnation. So on SDGs, that would be my, concern to raise in front of the audience, that we need to look at fast track, accelerate SDGs. On this aspect of circularity, I think a lot of discussion has been made that the transition is not easy. It's, it will require a paradigm shift. We have seen that already occurring. One of the SDG 11 targets is actually on the process of planning, on process of engaging with communities, on the process of participation, and I think that's an area that can be emphasized. You have already spoken about it, Mr. Mende. And what do I mean by that? I mean, there is consensus across the board that we need a whole of society, whole of government approach in making meaningful impact, which also means that every stakeholder segment must have a clear-cut role defined. To give an example here, we are working on looking at anchoring a plastic upcycling facility, a small MSME. And look, and in that perspective, in that ecosystem where we have spoken about decentralization as possibly a pathway to respond in a larger scale, or to replicate and scale. The role of communities is not just from an advocacy or behavior point of view, but it is also as making the communities entrepreneurs. How do we engage self-help groups in the formal processes of city governance, of city management, not just engaging them for their grievance redressal or for mining ideas, but to really bring them on board as co-implementers and co-designers of projects. And that is the paradigm shift and nudge that we need to make when it comes to really reshaping the thinking of bringing more stakeholders, not just the private sector, the communities in being the actual implementers. The second bit is, I think again another emphasis needs to be made on how there is still a lot of inertia around changes that need to be made in the terms of governance, the procurement procedures, the regulatory norms, changes that would be required to shift towards circularity for better adoption of newer methods of practices. The way the PPP models are built, those transactions are currently constructed, those need to be reshaped, and that is the onus of the government entities to make sure that they are up to speed with the pilot projects, with the innovations that agencies like UN, other donors are doing at a smaller scale to show that it's something, a new idea is viable. But then to scale it up, we need that institutional reform, and that inertia, that friction needs to be overcome at a much faster scale than where we are right now. And lastly, you mentioned the multi-level governance approach. I think again when it comes to the looking at a city from a whole low cost, low carbon perspective, we tend to again go back in a very sectoral approach, need to have a multi-sectoral and integrated lens to be really able to make a dent into the way the cities can actually become green and carbon neutral.
Thank you very much. You keep the micro, so I'll do the turn with you. We'll keep with you. Let's start with you. Okay. The Secretary General has said very clearly that climate change can only be implemented and first at city level, otherwise it will not happen. So let me now turn to the climate change issue. What type of innovation from a UN agency do you expect at city level to tackle with the climate change issue? And I will ask each one of the other colleagues if they can give a success story, a lesson that you have in your respective programs, a success story on dealing with climate at the city level. Please.
I think so. I can share an example from the work that we have been doing in India, and a lot of my partners, agencies here are, also engaged. So at the city level, there is a shift towards looking at, questioning the traditional investments that were going into grey infrastructure. So the cities are looking into infrastructure as a full system. They are questioning how we are designing our storm drains to respond to urban water, and what can be done to bring in more ecological, natural elements into this whole, into that whole infrastructure system design, so that it becomes truly hybrid. You know, discussions around sponge cities, you know, greening the cities, improving the permeability. So I do see that a shift that is, you know, happening. I think I remember MUFCC had also, planned this One City, One Forest initiative, and I think that is something that every city must invest in. You know, bring a big, a green heart to every city, the green lung space, which can serve, which can have so much multifunctional aspects. So cities are moving in that direction. I think we need to support them by bringing in the right types of governance frameworks. Again, a lot of times the problem is on how do you then do the procurement processes, what type of technical standards. Harmonization was something that was spoken about earlier, that can be brought on the table so that everybody can convene and coalesce around the same idea.
Thank you very much. Nepal, Ms. Padma Kumar, can you give us an innovative success story?
Yeah,
from
thank
your
you very much. Yeah, but I would now just would like to highlight some formal sector and informal sector, and their contributions too. We call, a lot of things that formal sector is recorded, but when you see the contribution of informal sector, that's also very important in our case. One agency, simply started, very informally first. We call it a Khali CC. That means in English is empty bottles. Starting with empty bottles, they created a lot of resources on that. And that's a very good example, even within the capital city itself, right? So that's the first case. And secondly, the same like contributions has made from the informal sector. With some of the innovative youngs, using the DOCO system and all kind of, very catchy words to community all the way. Second one is more like on using resources, biodegradable things, using, fertilizers and all kind of CNGs and using segregation to resources. That's also a very good case studies in one of the city in eastern part. And many of around 10 cities used as planning, risk sensitivity styles, using this risk sensitive means for using the plannings, and so that could also be a land use cases. So these are three basic, good, success stories in our case. But when we started federalism 10 years ago, the real collaborations happens, in some of the city clusters. One best example could be the capital city itself, but other cities are also doing on that. So collaborations and formal to informal sector, and using land sensitivity as a planning are some of the success stories happened in.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jaraj Pathak, can you share with us some innovative success stories?
Well, as far as climate action is concerned, there are two parts. One is pollution, the other is temperature increase. Well, in North India, particularly Delhi and surrounding regions, this problem of pollution is being felt particularly in winter. But this year it was felt even in city of Mumbai. So there was a total and complete ban on the construction of new buildings, and constructions were stopped. I don't know whether it is a solution which can be repeated, but it was necessary. Green buildings and green companies are two areas in which the state government as well as the local body are giving various incentives. But I would still say that the impact is not very large, and the number of buildings which could be called green buildings and companies which could be called green companies is still quite small.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ahmed Nizam, can you share with us some innovative success stories related to climate and cities?
From the Maldives, right? It's a bit difficult actually, because we don't have so many success stories in this area, because it's only very recently that we started our journey to actually move from a linear to a circular economy, and then I couldn't actually think of I mean, any great success stories to share. But of course, there are some things we have started doing well, like managing our waste, and then let's say by managing organic waste, we produce, through the management of waste, we produce biogas, and there are some resorts, some islands even practicing that, using biogas for power generation within the waste management facility itself. Otherwise, it will be power they generate through diesel, burning diesel or diesel generators. So things like that, there are a few examples from here and there, but not a great success story I could share in that case. Sorry for that.
I hope you will get them soon. So thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. I finished my role. I now pass it over to our chair for the challenging conclusion. Whatever you want, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Hawalla. So at the very outset, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this and inviting me to chair this session related to 3R circular economy principle in respect of cities, in respect of sustainable cities and climate resilient cities and carbon neutral cities. Very important topic, and I think in his remarks, Mr. Habibullah pointed out the issue of context, and I would just like to set that context right, particularly in reference to the countries of Asia Pacific region. So we talk about triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. But these are not the only challenges which the world is facing. Our friends in global north might be considering these as the most serious threats, but certainly these are challenges in the global south also, but there are even greater challenges for us. That is the challenge of poverty, energy access to good health and education facilities. And if citizen in this part of the world is to access the same kind of lifestyle which our friends in the global north are accessing, our economies have to, and our GDP has to grow manifold. And in this context, I think in the coming few years, there has to be a manifold growth of our economies, and this would mean that there will be a manifold increase in the resources which we are going to consume in future. So now we have a challenge of not only ensuring that our economies grows at that pace, to ensure that our citizens also get access to the similar lifestyle, but also address these three challenges of climate change, pollution and biodiversity loss. And perhaps the circular economy approaches based on 3R principles provide the kind of solution to address both the challenges. There have been few very good presentations today, and I think I will just refer to the presentation done by Ms. Melissa, which talks about that how switching over from linear economy approaches to circular economy approaches will result in development and growth while also addressing the issue of climate change emissions and pollution and biodiversity loss. So that is a very important key message out of that. And also, she pointed out that there are few drivers which would require us to shift from the linear economic approaches which we have been following in past to the circular economy approaches. The biggest driver would be the policy and regulation. And policy and regulation, does not always lead to the intended result unless we have access to technology and finances to support those policy and regulation. And then comes the issue of capacity to actually use those finances and technology to actually follow those regulations. So these are very important drivers, and then the public participation and behavioral changes, as has been pointed out by our panelists from Nepal. So there have been few examples which were presented by the presenters. 2 cities presented from Japan, very interesting presentation about their eco-town concept, and also a city talking about their circular economy approaches. Then there were few interventions by our panelists about how the circular economy, particularly our colleague from Denmark, that how they are using circular economy and particularly waste treatment and net energy positive waste treatment facilities. And he also pointed out that it is the regulation which will drive the change. Certainly regulations do drive the change, but it has to be backed by the financial resources. And so there have been interesting presentations. I personally learned a lot. I have been dealing with this subject, I think, for last 4.5 years, but still I found many new things. And I hope that all the audience here must have certainly got some ideas to take back home and implement those ideas in their own respective geographies and domains. So at the end, I would like to thank all the panelists, presenters for very interesting presentations. And also I would like to thank Mr. Habibullah for the way he conducted the entire session, and the organizers, Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of Rajasthan, and UNESCAPE, UNCRD, and other Government of Japan for inviting me to this and sharing this session. Thank you.
Thank you to the session chair, the moderator, and the panelists. Before we begin the next session, I would like to make an announcement for tomorrow's parallel country breakout session from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. The country groups and the venues will be displayed on the screen. I request the countries who have not shared their presentation to please do so with the 3R Secretariat. The email address is mentioned on the slide. Please also carry a copy of the presentation tomorrow as well. Thank you. We will now move to the plenary session 3, Circular Economy Policies, Translating Global Vision into Local Actions. For this, I would like to invite Shri Rajesh Yadav, Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, to be the session chair. I also invite Professor Yong Chul Jang, Department of Environmental Engineering, Chungnam National University, Republic of Korea, to kindly felicitate and be the facilitator and moderator of this session. Over to you, Professor.
Hi, my name is Yong-chul Jang from Chungnam National University from Korea. It's a great honor for me to moderate this session 3. I think we have a little bit behind the schedule, so I'll try to make a little bit shorter. So, theme in this session is circular economy policies, translating global vision into local actions. So we have 5 presentations, and also we have 4 panelists for discussions. So I'd like to invite speakers for these sessions. The first speaker, Mr. Terry Martin from World Bank. Terry Martin, yeah, is coming. And second speaker from Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. Anybody here? From Garcia? Oh. Please come to the stage. And we have a third speaker from area, Venkatu Chalam Anbu Machi. I met him. Where is he? Okay, so you come to the stage. And we have 2 speakers from online, so I will invite later on. So, okay, so I think we are ready. And so this sessions, as I mentioned, the speakers from global organizations. So we'll be hearing some global efforts and global visions on circular economy, and then we'll talk about how to translate into local city, local action. So will be a good discussions today. So, okay, so let me start with the first speaker, Mr. Terry Martin from World Bank. Floor is yours. You have 8 minutes, so I'll try to check the time. So please welcome him with a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll start directly. I'll jump in. So on this presentation, I'll try to be as concise as possible and really explain what are the main directions taken by the World Bank in terms of waste management, but also in terms of circularity, knowing that both are very much interweaved. Next slide. So, oh, that's me. Who's to press? So among the various donors and development banks, the World Bank is number 1 in terms of contribution to the sector. And for the past 10 years, over the past 10 years, we've supported the waste management sector with a total amount of over $3.1 billion across probably 50, 60 countries, amounting to probably more than 100 projects. And so in our mind, waste management stands fairly high in the World Bank's agenda. We've been observing trends in urbanization, economic growth that have led to waste generation completely exceeding the capacity of existing systems. And so the livability of cities, the future of urbanization, not only in India, but specifically in India, will be closely linked to the capacity to manage the externalities of, let's say, urbanization in general, which waste is one major externality. We also look at projections, and these projections are fairly bleak. I'm not going to mention South Asia. It's even worse than the global projections, but by 2050, we project an increase of 73% in waste generation, of which today only 71% is collected. So I'm not going to go into the figures, but when you look at the actual figures, it's fairly staggering. And that's why I guess circularity is important, but it's not going to solve all problems, given the magnitude of the challenge. How do we intervene in the sector? And I think that's important for the, let's say, guests or delegates who are not familiar with how the World Bank operates. We operate through three main instruments. The first instrument is what we call IPF, investment project financing, where we directly invest in infrastructure. It's the P4R, which is a program, it's budget support to government, states, and cities. And then the third one is the policy. And so we support the change in policies, and all this is incentivized, and financial support is incentivized to reach certain goals in terms of reforms. And so you see the split. Most of the waste management sector today is, let's say, occupied by IPF, investment project financing, which is the, let's say, physical part of waste management. So what are the main directions? And I want to be a little provocative here. Circularity cannot exist without a good pre-existing system. You still need to collect the waste. So you still need to transfer the waste. You still need to process that waste. So I think circularity still needs, as a precedent condition, some infrastructure that is in place. I call that backbone infrastructure. And that's where I think we reduce externalities of, let's say, waste leakage, GHG emissions, by providing this backbone infrastructure. And then only we move into the story of circularity, where we start trying to extract value from waste streams. And in this case, what we try to do at the World Bank is really see circularity as a way to extract value, to finance the sector. It's been, that sector has, let's say, been plagued by chronic underinvestment, lack of financial resources. So for us, circularity is mainly seen as an instrument, as a financial instrument for financial sustainability of the sector. And when I talk about aggressive cost recovery strategies, what I mean by that, by aggressive, is the fact that it's not an option. Today, systems are, let's say, extremely weak, financially speaking. Any development is definitely hindered by the lack of resources for investment and very often for operation and maintenance. So cost recovery is super important, and circularity is one way to extract value from waste streams under several forms. Material recovery, could be energy recovery. Energy recovery is moving fast. I think technologies are also very interesting, much greener, much safer, such as waste to biogas. Then there is something that's been discussed today, which is extended producer responsibility. I think we've got to make producers and distributors and manufacturers pay for the products that they put on the market. It's been, let's say, the chore of cities to clean up the mess and pay for it. And I think now we got to go up the value chain and ask for some accountability on the producer side. Then there is carbon finance. I think the waste sector lends itself very well to carbon finance. So anything that can be explored is sometimes holding quite a bit of potential. The last part is the private sector. I mean, what we've seen in the major improvements in, let's say, modernizing and professionalizing the sector was done through the intervention of the private sector. So the private sector can help move the reforms, move the needle much faster than when it's done by the public sector organically. So I think we should look at the private sector, make them invest more in waste management and circularity, because today we still see a huge gap in terms of financing. Just one example to finish. It's when you do waste management, you need long-term engagement. I mean, it's not a 5-year program. It's when you start something, you're in for the long haul if you want to see meaningful results. So that's one example, which is Morocco. I don't know if you've heard of that. Morocco moved from basically almost zero professionalization of services. I mean, it was all informal, no controlled disposal, and zero material recovery. I mean, done only by informal scavengers, to a completely different picture. Fully professionalized staff, controlled disposal, and a nascent, let's say, material recovery business, including the production of RDF. So they're moving a little bit slow on that front, but that's one good example of 4 consecutive DPOs that helped Morocco completely turn around the situation to the point that we now bring our clients to Morocco instead of Europe, because it's a good example of what you can achieve with long-term engagement of partners and commitment to the sector. Thank you for your attention. Any question you may have on the World Bank, you can address to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry Martins. And I'd like to invite second speaker from Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. Floor is yours.
Can you put the presentation material? Yeah, thank you. While we are waiting, my name is Ko Matsura from Ministerial of Environment Japan. Because Japan is one of the member country of GASERE, so I just introduced about GASERE and as well as policy movement in Japan, especially recent movement. And also this slide was developed with support of Daniel from UNIDO. So if you have any questions about this slide, then you can approach me or Daniel on the room. So what's GASERE? GASERE is stands for Global Alliance for Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. And in connecting regions and supporting active discussions among countries and then experts discussing about policy actions together with the share best practice about circular economy policy. So you can see the member states. GASERE has 16 member states and an EU. As you can see, it's well spread in the world from North America, South America, Africa countries, and then as well as Asia and then Europe. So the good thing is we can discuss about policy measures. It is like a compact, of the world international, discussions. And then we also have strategic partners. As you can see, Ellen MacArthur or WBCSD, which is World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and also World Circular Economy Forum, which is, I think, it will be held in India next year or something. And then we have also connection with regional networks in Africa, and then also Circular Economy Coalition. So as you can see, it's very widely ranged for the participant. So GASERE was established on the margin of UNEA 5.1 in 2021. So UNEA is the biggest international conference, as you can see, United Nations on Environmental Assembly. So the member countries of UN joined this assembly, and then the minister level joined to this conference. So it's the biggest environmental conference in the world. So GASERE has a high ambition to contribute to global just transition to more climate neutral and resource efficient and circular economies. So as you can see, we have been trying to connect and working together with existing initiative and a regions alliance, bringing circular economy to the multilateral discussions, and also put those discussions to the local, national policy measures. So as you can see, the GASERE has provided lots of achievement for last 4 years. So as you can see at the discussion at UNEA, there was resolution 5/11 on enhancing circular economy, and also resolution 5/14 on ending plastic pollution. So I think everyone recognized the importance of the policy measures against plastic, and then also it's been discussing in the worldwide for making legally binding for the plastic pollution. And then now we, according to the study for UNIDO and UNIDO, there are 63 countries who have already circular economy roadmap or strategies, and then 16 developing those ones. And then also as taking this opportunity, we also collaborate with other international committee, and including this forum. So I'd like to introduce about what's going on in Japan. So recently, there are heaps of policy measures on circular economy. Firstly, I'd like to introduce the legislative frameworks in Japan. So I'm not going to explain everything because I don't have much time today. But as you can see, it's really complex. But as you know, Mr. Walter from World Bank mentioned very important points that establishing proper waste management social system requires long term. So Japan spent over the 20 years to establish a current system, and then we have lots of achievement experiences. For example, for the Home Appliance Recycling Act, we have achieved around more than 90% of reproduction rate, which is it's recycle and a reproduct rate, so which is more than 90% on air conditioner or washing machines. And also about the Automobile Recycling Act, which was also established around 20 years ago, and then we have accomplished about 98% of reduction for illegal dumping before introduction of this act. So as you can see, we have lots of good best experiences that we can share with other countries. And then also I'd like to mention about the new act, Advancement of Recycling Business Act, which was enacted last year, May last year. So this new law is to enhance the recycling business in Japan, to promote not only resource circulation and circular economy, but also to act the climate action measures. So this is new council, Ministerial Council on Circular Economy, which is chaired by Chief Cabinet Secretary and then co-chair by Minister of Environment, which is my environment, and also Minister of Economy and Trade Industry. As you can see on the photo, he's the Prime Minister of Japan, and then it is led by very high, government officers and then cabinet as well. So what's been happening is this was the highest highest council to discuss about circular economy policy in Japan. The policy package for circulating and transition to circular economy was established and approved by the Minister Council on December last year, 2024. And then as a Prime Minister instructed to this Ministerial Council that this council has to be the main command center for promoting circular economy policy in Japan. So as you can see, this is happening really recently and then really, quite big movement in Japan. And then also I'd like to introduce about another plan. This national plan towards circular economy was approved by cabinet last year, and then this is actually fifth plan for waste management and then circular economy. But this is the first time to clearly state that transition to circular economy as a national plan as the first time in Japan, and then which is approved by the cabinet. So basic outline is transition to circular economy is important, as everyone knows, not only for circular economy and waste management, but also towards net zero and then nature positive economy. And also it will support for regional revitalization and also creating the new opportunity for business sectors as well. And also, of course, the importance of international cooperation, because resource circulation not only achieved by nationally but also internationally is very crucial. So it clearly states that. And I'd like to mention at last, as at the beginning I mentioned about UNEA, but unfortunately last UNEA, which was held in 2024 March, the resolution on circular economy was unfortunately not agreed. So it is very important for this opportunity to mention that we need to put very strong message for the next UNEA 7, which will be held in 2025 December. So we will be really appreciated for your strong support and then all together towards making economy to more circular and then circular economy. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much from Ko Masura. And now we are inviting third speaker from area, Dr. Amu Mocher. Yours? Pro is yours?
Thank you and good evening. It is my great pleasure to be here this evening for this panel on the policy frameworks. My slide, please. I'm from Jakarta and I'm working for ASEAN. ASEAN, many of you know about it, is a group of 10 small and medium-sized economies in the region, and they have a very fantastic and high economic growth rate starting from the 1960s. And in the year 2022, and they come up with their framework of circular economy. This is one of these kind in this region and also in the world, we can say, next to European Union. And what I wanted to touch in this next 8 minutes is what are the key motivations for this economic bloc to embrace a binding framework on the circular economy. Second, what are the criteria and the entry points they have been agreed on. Third, what are the challenges and what they are looking as an enabling environment for the implementation of the circular economy framework. This shows the imperative of circular economy from the sense of ASEAN. Many of you know that is the ASEAN, these 10 countries they adopted a model of open regionalism which resulted in the export-oriented growth. So initially they have been exported their resources for the consumers in the Western Hemisphere. During that process, they also started consuming because they also become rich. Most of the countries are now in the middle income. But if you look into the size, that is the resource productivity, you can see the huge gap between the advanced economies and these emerging economies. Their resource productivity is not yet comparable to Japan or Germany. On the right-hand side, you can see that is in the process, they also produces a lot of waste. The per capita consumption of production of the waste has been increased nearly fourfold in the last 3 decades. On the other hand, the waste resource use has been not efficient. And in the case of Bangkok, you said it is only 70% of the resources has been recycled or reused. So other 82% is going as waste resources. That motivates these countries to come together when they formulated the ASEAN economic framework. ASEAN has 3 pillars: ASEAN economic community, ASEAN socio-cultural community, and then ASEAN political and security community. So this definition of this and the motivation has been started from the ASEAN economic community, which is looking into one single market. ASEAN as one single market, so that is they could be able to compete with the other 2 giants, China and India, in this region. So here they are looking for a new economic model or a business strategy for maximizing this resource use and reducing the waste. So they identified there are 3 priority areas they identified as an objectives. One is how to incorporate these key elements of the circular economy into the ASEAN economic framework, which is looking for a single market. Second is there are 20 sectoral bodies in the ASEAN, starting from the agriculture to environment to the resource productivity and then the health. So what the circular economy means to the sectoral bodies. So then within that, how we can identify the priority sectors for the actions to improve the resource efficiency. And third, this circular economy framework also could create a platform for the important stakeholders, particularly for the business to come in and the local communities to get into this framework to be accepted. So these are the three objectives of starting this circular economy. And here this ASEAN has understood this circular economy is a system of systems that need a cross-sectoral coordination. They identified 6 basic foundations of the circular economy. One is the natural capital. Second is provision of the clean energy. And third one is finding the new green business models. Fourth one is promoting the innovations. The fifth one is investing on the quality infrastructure to support the circular economy. And finally, making the supply chains very resilient. This circular economy framework that has been negotiated and agreed on as one of the deliverables when the Brunei take the ASEAN chairmanship. So this framework doesn't come out of a one year negotiation. It is built upon these other initiatives done by the ASEAN Social Circular Community and as well as the AEC. So there are several initiatives, starting from the development of the sustainable consumption, and then promotion of the bioenergy, and then they have the roadmap for the ASEAN sustainable capital markets, the roadmap and action plan for the smart manufacturing development, and guidelines for the development of the sustainable urban mobility plans. So it is a kind of incremental modular effect. This ASEAN's circular economy framework is built based on the previous initiatives under the AEC and ASSC. But this framework also need to consider the developmental statuses that exist in ASEAN. ASEAN 10 member countries has a very different developmental stages, and their preparedness for embracing the circular economy transition also quite different. For example, in the case of Cambodia, the scale of 0 to 1, this is showing the readiness of the countries to embrace this circular economy framework. It varies from 3.6 to 4, and they think Singapore is ranked 5.7, still it is not close to 10. So the challenge for the framework is how to accommodate these different preparedness levels and to agree on a common implemental and minimum framework and to moving towards this complete transition. So they created an entry points. One is this entry points is built upon the three basic foundations. One is prioritizing the regenerative resources and use of the waste as a resources. This has been not seen in the previous initiatives, but this is one binding force for all these 10 economies. Second thing is the rethinking the creative business models. The fourth one is the designing the future, particularly the innovations, eco-innovations. These three becomes the common binding forces, and then there are 6 areas, priority areas has been identified, agreed. Basically, first 3, that is the agriculture, mining, and construction. There has been agreed for as a kind of a basic foundation for the sectors to be focused on. Then the manufacturing and the transportation is brought in. So this will be implemented in a phased way over a 10-year period. So what are the principles? So these are the 6 principles that has been agreed upon is. One is to conceptualizing the circular economy within the reality of the international production linkages. Southeast Asia is famous for the production network. The supply chain hubs is the forward and backward linkages. That becomes the binding principles. Second one is the support and enhance the ASEAN integration process that promote the development of the single production base. A third principle is ensure the adequate impact assessment of the CE policies at the national level. The fourth, acknowledge the developmental gaps and allowing the countries to learn from each other. And also this learning also not to make the mistakes that has been already done by the other countries. And the fifth principle is enshrine the ASEAN way of collaboration, cooperation, and coordination to achieve these policy frameworks accepted by the different stakeholders. And the sixth principle is ensuring the financial sustainability. Knowing that is the road for the circular economy transition is not going to be simple, it needs the innovative financial mechanisms. Coming to these enablers, now all these 6 sectors has been developing their implementation plan, and these are the 3 or 4 areas that has been identified to find this implementation. One is the new regulatory frameworks, make these new regulations from agile and flexible enough to embrace these demands for the circular economy or the resource efficiency. And second thing is enhancing awareness and competences across the sectors that has been identified. And fourth one is this tapping the full potentials of the digitalization and the industry 4.0. And fourth one is the partnership and collaboration. So these are the 4 enabling mechanisms. But also these 10 countries acknowledge that is the implementation will be challenges. The first challenge comes in the technologies. They have developed the technology roadmap in support of the circular economy, but ASEAN is the second mover in this adoption of the technologies. They understand the limitations. Second thing is the finance. Here the finance is the governments, particularly the ASEAN countries, their fiscal space is very much limited, and they are looking for the private finances. How the private could be included. And third one is that innovation, that is what we can learn from the other countries. So I stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ambumoj. Now I'd like to invite first speaker from online, fully recorded. Can you turn the video slide, please?
Bienvenido a todos. I feel privileged to present my ideas of circularity and the circular economy to this distinguished audience. Circularity has gone through 4 distinct phases. First was nature's circularity by evolution, with natural cycles such as marine tides, CO2 and water cycles, plants and animals. There is no waste in nature. Dead material becomes food for other animals or plants, and nature has no preferences. Early mankind's survival depending on a frugal and skilled use of local resources. People and nature shared a non-monetary and chaotic symbiosis dominated by nature. The motivation for circularity of early societies came from necessity or scarcity. Phase 2, the Anthropocene, started in 1945 and created mass-produced synthetic man-made materials and energy. These were superior to natural resources and gave mankind independence from nature. Phase 3. Today, invisible quality cycles of the material world, such as cultural values, sharing, caring, innovation and responsibility, the civil society now become key players. And phase 4 is the future. Nature and man will live in synergy, or mankind may not survive. Come back to phase 1, circularity is built on managing the use of assets, a synonym for stocks or capitals of natural, human, cultural, manufactured, financial or immaterial character. Embodied water and CO2 emissions are examples of immaterial assets in the circular economy. On a personal level, circular society means to enjoy the use of one's belongings and take care of them, based on personal values and the sense of sobriety. On a societal level, circular society means to take good care of all assets and optimize their long-term use based on regional cultural values and live from the dividends of these assets. 2 renewable assets need our special attention. Water, because there is no resource that can replace water, and because clean water is a necessity for the health and survival of people and animals. Labor, because people are the only resource with a qualitative edge which can be greatly improved through education and training, but will rapidly degrade if unused. Now phase 2 is the watershed of the Anthropocene, which started on October 6, 1945. When I was born 10 months after Hiroshima, 6th of August 1945, few synthetic or man-made materials existed. There were no plastic or synthetic chemicals in the environment, not a single man-made object in space, no computers or mobile phones. The world population was less than 2.5 billion people, 30% of which lived in cities, biggest being New York City, Tokyo and London. The Anthropocene helped to overcome scarcities of goods, shelter and food, but also created the need for a circular industrial economy to take care of derelict objects and man-made materials incompatible with nature's circularity. Tackling the synthetic waste legacy of the Anthropocene dictates to close 3 loops. Loop 1 is to maintain the utility and value of infrastructure, buildings and objects by extending their service life. The area of R, which is local and intensive in skilled labor. In the area of R, owner users are in charge of their belongings. You and me, economic actors, as well as public authorities. Loop 2 is to maintain the purity and value of material assets by recovering atoms and molecules, the area of D, which is regional and capital intensive. The area of D suffers from a lack of responsibility, and who is to collect, sort and separate used materials, and finally to de-link composite materials. Loop 3 is to maintain the liability of producers, which are most qualified to take care of and pay for the reuse of the derelict objects and used materials they produced. Phase 3, making use of the qualities of the immaterial world. Only legislators can enforce closed liability loops. By defining waste as manufactured objects and synthetic materials without a positive value, without an ultimate liable owner, opens 2 strategies: to give value to derelict objects, for instance, by introducing deposit laws, and to legislate ultimate liability owners, such as the polluter pays principle and the mandatory take-back by producers, a reversed supply chain. Smart manufacturers and fleet managers can proactively use such legislation to their advantage by shifting from the manufacturing economy to the performance economy, by selling products as a service through rental or operational leasing contracts, and by selling system performance, railways, airlines, chemical leasing, pay-per-use are typical business models. Retaining the ownership of objects means internalizing liability for the costs of risk and waste, but also gives companies resilience, resource security, and competitive advantages. Today's objects are the resources of tomorrow, available locally at yesteryear's resource prices. Retaining the ownership of the objects and embodied materials also eliminates compliance and transaction costs of the linear economy. Politicians and public authorities can promote and profit from the performance economy by changing public procurement policy from buying objects to buying the service of objects, gaining in addition security for future supplies of resources. A successful circular industrial economy is built on economics, innovation, and competitiveness. Innovation is part of most universities' curricula. The objective of circular economy innovation is to develop circular sciences in the fields of energy, chemistry, metallurgy, as well as a better understanding of behavioral and motivation sciences. Now, finally, phase 4, the future. Circular society and the circular industrial economy enable regions to turn today's 3 major challenges into opportunities. The transfer to a circular industrial economy enables to create a low-waste society through incentives to change individual behavior from consumer to user, and through loss and waste prevention by intelligent resource management. And a low-carbon society by preserving the water, electricity and CO2 emissions embodied in physical assets, and through innovation into green electricity and circular energy. And thirdly, a low anthropogenic mass society by preserving the existing stocks of infrastructure, buildings, equipment, vehicles and objects. So what is the circular economy? A regional economy that in the area of R replaces inputs of imported energy and virgin materials by the skilled labor of local workers, optimizing existing stocks. It's also an economic model built on economics, innovation and competitiveness. Its substantial social, economic and economic benefits compared to manufacturing result from innovation into new materials, new business models, new technologies to reuse objects and recover used atoms and molecules, and an intelligent decentralization of the economy. Ultimately, it means exploring the limits to certainty and facing risks in the new service economy. Thank you for having given me the chance to talk to you digitally, and please accept my apologies for not having come in person.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to invite a fifth speaker from OECD, Miss Oriana Romano. She's in online, live. Can you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And you have 8 minutes. So would you go ahead and start your presentation, please?
Yes, so the team should have received my PowerPoint. I would be grateful if it could be uploaded on the screen. So my name is Oriana Romano. I lead the OECD program on the circular economy in cities and regions. This program has been working with more than 20 governments right now since 2018. And the main objective of the program is to support cities and regions with their vision towards a circular economy within a multi-level governance and multi-stakeholder approach. The circular economy, in fact, is a shared responsibility across levels of government. So although we see cities as a real game changer to move from a linear to a circular economy, in reality there is the need for governments at all levels to work together in a whole of a government and systems approach. I'm not sure if you can see the PowerPoint, probably not. But what I will going to do in the few minutes that I have available is to share a number of messages that are the result of the OECD report on the circular economy in cities and regions, which you can find online, but also a series of what we call policy dialogues with several I'm sorry, but I hear people speaking. Thank you. Thank you. So, as I was saying, the result of policy dialogues, which are really specific support that we provide to cities and regions that ask for this support to define circular economy strategies. So the first message is that although there are several definitions of the circular economy, and we have been hearing about them a lot also during this session, with some references also to sustainable waste management. What I would like to highlight here is that the circular economy is about economy. There is a potential of the circular economy to support cities towards sustainability that is definitely unlocked, but is also needed to move from a specifically environmental vision towards an economic vision in relation to the circular economy. In fact, it is very much true, according to several projections, that applying the circular economy approach, for example, to specific value chains and sectors, like, for example, the construction, if we look at the city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, it would decrease greenhouse gases emission by 500,000 tons of CO2 per year. And for example, if we look at the case of London, the benefit from circular approaches applied to several sectors like the built environment, the food, the textile, or even plastic are estimated to go over 7 billion euros per year by 2036. And about 15,000 jobs linked to the circular economy can be created in the region around Paris, which is called Île-de-France. Yes, please go ahead to next slide. Next. Yes, this is exactly what I was about to describe. But still, in 2023, 7% of the global economy is circular, so meaning that no matter the progress that we are making through regulation, legislation, and to several circular economy initiatives, talking about circular economy in cities and regions as well as national level is still very much a challenge, as the economy is highly linear. Next slide indicates the result of the survey that we have carried out across more than 60 cities and regions all around the OECD to understand why they would go circular. And of course, the first, one of the most important drivers is climate change, followed by global agenda, which is very much linked to the previous plenary session that also mentioned, for example, the global agenda for sustainable development, the SDGs, and also economic change and job creation. Next slide is my second message about the fact that the circular economy is not new, but is very much incipient. And if we go to the next slide, we can see that only 10% of the cities and regions that we have interviewed, again, the sample is around 60 cities and regions from all over OECD countries, they perceive to be advanced towards the circular economy, which means that mainly they have already set up circular economy strategies and also monitoring frameworks. But most of them, around 60%, can be defined newcomers. And so the share of those cities and regions that actually have set up already circular economy initiative in place is definitely below 50%. Another message that I would like to share, you can see in the next slide, is about starting up, but with the idea of scaling up. Next slide indicates that more than 80% of cities and regions that we have surveyed, they actually use a pilot and experiment to move towards the circular economy. Pilot and experimentations can, for example, take place in the build and construction sectors, for example, to use certain type of materials. They can be related to the sharing economy, for example, including bike sharing in specific areas of the cities, so that they reduce, for example, the number of private cars, but even other type of transport that would be bought individually by consumers and citizens. Or, for example, there are specific campaigns for avoiding food waste or reusing organic waste for certain use, like fertilizers in agriculture around the rural areas, nearby the urban areas. But the point is that this experimentation results to be very much related to project, and they are rarely scaled up. So even though the circular economy is very much incipient when it comes to the public policies in many instances, and in most of the cases it's very much related to waste management with less attention on the upstream phases, which is eco-design and rethinking in cities of the way services, for example, should be provided, including transport, water, waste of energy. The point is that they mainly stay at a project base, and so it's important to move ahead. In the next slide, I would like to share the message that, if you can, yes, then the next message is that it's important to mind the governance. And in fact, when we ask the cities and regions what is the main problem then to move towards a circular economy, as you could see, the lack of technical solutions is the least of the problem. The majors is insufficient financial instrument, inadequate regulatory framework, but also difficulties in changing a culture and changing behavior. So at the OECD, we, next slide, we suggest the cities and regions to promote, facilitate and enable the circular economy, which in practice it means to, if we can go to the next slide, to very much clearly identify who does what. So first of all, roles and responsibilities that cannot be just included in waste department, up until the very end of the policy cycle, which focus on data and assessment, which, by the way, nowadays is very much influenced by existing data, which in most of the cases are related to waste, when we have to think ahead on how concretely measure progress towards a circular economy and not just a waste management. So allow me just to conclude to say that if you go to the next slide, of course, you can find online a number of reports that we have published on cities, and that from the report they moved on from vision to action, so very much about implementation. And to the next slide, you can also find the OECD scoreboard on the circular economy in cities and regions that can be used as a self-assessment by any government that wish to understand what is the level of progress towards a circular economy, especially when they consider governance dimension. And I stop here, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romano. It was a very informative and good knowledge on circular economy efforts. Okay, the last speaker that I would like to invite from UNEP, Dr. Sumit Sharma. Are you online?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You have 8 minutes to talk. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is the workshop for 3 hours, and we know reduce, reuse, recycle, and how they are linked to this important issue of plastics and associated pollution. I'll be talking about this important issue in the international and the national context for India. We know that this material has really got into various aspects of our lives, and no wonder we have consumed almost 9 billion tons of plastics by now. In fact, production has increased rapidly in the last 4 decades, and subsequently that has led to almost 10-15 million tons of plastics reaching the oceans, which basically forms 70-80% of the marine litter, which we are all worrying about. The worrisome part is the low recycling rates. In India, we hear about better recycling rates, but across the world, if you see, the recycling rates are abysmal, and that leads to most of these plastics through the riverine route reaching the oceans and causing this issue of marine litter pollution, and the transboundary movement eventually makes it a global concern. In Indian context, if you see, the per capita consumption of plastics is much, much lower than the global average. But if you take into account the population and the pressures, the overall volume of the plastic waste comes out to be immense. It's about 4 million tons as per the estimates. And with a lot of littering happening, a lot of leakages happening, you can see the plastics leaked out to rivers and also to the. Well, we are not just talking about big plastics, but when plastics break down, degrades in the presence of sun, it can get into the forms of very small microplastic level particles, and when bigger plastic particles are seen to be entangling the fishes and the birds, the bigger animals, the microplastics can get into deeper into the aquatic animals like fishes, invertebrates, and eventually can get into the food chain by their consumption. So we are not just talking about the impact over biodiversity, the aquatic animals, but we are also talking about huge impact over humans through microplastics getting into food chains. Plastics are also associated with climatic impacts. Manufacturing of plastics is expected, if it is to grow, then it can have a very, very big share in the overall carbon of GHG emissions. There are estimates which clearly show that the economic costs of marine plastics and its associated pollutions are huge, and there is a need to control this. Especially in cities of India, we can see a very indirect kind of an impact when we see our clogged drains, especially during the monsoon season. It leads to urban flooding, and that sort of aesthetic or direct kind of impact which we see of plastics. There's a lot of action which is happening internationally on this, and the real impetus came when in first United Nations Environment Assembly, the resolution on marine plastic and debris was adopted, which was a recognition to this issue as a growing environmental concern, and it called for strengthening of knowledge and scientific research on this issue. The next resolution, which came in 2016, was an expansion of this, and it associated the plastic pollution to serious threat to marine biodiversity, ecosystems, and human health, and at that time called for voluntary measures for control of this issue. The UNIA resolution in 2017 formed this ad hoc open-ended expert group to assess the barriers and options for controlling marine plastic litter. And along with that, there are several other campaigns which went on. For an example, in 2017, UNEP launched this Clean Seas campaign to raise awareness and mobilize global action on the issue of reducing single-use plastics and improving waste management. And I think more than 60 countries have joined this big initiative. The World Economic Forum in 2018 initiated the Global Plastic Action Partnership to support national and regional level action plans, and not just works with the government, but also with the businesses and civil society to scale up solutions for plastics. India came up with this, tabled this very important resolution in the fourth United Nations Environment Assembly to address single-use plastic pollution. And not only this was adopted, but India itself took that into account at the national level and banned 19 selected single-use plastic items. And eventually in 2022, in the UNIA 5.2, the resolution to develop a legally binding international treaty on plastic pollution was adopted. We have already had 5 negotiation meetings of to form this agreement, and there's a lot to happen on this, and member states are negotiating the text of this agreement, and we can see the progress happening in the next few months. On the Indian national side, there's a lot which has happened in terms of policies. We have solid waste management rules, plastic waste management rules. I mentioned about this ban on 19 selected single-use plastic items. In 2022, the EPR for plastic packaging was introduced. And then with Mahua coming up with Swachh Bharat Mission 1 and 2, I think the momentum is only growing in this direction. In terms of how UNEP is supporting India in this direction, we work on 4 broad pillars. First is to basically keep providing scientific evidences, enhancement of knowledge on this aspect. The second is supporting the government with implementation of policies. The third is to build capacities at the subnational level for effective implementation and generating awareness on this issue. We have been working under the India-Norway Marine Pollution Initiative with the Ministry of Environment and Forest on these aspects. We have worked on the countermeasures project supported by the government of Japan. And of course, we have the Tide Turner's Plastic Program, which has already engaged 700,000 youth to make them aware. At the national level, as I mentioned, we are working closely with the Ministry of Environment and Forest and to basically primarily fulfill the need for scientific assessments in this subject because this is something which is relatively new in terms of environmental issues. There's a lot to be done in terms of research. And we have done some of this kind of research by assessing what kind of research capacities which exist in India on marine-related plastic issues, analysis of what is the status of single-use plastic ban in the country. When the COVID was there, so there was an influx of plastics to biomedical waste management, and we did that assessment to see how plastics got into the biomedical waste streams and created issues. And recently, we have started to deep dive into sectors which are into sustainable packaging, especially the food and beverages, the personal products, and how these sectors are trying to implement EPR, how they are trying to move to more sustainable packaging options, and possibly trying to use the recycled plastics.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. We are also trying to assist the government with alternatives to single-use plastics based on life cycle approach. And on the knowledge exchange, I would say that there's a lot to happen, and not just between the countries, but also there's a lot to learn from various pockets in India. There are municipalities who are coming with a variety of case studies to implement SUP bans, to implement EPR, and UNEP is now in process to compile these case studies. Also, the industries which are coming up with a variety of case studies on implementing sustainable packaging solution, and UNEP is trying to compile those case studies and disseminate it further. The last thing which I would like to mention is the key that the policies are there, but the implementation needs more strengthening. And in this regard, someone mentioned about the pilots, and this is what UNEP is trying to do: work at the ground level, implement some pilots, and show that the ban on SUPs, the EPR implementation with engagement with ULBs can work on ground, and testing out some models which can be replicated at a larger level in India. I would just like to sum up by saying that the policies are there. We need to penetrate further at the subnational level with more scientific evidence and information available to take informed decisions. We also need to enhance our focus on measures to reduce plastics along with downstream level management measures, and of course effective monitoring of national policies to further strengthen the implementation is going to be key. And we feel that with enhanced subnational national capacities, India will move organically to support overall international momentum in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much from your talk. Unfortunately, we don't have a slide, but okay. So, people, we close the audio presentation. I'd like to quick questions about maybe some speakers. The first speaker to Mr. Martin. You showed a good successful story from Morocco study, and I know World Bank has been a lot of big support to Asian countries. So I'd like to hear any circular economy successful story in East Asian country that you can share. Just a quick 1 minute answer. Or can
yeah,
you
we're working currently on a large-scale project in Indonesia.
Okay.
And that is definitely linked with the reduction of plastics, and specifically leakage of plastics in the riverine and marine environment. It's just started, but the figures are, let's say, in contrast with what we do in general in circularity, we are putting on the table several $100 million just to make a difference at scale on the question of plastics, because Indonesia is one country producing a lot of plastics and leaking a lot of plastic as well.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. And I'd like to go ahead and ask about my question going to the Amumochi area. Because circular economy framework, and you show the some rating, assessment rating. So, but I'd like to hear, in order to check the circular economy performance, maybe we need to have some kind of indicator, circular economy indicator, at a city levels or a national level. So do you have good experiences or knowledge on circular economy indicator or performance indicator that you can suggest or you can share? I'd like to hear that questions.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's very, very key important and the question yes, there is an indicators and we developed, now we are helping the Vietnam to develop the indicators. Vietnam is the first country in the ASEAN to come up to a regulatory framework for implementing the circular economy. So it has been formulated as a part of their 5-year plan, and we are helping them to develop that indicators that could be used at the, one is a national level, and then at the subnational level, that is a provincial level, and then third one is the city level. So these indicators vary from at this level, that is where we are looking into. But the core, it is the, previously in the Vietnam's case, it was considered to be an environmental agenda, circular economy. Later it comes, I think, as a kind of an economic agenda. So there is an indicators that define what's a circular economy in terms of environment. And second is the economic, that is how much that is a resource efficiency and the jobs that is created. And third one is also social, and that is very much the social inclusion. And so we have 3 set of indicators under the 3 domains. There are 127. And IRIA, maybe you can visit our IRIA website, and there is we developed a tool that can be used as a self-assessment, where your sector is prepared for it. Out of this 127 indicators, you can rank. That is where you are, and what is the, that is an interesting tool that will also show, it is a kind of artificially AI assisted tool that will show there is, if you are lower rank, it will show there is what will be the pathways for moving up.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question goes to Mr. Masura in Japan. Kasira has been 4 years up and going, and I only saw 3 countries from Asian country: Japan, India, and Korea. But what about some Asian country that would like to join? Is there any some kind of requirements to join, or some any other Asian country that can be joined? So can you suggest how to join or how to cooperate with Kasera?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Actually, the Secretary of GASERE is UNEP and then UNIDO. So maybe you need to contact the UNIDO and then UNEP how to join. But
go ahead.
You'll be much welcome to join for Asian countries to join the discussion and then share their best practice or knowledge to promote circular economy policy measures to the world. And then, as I mentioned in my presentation, that it helps to promote active discussion in the multilateral cooperation and then international cooperation.
Right. There's a global alliance on circular economy and resource efficiency. So any country in Asian country can join to share or to get support from the alliance. Thank you very much from the speakers, excellent speakers. Now we'd like to invite 4 panelists. You can go back. You can go back to seats, and we'd like to invite 4 panelists from Mongolia, Bajayasen Ayusijab, and also Dr. Ajula Singh from India, and the last panelist from Nguyen Truong Thanh from Vietnam. So I'd like to invite on stage, please come to the stage. And so we have a lot of a little bit behind the schedule, so we try to squeeze some discussion time. So please understand it. Yeah. Have a seat, please. Second point. Second, you're from India. Yeah? India. Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. We have four excellent panelists. So first, we are going to invite Miss Bajaya Sets Ayushaf. You're going to sharing your circular economy challenges and activities. So please go ahead and you have about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
So 2 or 3 minutes, you can go ahead.
Okay.
So please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to give this opportunity to share their opinion how to develop the circular economy. We all know that circular economy depends on social routine, public education, business environment, and also policy of decision makers. And circular economy is globally recognized and implemented in many countries, as well as in Mongolia, but very slowly. The support and participation of politicians, not sufficient level. The entrepreneurs point out that people are more concerned about sustainability than in the past. When buying products, young people look deeper. They ask questions about the source and chain, supply chains and the environmental impact what they buy. But do politicians concern it? On the screen, I would like to share the photo of a young lady of Mongolia who initiated a business named Circular. But she faced big challenges about taxation. It's a little bit similar business to campaign Next Vir from New York. I think we all knew about this campaign. This is encourage the people to share the old clothes, the clothes they no longer wear. Then she said that they pay the same tax as alcohol makers. So then she spoke to decision makers to pay attention on this issue. And starting from November last year, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Mongolia, she started to receive the comments of enterprises about credit of tax. And the green tax should be not only on paper, it should be real thing. Sorry. Yes, special tax system called green tax has not yet implemented in Mongolia. So we know that tax credit can be a powerful incentive to support the circular economy. For example, provide VAT relief to companies selling recycled products, reducing income tax for businesses engaged in sustainable productions, and public procurement support, give the preference to products based on the circular economy in public procurement. There is limited number of politicians who understand and support the importance of the circular economy. And there is a lack of knowledge and information in this area. So we need to increase knowledge and understanding, develop and approve laws and regulations to promote the circular economy, and incorporate the principles of circular economy into the national development policy and planning and ensure its implementation. Promote the importance of the circular economy using the high participation and interest of citizens and the private sector as well as influencers. Thus, by increasing the support and participation of politicians, the circular economy can be successfully implemented.
Thank you very much. From Mongolia, experiences. Now I'd like to go ahead and ask Dr. Ajula Mohendirijit Singh, what are some key challenges in aligning local practice, local policies with the international understanding on circular economy that you can share?
Thank you very much. As we are already discussing, the circular economy is a transformative approach that moves us from the linear take, make, dispose model toward a system that maximizes resource efficiency, minimizes waste, and promote regeneration. As we know that although international frameworks such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, European Union Circular Economy Action Plan, and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation principles provide strong guidelines, but local governments in developing economies often face significant barriers and challenges because every society or a community or a state or power that be has inbuilt developed system to run the economy. So there is generally a feeling to resist the change. We are also missing, when we go for changing, the data and monitoring challenges, etc., and complexity of circular value chains. So we need to do the context-specific assessments, pilot projects and innovations to focus on local resources and materials instead of going for imports, and to monitor and evaluate accordingly. So by going by that, then the policy makers should go for formulating and develop locally adapted policies, strengthen infrastructure and investment, engage in formal sector, and promote business incentives and innovations, and enhance consumer awareness, behavioral changes, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your good insight. Thank you. And the last questions to Dr. Nguyen Thanh from Vietnam. How do international agendas shape the national and local circular economy policy. Can you talk about that questions and address the questions?
Yes, I think that international agendas, agreements are very important for development of national policy in general and in particular circular economy. Because international policy frameworks are developed based on the best knowledge of the human being, generation by generation. I think there are 7 points that these international frameworks have shaped the national policies. The first one, I think, that is international policy framework set a common vision and common priorities on circular economy. For example, like SDGs, the goal number 12 address the sustainable production and consumption, or Paris Agreement, really we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, which also related to reduce the waste generation and recycling and so on, so related to the circular economy. So that's common vision and common priority will help countries to identify their priorities. The second point is international frameworks, policy framework, also provide the guidelines in the content of the policy on the circular economy to countries. For example, the EU Action Plan recommend countries to issue the regulation on eco-design, or the ASEAN framework on circular economy also requires countries to develop the waste management policies. And besides that, many other economic instruments like green bonds, green taxonomy, eco-labeling and so on, which is required by the international framework to be internalized in the national policies. The third point is that international policy framework also provide incentive and support to the national policies. For example, financial mechanism like Green Climate Fund, GCF, by the Paris Agreement, or mechanism like Just Energy Transition Partnerships, and so on, or GF, Global Environment Facilities. Those support countries and nations to implement the circular economy. So that's, I think, national policy are very important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. I wish we could have a more discussion on this wonderful discussion today, but we have a very limited time and time schedule. So as you see, we hear a lot of wonderful presentation and talk from a number of international organizations. So thank you very much, all the discussions and panelists. Now I kindly invite the session chair to deliver closing remark from Mr. Rajesh Yadav, Government of Rajasthan in India. Please come to stage. Please welcome him.
Thank you, HE, Mr. Riza. Thanks our colleague and panelist, learned panelist on the dais. And thanks a lot to Mr. Martin, Mr. Basura, Mr. Venkat Chalam from ASEAN, Ms. Oriana from OECD, Dr. Sumit, he has made a very good presentation on the menace of the plastic. My dear friends and policy maker from different countries from our state, we had a very energetic, innovative session and very much relevant to policy makers. Especially I can correlate with myself and the policy maker present in this auditorium. Some of very important points come out from this discussion and from the presentation made by our learned presenter. Policy innovation is needed to realize the circular economy potential, to enhance resource efficiency and protect natural resources. Circularity can yield value in both material and immaterial areas of the economy. The service sector especially is perhaps the most important enabler for closing material loop and producing less material and pollution incentive market. Macroeconomies policies are important enablers such as development planning, taxation, and as Mr. Sumit has mentioned about the extended producer responsibility rules. A global metric is required to comparatively assess country by country greater multilateral cooperation and agreements. The social side of a circular economy can enhance the positive impact of supporting and formalizing material recovery operations, which are often informal and intertwined with poverty and unhealthy work and environment. At the same time, effective policy tools must be in place to ease the employment and social friction during the linear to circular transition. International trade plays a key role in advancing the circular economy at the international level. Work on multilateral rules, standards and principles are essential to allow circular market and solution to achieve scales and efficiencies fit for international competitiveness. Local level policy makers face numerous challenges in integrating the circular economy, but overcoming the barriers can yield significant environmental, social, and economic benefits. By developing the right policies, building a strong collaboration between stakeholders, and fostering make substantial progress toward a more sustainable and circular economy. So thank you very much, and I personally give a big thank to our moderator, His Excellency Mr. Riza. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the session chair, the moderator, and the panelists. We will now begin plenary session 4, which is a presentation on the introduction on new declaration on 3R and circular economy, sustainable 3R and circular economy goals for achieving resource efficient, clean, resilient, sound material cycle and low carbon society in Asia and the Pacific, 2025 to 2035. I now invite the session chair, Shri Ved Prakash Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to be the session chair. I also invite Shri CRC Mohanty, Environment Program Coordinator, UNCRD, and UN DESA, to kindly be the moderator of this session.
So, good evening. This is the last plenary session of today about the Jaipur Declaration. I think you have heard from the morning the inaugural session. Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs and other dignitaries, they were mentioning about the decadal Jaipur 3R and Circular Economy Declaration. To begin this session, I would like to invite first our Honorable Chair to briefly open the session for 2-3 minutes of statements. So you can sit there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I welcome this proposal of a Jaipur Declaration as a culmination of this 3-day event. And we have seen the draft, and there has been some discussion also, and I think it will be negotiated tomorrow, and it will be released on 5th. We have, as the host country and also as a developing country, we have some comments on this. This declaration should be ambitious, but in our view that it should be focused on the circular economy and resource efficiency. And if we diverge to the issues like climate change, sustainable consumption, and greenhouse gas emissions, then we will be distracted. So we will give these suggestions informally and formally, and we also suggest that the priorities of developing countries are slightly different from the developed countries, and it has to be taken into account while drafting any such declaration. For example, the sustainable consumption is good, a buzzword. However, we know that the growth, India is growing about 6-7%, and this growth is of course consumption based. If we try to reduce the consumption, then our growth rate will be hit, of course. So our focus should be on the management of waste management, circular economy, recycling, and not reducing the consumption as such, which may be possible in the developed countries, but for us it will be counterproductive. As observed by our Additional Secretary in earlier session also, that for developed countries, these climate change, loss of biodiversity, pollution may be the only problems, or maybe some very important problems. They are important for us also. But we have other issues like poverty elevation, growth, urbanization, providing food to our big population, and so we have to take care of that also. So this for India has reservations against the very ambitious goals on climate change, on reduction of carbon emission, and I suppose that this conference is basically targeted on the resource efficiency and circular economy. So we should be focused. We should not be distracted. Of course, we are also discussing on the low carbon cities, but that is a co-benefit. If we manage our waste well, for example, if we manage our solid waste well, then of course there will be less emission of methane. But that is co-benefit. That is not our primary targets. One issue also I want to flag in this regard, that India is a big country having so many cities, so many states. We will not be in a position to set goals or targets for cities or for states individually. Whatever targets we have under Paris Agreement, that is our NDCs, nationally determined contributions, and national goals. Individually for cities, it is difficult for us to agree. How can Jaipur, say for example, have its own carbon emission goals? It is very difficult. Some cities may be negative, some may be positive, some may be highly well managed, some may be less managed. So we cannot divide the goals up to state level or city level. we can have it as a country as a whole. So so comments made by me and our observation made by me should be taken care of while we are finalizing on the Jaipur declaration. Of course, it is non-binding, it is not legal, but commitment is commitment, whether it is binding or not. So we, being a big and responsible country, once we commit anything, it may not be binding, but we should fulfill it. So any commitment which we know that we will not be able to do, we should not make it. So in the next 2 days, we will negotiate the Jaipur declaration, and I hope that it will be by consensus. All the Asia Pacific countries will agree to it, and we know that Asia Pacific countries mostly they are the developing countries, and their problems are quite different, and we hope that the developed countries will bear with us, and they will support, they will help us in our endeavor of our economic growth, which the developed countries have already achieved. And this is all from our India side. It is our country position that this declaration should focus on resource efficiency and circular economy, and we should do away with other issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, for your introductory remarks. If we go back to 15-20 years before, to any of the waste management or 3R conferences, the discussion was predominantly in the waste domain itself, very isolated discussion. But if you see now, even today's deliberations in the morning, it is a 3R and Circular Economy Conference, the forum. The circular economy, 3R, etc., more increasingly discussed in the context of resource domain. That is because the way we manage our waste resources, it has vast implications on natural resources and ecological assets. And the way we manage our ecological assets, natural resources, it has also vast implications on the waste generation. So that nexus, more and more, the nexus, the waste and the resource nexus, that has been increasingly discussed. That is why you see in the almost all deliberations from this morning, people talked about the net zero, the climate change, how actually we can sustain the economic growth, and at the same time, how we can actually sustain the natural ecosystem. That actually provides an important basis to get into the Jaipur Declaration, a quite departure exclusively from 3R to 3R plus circular economy. If you compare the previous declaration, the Hanoi Declaration, which was predominantly 3R, and which was predominantly around technological cycle, the reduce, reuse, recycle, all discussion was confined within the waste domain. But the natural cycle, the biological cycle, was missed out. The biological cycle means the restorative, regenerative aspects of the nature and natural ecosystems. So in that regard, it provides, actually it has influenced a lot in the formulation process of the Jaipur Declaration. As Honorable Chair said, it is a legally non-binding, voluntary, goodwill declaration. And most of the goals, the indicative or reference strategies or indicators that is mentioned is up to the countries how they can tailor make it. They can choose some of the recommendations and implement based on their national needs, based on their national priorities, taking into account their own economic and resource constraints. So can I go to the next slide? I will not go through one thing that came out very prominently from this morning's deliberations, circular economy holds the promise for systemic transformation of our society, as it fundamentally aims to design out waste, pollutions, keep products and material for extended use, longer use, and most importantly, regenerate and restore the natural ecosystem. That forms actually the core of the circular economy. Next. Acha, theek hai. So I was told that I have to rush this introduction. So this is just a history from Hanoi 3R declaration to Jaipur. It's a 10-year declaration. The forum, it was told that established in 2009. The first forum, at the fourth forum, the countries agreed the Hanoi 3R declaration, which had a lifespan from 2013 to 2023, a 10-year declaration. And at the 11th forum, which was hosted by government of Cambodia, the countries agreed to go for the successor of the Hanoi declaration. The successor is not 3R declaration. It's a Jaipur 3R plus circular economy declaration. So it's a very much a graduation, meaningful graduation from 3R towards more circular. So more technological domain, reduce, reuse, recycle to more technology domain plus biological domain towards more restorative and regenerative aspect of the natural resources and ecosystem. And in between many things happened, the sectoral, the various small declarations like Malé declarations, Adelaide 3R declaration, and most importantly the Indore declaration, which is signed by 56 cities, Asia Pacific cities, on how to achieve clean land, clean water and clean air through 3R and circular economy. The next slide. This is the Hanoi Declaration very briefly, 33 goals around municipal, industrial, rural biomass, and new emerging waste streams, and cross-cutting, the child labor issues, informal sector issues, etc. Next. There are a number of policies. If you can see actually systematic proliferation of 3R and circular economy policies during the Hanoi period, 2013 to 2023. India, for example, very prominently the Swachh Bharat Mission, national resource efficiency policies, etc., etc. India has also come up with the circular economy roadmap with priority to 11 areas. Thailand, similarly, a number of actions like actions on plastic waste management, national greenhouse gas emission reduction, biocircular, green economic model, etc. Those have been enacted. Next. China, Circular Economy Development Strategy Action Plan. Vietnam, National Action Plan on Management of Marine Plastic Litter. Circular Economic Development Scheme approved in June 2022. Next. So coming to very quickly, the structure of the Hanoi Declaration, the draft has been discussed since last 2 years. I think all the government delegates have got a copy of the zero draft declaration. Please go through it before we have the constructive decision on the last date. In fact, actually, we can continue to have the discussion. The Cambodia Forum, the 11th Forum, discussed the skeleton framework of the new declaration. At that time, it was not Jaipur Declaration, new declaration. The skeleton framework that was discussed, it was very balanced skeleton framework, taking into account the technological cycle and also the biological cycle. Subsequently, we had the scientific consultation, expert consultation meeting in Australia, taking the benefit of the 10th 3R scientific and consultation in March 2024. SEEDS countries were consulted in Apia in May 2024. LLDC, specifically taking into account the concerns of the landlocked, least developed landlocked countries, their perspectives, the draft was consulted and enriched. That took place in August 2024 in UN House in Vientiane, Laos, PDR. ASEAN countries also consulted at UN ESCAP in November 2024 last year. South Asia consultation meeting, excluding India, Bangladesh, Maldives, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, etc. on 15 January it was. Then India specific consultation was held on 13th of February, just last month, involving the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. Japan, a regular consultation that has taken place in a number of times. Next. So this is the structure of the declaration. It has an introduction part, it has a declaration part, it has a common vision why we are going to have this Jaipur declaration, what it meant to the Asia Pacific community. It has then the common vision and the goals are there. And the goals are divided into 5 clusters, cluster 1 to cluster 5, and 3 appendix are there. So we will, of course, we are continuing to discuss how we can deal with actually the appendix. I think you will come to know later on. Next. So this is the introductory part. I am not going to show it in full. So this is what basically very gist of the introductory part: resource security, environmental benefits, and sustainable economic growth that encompass the circular economy is the heart of the circular economy. Next. The declaration part where the countries are acknowledging, recognizing, noting a number of international initiatives, international agreements, MEAs, where circular economy provide important complementary benefits. That is why these are acknowledged. Also taking into account the specific issues of the small island developing states, how they are vulnerable because of their geographic isolation, specific geographical conditions, etc. So their perspective is also taken into account. For example, the seeds, for them, the plastics, microplastics issue, the plastic issue in the coastal marine environment is a very critical issue because that provides threats to their livelihood security, because their economy, their livelihood security is dependent on the coastal and marine ecosystem. And we have a number of delegations from the seeds countries. Next. This is the common vision. Just I have selectively picked up only one paragraph. The fundamental principle of a circular economy is to prevent waste and pollution. It is imperative to prevent and minimize pollution by increasing resource efficiency and circularity in the entire value chain. Next. So these are the cluster of the goals. Cluster 1 is promote sustainable resource management, resource efficiency, low carbon society. Cluster 2, achieving clean environment, land, water, etc. In very much in philosophy of what the Indore Declaration, which is signed by 56 cities of Asia Pacific. Sound material cycle society, resource recirculation towards zero waste and circular society. Cluster 4, resilient economies and societies, and a number of cross-cutting socio-economic goals. And cluster 5, how we implement this Jaipur Declaration as a means of implementation. There are a number of goals around partnership, technology transfer, research and development, national and international financing, investments, institutional capacity building, and also information sharing and public awareness raising. Next. So these are the exclusive goals. I will not read out these goals. I think you have the document. So one goal is around material efficiency, water, energy, material, etc. And another goal is how we can maximize the utilization of the biomass. And another goal is how we can actually increase the resource efficiency in micro, small and medium enterprises, because this is a very critical issue because they lack sufficient technical capacity, financing, and also the in-house capacity to address how to green the entire supply chain. Next. The cluster 2 is achieving clean land. So we have here 6 goals are there. I will not read it. Here about water quality, adverse environmental impact in the cities, mining, reduce adverse environmental impact on the mountain ecosystems from mining, farming, etc., hazardous chemicals, POPs, etc., goal number 7, and also prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds, in particular from land-based activities, including the marine debris and abandoned, lost and otherwise discarded fishing gears and nutrient pollution that very strongly emerged from our consultation with the small island developing states in APIA. Next. The cluster 3 about sound material cycle society and resource recirculation towards zero waste and circular society. We have sub-goals 9, and under 9 we have 9A to 9M, quite a number of sub-goals, but dedicated to each of the waste streams. Some goals are around circularity of the metal sector, circularity around construction and demolition waste, and circularity of the solar waste, metal sector, various type of municipal waste, solid and dry waste, wet waste, food waste, and all these things. I will not get into details. Some of the issues that missed out in the Hanoi Declaration, like medical waste, healthcare waste, has brought in here, and there is a specific goal 9H to promote safe and sustainable medical and healthcare waste management with a focus to waste prevention, and end-of-life batteries, end-of-life vehicles, sustainable oil management, oil waste management, etc. were missed out in Hanoi, but brought it very correctly in the Jaipur Declaration. So I was reminded that just 1 minute. So cluster 4, please scroll on. This is the cluster 4 is about resilient economies and societies, cross-cutting socio-economic goals. There are various goals are there. It is basically addressing the safe working condition, decent working condition, the insurance of the informal waste pickers, the workers, how they are operating, how their health insurance coverage, whether they are using the protective equipment while handling the various type of hazardous waste or not. Very social issues have been pronounced here in this cluster. The last cluster is the means of implementation, how we actually achieve this Jaipur Declaration. So multi-layer partnership, collaboration between cities, traditional knowledge is very important. I think this morning Honorable Minister was saying how the indigenous knowledge, how the circularity was part of the Indian lifestyle, that also promotes circularity. So traditional knowledge, international public-private partnership, funding mechanism, etc., were part of this means of implementation. So I am so pressurized that I have to stop here now. But we have still good news is that we have 2 more days to discuss. So please let us continue to discuss. All the countries and appeal that if you have any concern, please let us get into before the final adoption takes place on the last day in the afternoon. I think it is scheduled around 3 o'clock on the 5th of March. So the document is with you, so we can have a number of bilateral discussions, multilateral discussion, whatever possible, we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the session chair and to the moderator. After long and enriching discussions and sessions on day 1, I now invite everyone for the cultural program taking place at the cultural area outside. This will be followed by a welcome dinner reception jointly hosted by the Government of India and the Government of Rajasthan. The shuttle buses for the hotels will leave at 9:30 p.m. Tomorrow, day 2 sessions will start at 9:30 a.m. in this very auditorium. I request everyone to please settle by 9:15 a.m. Thank you so much for being a very patient audience. Let us now proceed to the cultural area for the cultural program. Thank you.